Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
In the alleyways of Tokyo, darkness choked the sound out of the steps, screams of panic going unnoticed. Wearing a blue one-piece and lush red lipstick, a woman was running, her bare feet slipping on the grimy, rough ground. "Help!" she cried, dryness becoming needles inside her throat. "Please, somebody help." She looked over her shoulder and saw the darkness taking shape, her heart lunging to her mouth. Her foot struck a brick. She fell. She dragged her body forward, ignoring the pain banging inside her toes. She again looked back, her nails grinding on the ground. It was a man, dark, with lust in his eyes. The woman lashed out with her left hand. Bubbles exploded from her palm, engulfing the space between her and those eyes. Ha ha ha, the man laughed as those bubbles popped after touching his body. "What a useless quirk you have there, missy." He licked his lips. The woman stood up and limped. This time the man behind him lifted his right hand, his palm aiming at her legs. A short black thorn came out, parting his skin, and then it shot toward the woman. With a bloody squelch, it struck her limping leg and passed right through it. A scream of agony and hopelessness echoed, melting into the darkness. This time when the woman fell, she knew she wouldn't be getting up. "Ha," the man laughed, now standing only a few feet away from her. "Sluts like you should be more careful, no?" The woman cried. "Please." The man's laugh died as rage took over. He took a firm step forward. It was then they heard voices. "I can't, All Might's balls, just suck it up. I can't, I am gonna vomit. Here, stuff my feathers inside your mouth. You." It was like the bickering of two children, a boy and a girl. So when they saw a full-grown man walking out of the shadows with a crow on his shoulder, they just didn't know what to think of it. "Crow your mother," the bird shrieked. "You motherfoo, nix." The man wearing a white lab coat exclaimed at the profanity, his eyes widening. He had a head full of black hair with glossy black eyes. The villain standing beyond the woman frowned. "I didn't say anything," the bird scoffed. "You were thinking it. I am a raven, name's Nix. But I will allow you to call me your highness, you mongrel." Nix had a voice that felt like she was a girl in her late teens. However, it also carried with it a touch of coarseness. The white lab coat-wearing man was holding a handkerchief on his nose. And it didn't need much brains to figure out that he just abhorred standing there surrounded by filth and smell. The villain, Blackthorn, didn't like it. Why, they all thought themselves to be higher than him. Why, first it was this slut, now a freaking talking bird. He hated it, he hated them all. He again lifted his right hand. The bird lifted her wing. Blackthorn stepped back, expecting an attack. Living on the streets had made him astute enough to expect such things. Surprisingly, no attack arrived. The bird used the wing to hide her face and, "Achoo," she sneezed, rubbing her beak with her wing. "Excuse me. I am gonna," Blackthorn cursed, fury rising to his face. Suddenly, the lab coat-wearing man bent his back. Alarmed, Blackthorn again stepped backward. Surprisingly, no attack arrived. Again, the man took the piece of cloth off his mouth and bleh, he vomited. Then he cleaned his face and threw the handkerchief away. "Sorry, I am Luke. Can you please leave this lady alone?" Nix facepalmed. "What are you doing?" She cawed. "Years of training, years, and that's your opening line." Luke didn't know what to say. He took out a new handkerchief and covered his nose again. Thoroughly pissed off, Blackthorn pointed his arm toward them. Now that they had come here, he couldn't let them leave alive. The thorn whistled through the air as it left Blackthorn's palm. The bird's feathers stood up on their ends. She took to the air with a great push of her wings. Because of the force, the man shifted opposite, the thorn missing both as it traced the path between them, hissing. Another thorn had already appeared in Blackthorn's left hand. It took him a few seconds to create a thorn. So he had learned to keep a thorn ready right after firing the first. Also, Blackthorn could only fire one thorn from one hand at a time. The weakness was, of course, countered by the sheer speed of the thorns and their sharpness. With a low bang, the thorn left Blackthorn's palm as he aimed at the bird. Nix effortlessly fluttered away. Thorns after thorns came at her, but she dodged them all, going in and out of the darkness. Then, as Blackthorn let out an annoying grunt, she perched herself on a pipe against the wall. Mockingly, she turned around, showing Blackthorn her tail feathers. "Can't touch this," she sang, twerking. "Tentina na, can't touch this." Meanwhile, Luke helped the woman stand up, barely touching her shoulders. She was staring at him with a dead expression, clearly in shock. "Please close your eyes," Luke said, "please." The woman didn't know him, but she knew only he could help her now somehow, so she closed her eyes, leaving herself to fate. Opposite them, a thoroughly enraged Blackthorn's eyes spewed murder. His head snapped toward Luke and the woman, and he aimed at them, ignoring the bird. "Nix," Luke said, snapping his fingers. "Don't kill him." Blackthorn didn't hear Luke, nor did he care. With a bang, the thorn left his palm. If landed, it would pass right through both the woman and the man. The very thought made him smile. Suddenly, the bird fluttered between the incoming thorn and the targets. A shine coursed through Nyx as if someone had shown a mirror at her from very far away. In a matter of seconds, Nyx went through a majestic transformation. Flesh squirmed. Bones popped. The small raven suddenly enlarged, becoming a 12-foot, two-legged, feathery wyvern. In the darkness, Nyx's red eyes shone bloodier than blood. The thorn struck her feathers right under the head and ricocheted off. Blackthorn's face paled. He shifted his body to just turn around and ran. Too late. Go back to the hole you came from. Nyx's girly voice possessed a draconic might, booming in the ears. With one lunge, she crossed the distance between her and the villain, swatting him with her wing. Like a bullet, Blackthorn struck the wall at the end of the alleyway, coughing blood, his eyes rolling back into his head. Boom, and by hole, I didn't mean your mother's vagina. From behind, Luke gasped. Nyx. By the time the woman gained enough courage to look back, opening her eyes, Nyx had already regained her original form. Don't worry, Luke said, smiling at her. He's gone. Nyx fluttered her way to Luke, perching herself on his right shoulder. Tears streamed down the woman's cheeks, her entire body trembling. Trying to smile, she put her hand on the man's chest, but Luke stepped away, eyeing the blood and filth on her hands. The woman just gawked at the frown on his face. Don't mind him, Nyx cawed. He's a cleanliness freak. Also, if you are thankful, how about flashing us, show us those titties. Nyx, Luke gasped, horrified. The woman, biting through the pain, looked at the bird as it eyed her breasts. She didn't know why, but the idea of a bird drooling over her just brought out a smile on her face. And then she ended up laughing. Seeing her giggle, Luke smiled behind the handkerchief. Luke, the sudden voice jolted both the man and the bird. From the corner, Keigo Takami, former number 2 pro hero, wing hero, Hawks, walked out wearing a black suit. He was followed by a dozen agents wearing similar uniforms and black glasses. It took just a glance for Keigo, the current chairman of Hero Public Safety Commission, to figure out what happened here. Keigo looked at Luke. Why did you leave the car? Luke's gaze fell as he stuttered out the answer. It felt like she needed help. Keigo frowned. That wasn't my question. Why did you leave the car? Nyx flapped her wings. I needed to go, all right. Can't a lady go to bathroom in peace in this city? Keigo's frown deepened. He stared at Luke. Your eye? One of Luke's eyes had gone blue. Guessing this, he smiled wryly. The contact lens must have fallen. Keigo shook his head. Let's go, they are waiting for you. Hawks, Luke suddenly said, following the man. She didn't see my quirk, I promise. Keigo stopped. He looked over his shoulder and smiled. Don't worry. You did well for a person who's seeing the outside world after a decade. Smiling behind his handkerchief, Luke's shoulders relaxed. Then he and Nyx disappeared with Keigo. Behind them, the guard at whom Keigo had glanced took out the mobile. Good evening, sir, the head guard said, his voice flat. Subject -1 used his quirk. No, sir. No, he tricked us, sir. Yes, a villain and a civilian. A woman, sir. He claims she didn't see anything, sir. This will, all right. Yes, sir. Cutting the call, he looked at other agents. A few of them rushed and brought the villain, dragging him on the ground. Excuse me, the woman approached the head guard. It hurts, can you please? Bang, bang, bang. In absolute shock, the woman saw the agents firing rounds after rounds at the villain, killing him on the spot. Meanwhile, the head guard put on a glove and picked one of the thorns fired by Blackthorn. The woman looked away from the dead villain. The head guard's hand flashed, the thorn puncturing her heart. Blood seeped out of the woman's mouth with a gasp as she stared at the man in disbelief. I am sorry, the man said, twisting the thorn inside her. He is the hope of this world. We can't afford loose ends. I am sure the world will understand. 15 years ago, a raven landed on the sill of a glassless window, its blood-colored pupil widening as it peeked inside the room. Silently, it lifted one of its wings and beckoned someone up. Every inch of manners displayed by the raven felt very human, like a human trying to break in. 5 fingers grabbed the sill and pulled. A boy with rough blonde hair and blue eyes peeked inside. No one's in. The raven hissed out a smothered caw. Stop being a pussy, Nyx, the boy gasped at the profanity. Then, trusting the raven, the boy pulled himself up fully, his figure hiding the full moon in the background. He was wearing a torn green t-shirt over worn blue shorts. As he turned his face to look back, black and blue spots on his face and neck stood out as if someone had been constantly hitting him for months, never letting the wounds heal. The raven fluttered in, effortlessly finding her way through the darkness. The boy jumped down and slipped with the first step. Luke, Nyx cawed, sounding completely opposite her previous hisses. She landed near him. Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself? The boy stood up, holding his knee. No, he whimpered through the pain. Let's just get the books. If they catch us again, they approached the bookshelves, trying not to make any sound. Again, Nyx fluttered up and dropped them one by one. Luke couldn't see properly, but when he felt the sleek paper of the comics, a bright smile surfaced on his face. He took a whiff and that confirmed it. "Okay, let's go," Nick said, landing on the boy's shoulder. As the two went back to the window, the boy's gaze landed on the books other than the comics, the moonlight letting him read the titles. "Nightly," he read, blinking his eyes rapidly. "Nightly Pleasures of Queen Estonia." Luke stared at Nyx, his mouth hanging open. The raven licked her beak. "Now listen," she said, rubbing her beak with her wing. "Tell me who's the smarter between us." Luke's mouth twitched. "You." Nyx gave him a stare. "You." "Good," Nyx nodded. Then she pointed at the adult book that shouldn't have been in the library at all. "And that's the reason behind my genius." Bang, the door of the small library banged open and 4 boys rushed in, the lights coming on. "Run," Nyx cawed, flying out of the window. Luke clutched the books and the comics tightly and made a run toward the window. "Ha ha ha ha," one of the boys, a fat one, laughed. "Caught you red-handed, you quirkless chump." All of the fat boy's fingers suddenly lengthened and grabbed Luke's leg, dragging him back. With his eyes wide in horror, Luke saw Nyx's flying away against the full moon and smiled. "Beat the crap out of him," the fat boy roared, smiling. "Idiot thinks he's all might with those hair." He grabbed Luke's hair and tried to rip them apart. One of the other boys brought a water bottle and dumped all the water on Luke's head. "It's not die," Luke said through the bloody teeth, grabbing the boy's hand. "I told you I was born." The punch came out of nowhere. Luke balled up on the floor as they rained the fists and the kicks, perhaps knowing that it would be over soon. "Caw, leave him alone," the raven screamed, barging inside the room through the window. "The bird's here." The fat boy suddenly shouted as if he had been waiting for it. "Do it." As Nyx came blasting toward the fat boy, one boy's throat bulged and he spat out a gooey substance. It landed right on Nyx, gluing itself to her feathers. With a thud, the raven crashed on the floor, cursing out loud as she tried to furiously flutter her wings. "Stupid bird." The fat boy walked up to it and kicked it like a football, the bird hitting the wall on the other side. Nyx. Luke looked through the swollen right eye, the world blurring in his sight. His hands trembled. The tips of his fingers throbbed. An itch coursed through his entire body, making him scratch all over. Then, twitching like a mad, dying man, Luke began crawling toward the bird, letting screams after screams. The fat boy lunged and grabbed Luke's mouth. "What's happening to him?" one of the other boys said, trembling himself. "Make him stop, madam, but will kill us." But despite the weight, Luke dragged himself forward, growling like a beast. His nails came apart as he pulled himself forward toward. The raven was lying listlessly inches away from his fingers like a broken doll. Suddenly, one of her eyes opened and she saw Luke reaching out to her. Taking a dying breath, she pulled her wing apart from the gooey substance and touched him. As the boys panicked in the background, Luke just looked at Nyx for a few moments, holding her wing. Then her wing fell, something snapped within Luke. It was tangible. There was a snap. Veins slithered on his face as he bit the boy's fingers, holding his mouth. Unseen by all, the raven's body shone as if someone had cast a mirror's shine over it from miles away. Lights flickered within the library as terrifying screams painted the walls with blood. By the time Madame Butt, a middle-aged lady, entered the library, it was already over, making her face go white with dread. Blood was everywhere, with bits of flesh scattered around along with pieces of chairs and tables. Through the gore, one could make out half the face of the fat boy and limbs that could have belonged to just about anyone. In the middle of all this, a red-haired Luke was seated, holding the raven in his hands. Then slowly he looked up, his blue gaze staring dead at the colorless moon. Mr. Ryujuru Seanji sat up on his bed, sweat drenching his back, the barest hint of a blue spark burning within his black eyes. He ignored his panicking wife and fumbled his way out of the bedroom, trying to catch his breath. Not many knew that the head of the Seanji family, the tycoon who had taken the world by storm, the man whose hands reached where even the strongest heroes and villains found themselves helpless, wasn't a quirkless man himself. His quirk was soothsayer. In dreams, he could get a revelation regarding the future, giving him an extremely powerful leverage. However, these revelations were always centered around him, and he had no control over them. Still, using these revelations, and with his brilliant business mind, he had climbed his way up in society, becoming one of the most powerful and wealthy men in the world. Then what was this? What kind of revelation was this? Taking a deep breath and accepting the glass of water, Mr. Seanji calmed himself down. "Call Sand," he told his wife. "I have a task for him." Morning, next day, seated grandly in his office, wearing a black suit, Mr. Seanji adjusted his black hair, his black eyes planted on the documents in front of him. Sand, wearing a brown shirt and pants, was standing next to him. "He lives in an orphanage," Sand told Mr. Seanji. "No recorded quirk, some foreigner's bastard, I guess." "What about the other one?" Ryujuru asked, making note of the faintest tremble in his voice. It had been years since he received a revelation so clear yet unnerving. He had already made it. He had already achieved it. Then how did this boy come into the picture? Quirk-related accidents kept happening now and then anyway. What was so special about this boy? Ryujuru remembered the last scenes of the dream, the touch of the boy's fingers with the raven's wing, the mirror-like reflection, the bird I mean, he repeated. Just a raven, Sand shrugged. They said it's been hanging around with the boy for like forever. Ravens are very communicative. No one mentioned it having a quirk. Communicative? Ryujuru shook his head. That wasn't just communication. No, it felt human. He licked his lips and looked outside the top floor of Seanji Tower, his gaze spanning the world as if he were a god. He had decided. Bring him in, he ordered. Seanji family will adopt him. With a raised eyebrow, Sand accepted the order and walked away. And Mr. Ryujuru said, making Sand paused. Bring the bird too, don't hurt it. 5 years later, in these last few years, the Seanji group had begun shifting its assets secretly, gathering a team of the most prominent Quirk-related scientists from around the world. Somewhere in Japan, deep underground on private land within a forest, there were a series of labs branching out, covering hundreds of meters. It housed a team of 100 personnel, including over a score of scientists. Within its neat, white corridors, Luke walked a step behind his father, Nix perched up on his right shoulder. He had dyed his blonde hair black, and for his eyes, he was wearing contact lenses, turning them black as well. At 14 years old, Luke was a tall boy of 170 cm. Nix looked still the same, though, her head high as if she was sitting on a throne. As they kept walking, their steps echoing against empty walls, white lab coat-wearing people gave them a wide berth. However, they all held a very reverential and admiring expression on their faces for the man in a black suit and pants. For Luke, their eyes burned with passion and expectations. Look up, Mr. Seanji said, still facing forward. Luke looked up, avoiding all gazes. Hey, Charles. Nix caught at a scientist coming toward them. Still fucking Elia. Nix, Luke gasped. Mr. Seanji frowned as he saw the horror on Charles' face. He kept walking, ignoring the bird's obvious way of distracting Luke from the unnerving situation. When they were alone in the corridor again, Ryujuru asked, "Do you hate it?" Luke looked around him and shrugged. This place was practically his home. How could he hate his home? For the last 5 years, Luke had been going outside for a day or two before returning to this place where the scientists did tests on him and on his quirk. Bioalchemy, they called it. A quirk he didn't even know he had it before coming here. After each test, both he and Nix would get books and comics to read, so it wasn't that bad, he guessed. Also, if he hated it, his father would send him back to the orphanage. No. I like it, father, Luke replied with a smile. Everyone here is our friend. Nix bobbed her head to look at Luke before looking away. Mr. Seanji just nodded his head. I didn't mean this place, he corrected, taking a turn. Do you hate it, the things that happen here? Luke's steps faltered. Mr. Seanji stopped. They had arrived in front of the lab with subject -1 written over its entrance. The man in a black suit turned around. His black eyes held the same expectations Luke had been seeing on the faces of others. You already know why I adopted you, Luke, Mr. Seanji said. Your quirk is unique, marvelous, and dangerous if the true extent of its capabilities remains unknown. Remember, everything that happens here is for the greater good of mankind. You will understand one day. Also, as long as you help us in figuring it out, I will allow you to make friends outside. A redness surfaced on Luke's cheeks. Really? Mr. Seanji smiled. Office Chief Scientist Ren, Chief Scientist Donald asked, looking at Mr. Seanji's frown, is there something troubling you? Donald had been a villain in the USA before Ryujuru extracted him to Japan, hiding him here. He was one of the best minds in the world when it came to research on quirks and their evolution. He was bald but had a white beard on his face, and his brown eyes seemed red behind the glasses' reflection. My quirk's been acting up again, Red admitted, leaning back on the chair. I am getting more and more revelations, Donald frowned. All related to -1, Mr. Seanji stared at Donald. Don't call my son that. Haha, the chief scientist laughed, getting up from his chair. If someone learned that you have such a soft spot for the subject, all right, Luke, Mr. Seanji didn't know if it was because of the dreams, but he had been feeling more and more attached to Luke. It wasn't like he had no children of his own either. But the zeal Luke carried in his eyes, after everything that the kid had been through here, anyone else in the boy's place would have already crumbled 100 times over. Luke didn't. Even if he hated being here, the boy never admitted it. For a man who had climbed to the top of the social ladder by himself, Ren admired such a trait in anyone, much less a boy. And a bird, yes. Any progress? Ren asked, seeing Donald's quirky smile. The chief scientist's smile widened. I have something to show you. Look, Donald switched on the wall-sized LED screen. Luke was standing at the center of the screen, surrounded by many scientists. In front of Luke, there was a table with a black-colored cat sitting on it. There were many books on different anatomies on the table as well. Mr. Seanji noticed the extreme frailness on Luke's face, but he brutally ignored it. On the screen, Luke touched the cat for a few seconds and then backed up. One of the scientists stepped forward, held the cat, and then dropped it in a tank full of water to the brim before covering the top. The cat began drowning. Then Luke snapped his fingers. A shine passed over the cat as if someone from very far away had reflected a mirror on it. It was so clear that even those who were watching it on screen picked it up. In the next moment, the flesh around the cat's throat mutated, becoming gills. Simultaneously, Luke coughed out blood and passed out. Donald paused the video. The subject, the chief scientist, paused, noticing the look on Ryujiru's face. The kid can grant quirk factors to quirkless living organisms except humans. Human subjects didn't work even if they were quirkless. Luke must touch the animal or plant first, then he can remotely activate it whenever he wants within a 10-meter radius. The process drains his stamina, and the more complex the nature of mutation, or let's say quirk, the more stamina Luke loses. But that's not the main problem here. For it to work the best, Luke must know the biology of the organism in and out, along with the nature of mutation and how it will act out. For this experiment alone, we made him study for hundreds of hours. Good thing the boy's a natural. Ren processed the information and closed his eyes. Only to quirkless organisms, he asked himself, remembering his dream. In the revelation, Luke had mutated the bird, who possessed a basic intelligence-based quirk of her own as confirmed by Donald. Was it influenced by the boy's feelings? No. Maybe the bird wasn't even alive when it mutated him. For now, Ren refrained from sharing his doubt with the chief scientist. He looked at Donald. What do you mean by the complex nature of the mutations? Donald grinned, playing another video. On the screen, Luke was standing against the same cat, but its gills had disappeared. The quirk factor vanishes after some time even if it's not activated, Donald explained. The simpler the quirks Luke bestows, the lighter the load on his stamina, and the longer it lasts before activation. Ren looked as Luke touched the cat again for many seconds this time. Then, one of the scientists again dropped the cat in a water-filled tank, closing the top. Something was different this time, though. Luke's hand was up, but it was trembling. It was as if the boy was afraid of snapping his fingers. A hand landed on the boy's shoulder. It was Donald's. Ren recognized. Luke's entire body jolted and he snapped his fingers. In the tank, after the mirror-like reflection, the cat's entire body bulged. Its flesh boiled, tumors growing exponentially. In the next moment, those tumors took the shape of bat-like wings. The cat grew as well, becoming as big as a tiger, long canines made of steel jutting out of its mouth. And it was still mutating. On the other side, veins slithered over Luke's face. The white sclera of his eyes became red with blood. Streams of blood ran down from his ears. Then, with a boom, the abomination within the tank exploded. Luke let out a soundless scream and passed out as well. Donald paused the video. "Don't worry," he told Ren, returning to his chair. "We heal him every time after such experiments. But I need more time. For each experiment, Luke must study for hours. Even if the boy's smart, it's a time-consuming process. Just shift him permanently here. He likes this place anyway." Ren ignored the suggestion and the blatant mockery in Donald's words. "What about the bird?" Donald shrugged. "We just give it a few books to read. It doesn't make a fuss." After the first time when they had tried to separate the boy and the bird, Donald had decided against it himself. The boy had almost died, ending all research on the spot. "Donald," Ren said, looking at a passed-out Luke on the screen, "I brought you here because of the revelation, too. I don't care about your views on quirk singularity. But if that's why my quirk soothsayer brought you to me, then." For the first time, Donald's face held a serious, dark expression. "It's true, Mr. Seanji," he said, leaning forward on the table. "One day, the quirks will grow so powerful that humanity will go extinct. This quirk bioalchemy can very well be the only way to prevent that from happening." Ren knew what Donald meant. A quirk that could bestow quirks to quirkless plants and animals didn't sound like much of a humanity's salvation. But if it was combined with the ability of creation, "Let me contact Dr. Kudai-Garaki," Donald said. "That man's a genius. I have tried everything to somehow copy the kid's quirk, but I failed despite my expertise. If something happens to him, can we really afford to lose our only hope?" Ren stood up, following a script. "This was my latest revelation about Donald." The chief scientist's brows shot up. "What did you answer?" he asked, licking his lips. Mr. Seanji took a last look at Luke's bloody figure and shook his head before walking out of the office. Despite what Ryujiru Seanji wished, fate had other plans for Luke, it seemed. That very night, the tycoon dreamed once more of the coming of the most terrible man, a man who could steal quirks, a man who brought even All Might to his knees, a man who lost but then returned stronger than ever, all for one. When Ryujuru woke up, he found himself trembling. Yes, the dream was terrible, yes, the threat was unavoidable, but that was not the main reason behind this tremble. Ryujuru Seanji hated nothing more than going back on his words. He trembled because he knew he must break a promise. He trembled because, this time when he took Luke to the labs, the boy wouldn't be coming back. 10 years later, Luke looked outside the limo's open window, Hawks sitting next to him. So that's how it was, Hawks nodded, behaving as if he didn't know it already. I don't know what would I have done if I were in Mr. Seonji's place. But it's all right, Luke said, still looking out. The lights, the rush, the people, the air, it made him feel alive. He faced Hawks and smiled. It doesn't matter. Hawks' mouth flattened into a thin line. It wasn't the first time he was meeting with Subject -1. A few years after assuming the position of the chairman of Hero Public Safety Commission, the famous tycoon of the Seonji Group, Mr. Ryujuru Seonji had contacted him, letting him know a few secrets. Hawks had been shocked beyond words to learn that the man was quirkless. But as he talked more with Mr. Seonji, things had become clearer, letting Hawks learn a bitter truth: the tycoon practically owned the Japanese government. As if that had not been enough, Mr. Seonji then revealed the existence of Subject -1. Bioalchemy, Hawks thought, recalling the info on Luke's quirk, if All for One had stolen it. Hawks imagined the All for One at the end of the final war, with an army of monstrous animals and plants with strange powers, and a chill ran down his spine. Now Hawks felt he had unconsciously lied to Luke. He knew exactly what he would have done if he was in Mr. Seonji's place. He sighed, feeling guilty for no reason. "Aren't you angry?" Hawks asked, seeing the sheer joy on Luke's face. "For what they did to you, holding you there for a decade, experimenting on you?" For a moment, Hawks noticed the tremble in Luke's eyes. If he had learned to hide his emotions, Hawks didn't know. But for that tiny moment, he sensed something more than anger. "Why did you agree to it?" Hawks asked, changing the topic, to the marriage. Luke brought his thoughts to the present and recalled the moment when his father had come to him. Seonji Group and the Yaoyorozu family had set up a quirk marriage between Luke and the current number 19 hero, everything hero Creati. If Luke agreed, there would be no need for him to remain in the labs anymore. He could go out, have a family, live. Too much to ask from someone who had never had a single friend in his entire life. No, Luke didn't say that though, accepting his father's request on a single condition. "From a scientific perspective, it does make sense," Luke answered Hawks. "If I and Momo have a child, the chances of the child having a quirk with both my and her quirk's traits are over 90%. With the doom planned by Quirk Singularity, the birth of such a child is humanity's only salvation. A fusion of bioalchemy and creation can theoretically let one manipulate quirk factors at will in all organisms. But that's not why I agreed to the marriage." Hawks looked at the hope of humanity with a troubled gaze. On one side it was Luke, hidden and secured from the outside world. On the other side it was Momo Yaoyorozu, protected by secret forces all her life. It had shocked Hawks beyond measure when he had learned that there had always been quirk users watching over Momo, making sure she didn't get mortally wounded. Some had even died in her place. Hawks was sure that if she hadn't been the daughter of the Yaoyorozu family, then Mr. Seonji would have locked her up as well. "Why did you agree then?" he asked. Luke grinned. "I told my father I will only agree if I get to present my research to the world." Hawks' brows shot up. "Quirk conformity." "Yup," Luke looked outside, taking a deep breath. Hawks shook his head. Even after knowing that the theory of quirk singularity wasn't just a myth but a cold, hard truth, he just couldn't see any sense in Luke's research. Not only him, but no one in the world believed it, Hawks knew. Before Luke came out, Seonji Group had published the research for the entire world to see, attracting public outrage and mockery from thousands of scientists. They had, of course, ignored it. Now Hawks knew why Seonji Group didn't try to defend the theory. "They don't believe it either," Hawks concluded. "It was just a condition. You don't want to marry at all, do you?" he asked Luke. The man wearing a white lab coat shook his head. "I will do it," he said, feeling the wind on his face. "I know what's at stake here, Hawks. My life was always supposed to be a sacrifice. That's my fate." Hawks stared at Luke with admiration. "If we can save the world by this marriage, then I will do it." These were the exact words Momo said Hawks had learned. "It felt like she needed help, you know," Hawks said, recalling Luke's words from half an hour ago. "You would have been a great hero." "Yeah," Luke asked. "How do you know that?" "Because we are the same," Hawks said, smiling. "You are just me if Endeavor had never saved me from my father." In his childhood, Hawks' father would force him to stay locked up in the house to ensure no one could discover and capture him. and he was unable to interact with the outside world or anyone his age. Furthermore, he was subjected to constant physical and emotional abuse by his father. Hawks would be kicked simply for turning his back to his father, who would constantly say how it would have been better if he was never born. It was only after Endeavor arrested his father that Hawks escaped his hopeless fate, a hopeless fate that Luke never escaped, it seemed. "Hey Hawks," Nick's cod suddenly perched regally between Luke and Hawks. "How about opening a bottle of champagne for this big sister?" Hawks' lips twitched. "Crows and Hawks are, crow your mother, I will murder your ass." Nyx lunged at Hawks, brandishing her claws. Luke tried to grab her, a few tiny feathers battering against the wind. Cough, Hawks cleared his throat as he heard Nyx's indecent curses. "Sorry. I meant Raven, big sister." Nyx took several deep breaths and started attending to her feathers. "Humph." To celebrate the joining of their families with marriage, the Seanji group and Yaoyorozu family arranged a grand party. Primarily, it was to formally let Luke enter the world, presenting him as Mr. Seonji's son who had been earning his doctoral degree overseas, to tell the world that he didn't have a quirk. With the rise in international crimes, they had decided to never let anyone know that Luke even possessed a quirk. If someone even got a hint of it and acted out against him hoping to steal or copy his quirk, injuring him meanwhile then. It would also be the first time for Luke and Momo to meet each other, both knowing the hidden implications behind the marriage. In a great hall, many famous figures had gathered, the sound of soothing music decorating the background. Izuku Midoriya, Achako Uraraka, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Tenya Ida, Denki Kaminari, and Kyoka Jiro were standing together dressed formally. "There she is!" Uraraka almost screamed cheerily. Momo, wearing a long green gown, walked up to them. "You guys made it," Bakugo test, loosening his tie. He pointed at Izuku then. "This idiot practically dragged me here," Shoto smiled. "Never thought you would be the first one to get married, congratulations." Tenya held up a large gift-wrapped box. "Congratulations from all of us." Momo accepted the gift, a wry smile dancing on her lips. After talking with the Old One A gang for a while and sharing a few laughs, Momo slipped away, her gaze shifting left and right. Kyoka Jiro caught up with her, frowning. "What's going on, Momo?" she asked. "What aren't you telling us?" Momo and Kyoka were best friends. Yet it was only yesterday Kyoka learned about this marriage nonsense. It was clear something was off with whatever it was. When Momo didn't reply, Kyoka held her hand and pulled her away before pointing somewhere. Momo followed Kyoka's finger and saw him sitting at a table in a far corner with a bird on his shoulder. He was wearing a black shirt and pants, but his hair wasn't blonde and his eyes weren't blue as was told to her. "He's been sitting there since the moment he arrived," Kyoka said. "Also, what's with the freaking bird?" Suddenly, they saw a little girl approaching the man. Momo elbowed Kyoka. Hearing hero, earphone jack rolled her eyes. The earphone jack on her right earlobe extended, embedding itself into a pillar next to them. She pressed a switch on her belt and gave Momo an earpiece. "Can I pet her?" the girl asked, pointing at the bird. "I am Nyx," the bird cawed, jumping off Luke's shoulder. "You little girl, you are cute. I will allow you to worship me." "Nyx," Luke stared at the bird. He nodded at the girl. "You can pet her." The girl stood on her toes and put her finger on Nyx's head, a brilliant smile surfacing on her lips. "So smooth." "Of course," Nyx cawed, stretching her wings. "I wash my feathers daily with shampoo and conditioner." Wow, the girl had stars in her eyes. She then looked at Luke. "Are you a hero?" Luke stiffened. "No, whoa, I thought the bird was your quirk," the girl said. Seeing Nyx's furious expression, Luke laughed. "Haha, no, she's just an old woman trapped in a bird's body. How dare you, you mongrel." Nyx hissed and lunged at Luke's face, slamming his cheeks with her wings. On the side, the girl began hammering Luke's legs too. "Yes, how dare you, you mongrel." After a few moments, Luke spied two figures approaching them. He recognized one of them instantaneously. As the unknown girl with long earlobes took away the girl, Momo sat down opposite Luke. Nyx, sensing the oddness, stopped slapping Luke's face and turned around. "Whoa, huge, Nyx," Luke gasped. Momo frowned. Nyx hopped to Luke's shoulder and smiled, covering her beak with her wing. "Hee hee, you lucky bastard, she's packing." "Nyx," Luke looked at Momo, horrified. Momo's frown deepened. "My father told me about you," she said, taking a deep breath. "With your quirk, you could have easily broken out of that place. Why didn't you?" Luke stared at the spotless tablecloth. "Running away is easy." Momo smiled, but the smile vanished before Luke or Nyx saw it. "You published quirk conformity, didn't you?" Luke's head snapped up. "Who told you?" Momo ignored the question. "Your research claims that all quirks have originated from one source," she said. "That the quirk singularity is nothing but an effect to this cause. I am no scientist, but I agree with those who are. Isn't it a little too absurd with the little data we have?" Nyx's eyes went hard. Luke's head slowly fell again. Momo continued uncaring though. However, that's not what you were really trying to tell, were you? Luke's head jolted up again. Momo's eyes held intelligence as she looked at him. You were saying that a quirk like All for One is not only inevitable but also repetitive in nature. Luke stared at Momo stupidly. Hundreds of papers, thousands of calculations, tens of thousands of hours. The world's greatest scientists had read Luke's research even before it had been revealed to the outside world. Yet, no one inferred the true meaning he wanted to tell through it. Not even Dr. Donald, the chief scientist. Momo did it right here in front of him in a few sentences. Nyx whispered in Luke's ear, "I like her." For the first time Luke truly looked at Momo. He didn't know why, but his heart was thumping. "You are beautiful." Momo smiled, getting up. As she walked a few steps away, she paused and looked over her shoulder. "You aren't bad either." Luke didn't understand. Nyx face-palmed. "It means she will reproduce with you." Nyx, Luke gasped. 1 year later. "Who are you talking with?" Luke asked. In the mansion's hall, Momo was seated on a sofa by the fire, gently caressing her belly. "To our daughter, we talk sometimes." Luke smiled and sat down opposite her, her eyes landing on the framed photo of their wedding on the mantelpiece over the fire. Unknowingly, his mind went to the times when his father had adopted him, when they forced him to use his quirk day after day, cleaning the blood off him so that he would always remain clean, very clean. Luke looked at Momo and his vision blurred. She held his hand, looking into his eyes. "What's the matter?" Luke shook his head, smiling. "I don't know, but when I look at you it feels like finally there's some meaning in life, that it wasn't all pointless." Momo got up and sat down on Luke's lap, hugging him. From somewhere, Nyx landed on the mantelpiece. "If I had a wife who would press those bazoombas on my face every day, then I will find meaning in life too." Nyx. Luke and Momo both gasped. "Run, it found us." Luke's mind rocked. Who was that? Contrary to him, Momo's entire face paled all of a sudden. "Use your quirk on Nyx now." As she screamed, she was already activating her quirk, simultaneously pressing the switch on the sofa that would alert all guards outside. Luke, though flabbergasted by the voice and his wife's sudden action, didn't wait for explanations. With an urgency, he lifted his hand and BOOM. Fire was everywhere. Someone was screaming miles away. No matter how the tongues of fire licked his face, he didn't feel the heat. Only inches away from him, washed in blood, was Momo, looking at him with her remaining eye. Between them, Nyx lay dead. Why? Luke's hand moved, his fingers dragging themselves toward them. Why, how? There were dozens of bodyguards outside, all with powerful quirks. Momo reached out to him. Our blood foamed in her mouth. "Daughter, she is..." Why was it happening? Why didn't his father see this? He saw everything. Steps rang in Luke's ear. Someone was standing on top of them. He looked up. No, why? Katsuki Bakugo, the head bodyguard assigned to them, was surrounded by a fuming red mist, his eyes glowing bloody red. He pointed his palms toward them. Something snapped within Luke, a silent scream of buried rage bursting out of his lungs. Sparks oozed out from Bakugo's palms as he smirked. "Die." And then everything went dark, a gray fog lingering in the back of Luke's broken mind. Screams of agony rang through the emptiness, an evil spirit crying tears of blood. All his life he had gone along with his fate, making his peace with it. All his life he had fought the demons hiding within his heart. All his life he had held himself back from turning into a monster, a coward, a villain. And the moment he found someone to live for, they betrayed him, they killed his wife, they killed their unborn daughter. Madness from the pits of hell oozed, becoming a cocoon around him. He wanted to kill. He wanted to rip their souls apart. He wanted to end the world. He wanted to see everything and all burn as she had in front of his eyes. Then it all began melting away. And he threw his hands at it, trying to grab the madness. His teeth bit into it. His eyes tried to contain the rage within. However, no matter what he did, no matter how much he wanted it, the emotions didn't stop abandoning him, as if beckoned by a higher power. When all but an empty feeling of sadness remained in his heart, Luke found himself holding his face, crying unseen, unfelt tears. It felt like it had been ages since he had begun screaming, drowning in his emotions, yet he could still see it. Momo's face inches away from him, Nyx lying dead between them. "Wake up." The words were like a knell in Luke's mind. The final dregs of the evil lingering within him, clouding his thoughts and turning him insane, vanished. Slowly, Luke took his hands off his face. He was seated on a chair at the end of a long table. On the floor, a sea of gray fog was boiling, and all around him, pillars were rising, melting into a great domed roof. Opposite him, at the other end of the table, was him. Was it even a person? Luke couldn't tell. He was wearing a black suit and pants with a top hat, and his face was a blur. The same gray fog covered him, but it also felt different somehow. It was as if the gray fog was alive and it was worshipping him. Luke didn't know why, but despite the deaths of his loved ones, he felt calm. He wanted to get angry but couldn't. So his scientist's instincts took over, bringing rationale to his mind. He looked at the person sitting opposite him. Am I dead? Luke asked, looking around, searching for his wife. If this was the afterlife, she should be here. No, he wanted to get up but couldn't. So he looked back at the person. The man in the suit tapped his finger on the long table as if thinking over something. Yes, Luke let out a wry smile, so he was dead after all. Gone, everything was gone. Luke took a deep breath, lifting his head. If he was here sitting against this being, then there must be a reason for it. Where am I? Why am I here? There was a brief moment of silence. The figure with a blurred face slid his hand against the table's edge. This is the world above the gray fog, a place that exists in a higher dimension. You can call it the Gray Castle. Gray Castle exists in a higher dimension. Luke's brows pressed together. He waited for the existence to finish speaking. As to why you are here, I want to know the answer to this question too. Luke didn't know what to say. You didn't bring me here. What was going on? I allowed you to come, but the existence told Luke. You were sent here. Luke just stared ahead, dumbfounded. Someone sent him here to a higher dimension. Did my wife? The figure shook his head. Sigh. Luke let out a breath. Can you please explain more? What exactly happened? Luke didn't know who this existence was, what it wanted, and why it had allowed him to come here. What he did know was that this existence was insanely powerful than he was, and it was willing to clear his doubts. I believe in the principle of equivalent exchange. The existence said, before I answer your question, are you willing to share details about your world? Principle of equivalent exchange? Luke ruminated. Is it a whim or an imposed rule? Still, Luke didn't mind sharing anything. What did it matter anyway? He was already dead. So starting from the history of quirks, Luke began telling everything. Quirks, quirk factors, society, wars, education system, science, etc. With Luke's hoard of knowledge, the only thing he couldn't tell was minute interpersonal details, like friendship, enmity, common experiences of life that he had remained a stranger to. I see, in the grand scheme of things, your theory of quirk conformity and quirk singularity does make sense. On all the planets that I know, at least those that have extraordinary powers, you can always find a similar background. The existence told Luke, tapping the table. What I want to know is, how did you come up with the name conformity? Luke was still hung up on the sentence, on all the planets that I know, when the figure asked the most simple question to him. Luke felt like someone slapped him across the face. His face contorted as he tried to remember but failed utterly. It was his theory, it was he who had spent years researching it. Yet he didn't remember how he decided to call it quirk conformity. What ridiculous notion was that? Let it be, the existence said, as if it had asked the question just to confirm something. Before I answer your question, would you like to know how I see you? Luke was still grappling with the absurdity of lost memories when he heard the question. He looked down at himself. He was wearing the same clothes as he had been wearing before dying. A simple white t-shirt over black pajamas. Still, now he had confirmed that this man could very well be a godlike existence. Every word that this existence said could have a hidden motive and far-reaching implications behind it. Luke nodded. With a jerk, Luke felt like his eyes left his skull. The vision turned around, shifting from the fog-shrouded existence to himself. What Luke saw shocked him beyond measure. Luke saw himself, transparent, but hundreds of blackish threads oozing out of him, disappearing into the vast gray fog beyond. He could still make out his blonde hair and blue eyes, but that wasn't all. There were minute, golden dots scattered inside his body. His hands, instead of dots, held blobs of golden light, their brilliance overshadowing everything in his vision. An even more striking detail was that there was another blob of golden light near his heart, like a distant island. This is spirit vision. Simply, it lets one see the spirit body or soul of someone. In your case, as you are dead, it is the projection of your spirit body just before your death that I allowed to come here. Luke's vision returned to him. With his brilliant mind, it didn't take him even a moment to realize what the existence was talking about. Those blobs of golden lights in my hands, here's a theory. The figure said, tapping his finger on the table. The quirk factors you mentioned are nothing but manifestations of, let's say, spirit particles in the outside world. This would also explain why no one in your world succeeded in extracting the quirk factors alone from a quirk user. Luke looked at the figure with a strange admiration. This would also explain the presence of vestiges when quirks are passed on to someone else, stolen or otherwise. Exactly, but here's things get tricky. The figure slightly shifted on his chair as if he were going to discuss a grave secret. Even though there are quirks based on spirituality, as you said, and even though there are concepts revolving around spiritual enlightenment in your world, there isn't much focus on seeing quirks from a spiritual perspective despite the rich scientific history. Luke gaped, feeling absolutely puzzled himself. It was true. Even the greatest scientists never deliberated going beyond quirk factors, trying to locate their origin. Suddenly, like a lightning bolt striking him from the blue sky, Luke remembered the very first conversation he had with Momo. I am no scientist, but I agree with those who are. Isn't it a little too absurd with the little data we have? Little data, little date, Luke was thunderstruck. Why wasn't there any data? It is as if the people of your world are actively avoiding looking deeper into the quirk's mysteries. The existence worded Luke's thoughts, and now I will answer your question. Luke had gone extremely quiet. In only a few sentences, he had realized that there was something deeply disturbing about the things he would learn soon. Someone or something opened a rift on your end connecting to this place. The existence explained. When this something tried to push you in, I noticed a few things. First, there was a great convergence of fate upon you, which was fueling the rift itself. Second, there was a spirit body latched onto you that wasn't yours. Third, your world didn't have a spirit world. Convergence of fate, Luke repeated, his mind numb. Then he looked at the blob of golden light that was supposed to be in his chest. Spirit world. All worlds have planes that exist to either guide or assimilate the souls or spirit bodies upon death. The existence replied. Such planes superimpose themselves over reality, both existing together. Even though the people of your world have spirit bodies, there's no spirit world. Not only that, I tried to look outside the planet, hoping to trace its location from the outside, but something blocked my gaze. There seems to be a boundary around your world that prevents foreign interference. That's why I allowed you in. What did he just say? Luke stupidly looked at the gray figure. A boundary around the planet blocked his gaze. Isn't he like a god? Luke gulped. Are there beings on a similar level to this figure in my world? The thought made him tremble. But Luke was already having a hard time controlling the words that had been trying to explode out of his mouth. Since the moment he had learned that this existence had allowed him in, he had been thinking of it. Can you send me back? Luke asked, balling his fingers into fists. There was a fierceness in his voice. So what if there was a boundary around his world? So what if there was no spirit world? So what if there was more to quirks than they all had thought? So what if there were gods and demons? He wanted revenge. He wanted to kill all those who had murdered him and his wife and their unborn daughter, starting with Katsuki Bakugo. I have a better proposal than mere revenge. The existence said. I cannot send you back to the same time, but I can graft your memories to you of the past, simulating a resurrection. Go back in the past. Luke thought aloud, astounded. Yes, if that happens, I can change everything. Of course, you would find that changing the events leading to your death will be pointless, especially if there are external factors involved. In that case, I am willing to extend a helping hand to you, parasitizing you with a hint of my powers. Luke licked his lips, rows of words playing in his mind. I believe in the principle of equivalent exchange. A price is exacted for what fate bestows. The existence said as Luke had predicted. In return, I would like you to pursue the mystery behind the absence of spirit world in your world. Also, you would have to spread my religion in your world, gathering followers. Gathering followers? Luke wasn't sure about that. He had hardly interacted with anyone in his world even when he was a child. How would he ever gather followers of an unknown, shady religion? Why? Luke asked, already making up his mind. At this moment, he would just do anything to go back. He would do about just anything to prevent what happened to Momo. Let's just say that I am interested in the development of a world that functions without a spirit world. For a moment, Luke contemplated the consequences of his decision. He would be practically agreeing to let this figure invade his world, bypassing the boundary that was supposed to prevent exactly that from happening. What else could mean by spreading religion and gathering followers? And yet Luke nodded. He needed to go. He wanted to go. If he wanted to defy the fate leading to his loved ones' deaths, then he must accept. The existence nodded back, neither calmly nor hurriedly. Would you like me to separate the second spirit body? No. By now, Luke had already figured out who it was. All his life, everyone who knew about his quirk had wondered why he could use bioalchemy on Nyx when she was a quirk user herself. It seemed she wasn't. Unknowingly, unconsciously, Luke had been bestowing an intelligence quirk factor on her to have someone to talk to. Hours after hours. Months after months. Years after years. By the time he was 9 years old, he had done it so many times every single day that the quirk factor became permanent, becoming indistinguishable from an original quirk. Her spirit body latched onto the returning quirk factors which were part of your spirit body. The existence said, when you return, and if you choose to bestow her the same quirk, she would also gain all her memories. Do you really want that to happen? Nyx. Luke took a deep breath and nodded. Very well. Luke stood up and hesitatingly asked, how should I address you? You can call me. The existence lifted his right hand and snapped his fingers. Mr. Fool. The Seanji group, led by the formidable Ryujuru Seanji, was thought to be a dynasty that could not only predict success but could also shape it. Revered and feared alike, Mr. Seanji was known for his uncanny ability to be one step ahead in business, politics, and society, as if fate itself was holding his finger, subtly guiding him. That he himself was quirkless mattered little on the stage he played. Unlike him, though, his family members' quirks were well known. Misaki Seanji, Ryojuru's wife, was a beauty to behold, having the quirk Future Sketch. She could subconsciously sketch events that were about to happen in the next 24 hours. However, the sketch differed too much from anything remotely discernible and was always related to her. Sometimes, it took days to interpret a sketch, only to find out later that it was of her drinking tea. Their son, Rikuya Seanji, had the quirk Dream Walk. Their daughter, Aina Seanji, had one of the most desired quirk by the hero agencies across Japan's Snapshot Prophecy. The twins had recently become first-year students at UA High School. Even if some people questioned the nature of the children's quirks, given Mr. Seanji was quirkless himself, they kept their mouths shut. However, despite such a lineup of quirks at their disposal, what people questioned was Mr. Seanji's decision to adopt a quirkless child 5 years ago. The only explanation the media received from the Seanji group was that Mr. Seanji wanted to support a quirkless orphan, remembering his struggles as a quirkless child. Of course, the very act garnered worldwide praise for the tycoon. Seanji Mansion, Tokyo, Japan. Ah, marvelous tea, Mr. Seanji. Nezu, the principal of UA High School, commented. Excellently brewed, as always. In the dining hall, the Seanji family was hosting dinner for Mr. Principal, who had arrived seeking donations for the school's support department. Mr. Seanji had seated himself at the head of the table, with Nezu on his right. His wife was to his immediate left, followed by his son and daughter. At last, seated next to Aina, was Luke, his head down. Only today they had returned from the Blue Site, the underground network of secret labs hidden in northern Hokkaido's vast, rugged wilderness. Luke had undergone only one experiment, but as it was centered around a complex mutation, it had left him beyond exhausted. They had patched him up pretty well, of course. Still, there was no cure for the stamina drain, yet reflected by his sluggish actions. Nezu looked at the boy from the corner of his eye while sipping tea. Renji Seanji, the adopted son, had dyed his hair black and was wearing contact lenses, making his eyes look black as well. It was an oddity impossible to hide from him, Nezu knew. That meant Mr. Seanji didn't want to hide it to begin with. Mr. Principal finished his tea and was just going to ask for a private audience when it happened. The spoon fell from the boy's hand. His eyes rolled back into his head, a spasm coursing through his body, making it rigid. With a jerk, the boy fell off the chair, making the plate full of food fall on him as well, the sound of metal striking the floor ringing across the dining hall. Luke. Mr. Seanji almost flew to the boy. Sand. Nezu had run around the table when he saw a wave of sand flying in, taking the shape of a brown-haired and brown-eyed bearded man wearing a brown uniform. Sand, Mr. Seanji's personal bodyguard. Nezu looked at the boy who was experiencing a seizure, but it was the expressions of Mr. Seanji's face that surprised him. Never had he seen such a dread on someone's face. Never. Much less needed to be said about seeing one of the most powerful people in the world when it came to financial, political, and societal influence. Nezu's cold reasoning also reminded him that the boy wasn't even blood-related to the man. There's something here, Mr. Principal noted as both men held the boy. Then the bird arrived. Luke, Nick's cawed, fluttering down from above. I told you, you piece of sleek-haired shit. She lunged at Mr. Seanji's face, trying to claw out his eyes. But a fistful amount of sand surrounded it, holding it midair. From the sides, Ms. Seanji frowned at the bird along with her children. Just like that, just as Ryujuru had picked Luke up to take him to the hospital, it was over. Luke opened his eyes, carrying the weight of 10 years' worth of memories. For a moment, it felt like everything had been a dream. The loneliness, the sadness, the cleanliness, anger, and madness. Love, Momo, their daughter, everything felt like blurry events from a vivid dream. Then he saw figures taking shape in his vision. His father was bent over his face, panic overflowing his eyes. Next to him was Sand, the cold man who did everything his father wanted without question. There was a white mouse too, with Nyx held up in the air, surrounded by sand. Nyx, Nyx, Luke shouted, not in panic but with a strange, conflicted joy. No, it wasn't a dream. He had died, his family had been betrayed and killed. That wasn't a dream. He had gone to the gray castle of Mr. Fool. That wasn't a dream. He had returned to the past with purpose. That wasn't a dream. Tears began flowing out from Luke's eyes as he reached out toward Nyx, the last image of her lying dead between him and Momo vanishing from his mind. He wanted to touch her. He wanted to return the spirit particles of her from the future. Suddenly, as if struck by a bolt out of the blue, Luke held himself back, calming himself down. No, he wasn't a 14-year-old boy. The memories were still settling down, his personality, knowledge, and experiences superimposing with his current childish self. And with that came prudence. He remembered the meeting his father had with Mr. Principal. It was some 11 years ago. It was also the night when his father had dreamt of All for One, and then 3 days later had taken him to the blue site, never to return. Has this ever happened before? Nezu asked, eyeing Luke weirdly. Before Mr. Seanji could reply, Luke opened his mouth. Father, he said, sitting up, I am all right. It wasn't the time to act out and do something rash, Luke knew. He needed some time to wrap his mind around everything. Not to mention, his head was pounding. Also, if he wanted Nyx to regain her memories, he needed to do it at a place where others couldn't see them. At this point, if he were to touch her even for a few seconds, it would get reported. Nyx being Nyx was bound to make a fuss upon remembering everything. Ryujuru looked up and nodded at Sand, who held Luke's hand, saying, Come, I will get you looked up by a doctor. Luke nodded, keeping his head down, trying to recall how he used to behave. However, he had underestimated how thorough this resurrection was. With his memories, knowledge, and experience, the traumas he had yet to face had returned as well. So when Luke stood up and saw himself covered with juices and bits of food, his entire face contorted. He slammed his hands at himself, trying to get it off. There was such madness about Luke's actions that, in moments, he ripped off his shirt. And with his head already bombarded with pain, this time when his eyes rolled back, he truly passed out. Luke lay in bed, staring dead at the ceiling. It's been a few minutes since he had woken up. He was in his bedroom with Nyx perched on the bedpost, sleeping. To his left on a sofa was his father, sleeping as well. The doctors must have come and gone after checking up on him, finding nothing wrong. If it wasn't for Mr. Principal's visit in the evening, making him wary, his father would have taken him to Dr. Donald on his private jet. The sudden, cold reasoning ability made Luke frown. It seemed the memories had finally settled down and the resurrection had completed. As if that was a cue to activate some greater mysteries, Luke's vision blurred, rows of white-colored words appearing over a black background with a soothing female voice shocking him. Congratulations. Welcome to the Lord of Mystery System Blessed. You have unlocked Sequence 9, Apprentice Marauder Seer. Luke almost sat up in shock but held himself back, his breath quickening. What's this, mind control? No, Luke remembered what Mr. Fool had told him before sending him back into the past. Of course, you would find that changing the events leading to your death will be pointless, especially if there are external factors involved. In that case, I am willing to extend a helping hand to you, parasitizing you with a hint of my powers. Is this the helping hand Mr. Fool mentioned? Luke looked around and noticed that his father hadn't woken up. Only I can hear and see this notification. Good. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the notification again. What are sequences? He asked the question within. Sequences are paths to the divine. Each sequence is numbered from 9 to 0, with 9 being the lowest and 0 being the highest. To step onto the paths to the divine, the blessed must consume the potion of a sequence, gaining mystical abilities corresponding to that sequence. Those who consume potions to reach the divine are called Beyonders. I see, Luke narrowed his eyes. The sequence is almost like a growth-type quirk. Then he eyed the 3 different sequence 9s and corrected himself. 3 growth-type quirks. With this, Luke looked at the mention of the potion then. Show me the details of the 3 sequences. Sure. Let me display all the sequences' general abilities and their potion ingredients in brief. You can go through the detailed processes of brewing the potions later. Sequence 9, Apprentice, door opening. Phase through walls and other big obstacles by opening a symbolic incorporeal door. Lock opening. Open any lock that doesn't contain mystical powers, potion ingredients. 1 gem-devouring worm, 1 illusion crystal, 10 drops of goat's beard hydrosol, 90 milliliters of ancient well water, 1 flower grown from a corpse, 5 grams of spirit world-contaminated soil. Sequence 9. Marauder. Superior observation. See in the darkness and have an intuition of where valuable items are or even how much they're approximately worth. Physical enhancement. Enhanced agility, dexterity, and strength. Also grants powerful coordination, near inhuman level of acrobatic skills, and excellent talent in the realm of throwing various objects, theft. All abilities serve to make the Marauder's core skill of stealing more potent. Potion ingredients. 1 blood-speckled black mosquito, 1 core of a candle devourer, 100 milliliters of another's blood, nail fragments from 9 different individuals, 1 sapphire, 10 grams of verbena powder. Sequence 9. Seer enhanced memory. Spirit vision. See non-physical things such as ghosts and specters and different parts of a soul to deduce a person's health and emotions through it. Divination arts and ritualistic magic. Master all kinds of divination methods, including astrology, spiritual numbers, and scrying. Danger intuition. Can intuitively detect danger potion ingredients. 10 milliliters of Lavos squid's crystallized blood, 50 grams stellar aqua crystal, 13 drops of night vanilla liquids, 7 gold mint leaves, 3 drops of poison hemlock, 9 grams of dragon blood grass powder note. All abilities will keep progressing as you digest a sequence potion. You can consume a different sequence potion of the same level only after you have fully digested the already consumed one. You can consume a higher level potion of a sequence only after you have fully digested all the lower level potions of the 3 sequences. That was a lot of information. But Luke, who had spent over a decade memorizing books upon books and even more complex procedures, it took him less than a moment to process everything. Luke focused on Seer first. Enhanced memory was well and good, but his memory already bordered on photographic. But when he saw spirit vision, he remembered seeing himself as Mr. Fool saw him, the spirit particles manifesting as quirk factors within his hands. That's a great ability, Luke ruminated. I can target certain parts of the plants and animals using my bioalchemy even finer if I can see the spirit particles within them. But in combat, only danger intuition is helpful. Contrary to Seer, Marauder attracted Luke's attention more. Not only it would help him physically, but it would also attack his greatest weakness, his body. Then there was Apprentice. An ability to escape any entrapment to run away. Luke wanted them all, but he must decide which he wanted the most first. Keeping that in the back of his mind, he focused on the second thing that garnered his attention. What's digestion? Great question, Blessed. Digestion refers to the process where a Beyonder assimilates the mystical qualities of a consumed sequence potion into their body, soul, and mind. If you fail to digest a potion, you become mentally unstable, risk going insane and mutating into a monster, and cannot safely take the next higher sequence potion. It will be even more dangerous for you, Blessed, as you will be consuming sequence potions from different paths. However, the Lord of Mysteries system will help you curb some of the potential dangers. For that, I recommend using the acting method. The name of a potion is not solely symbolic at its core, but a concrete imagery and the key to digestion. Acting method is the process of acting according to the potion's name to fully digest the potion. For this, the Blessed must understand the core traits and behavior patterns of the consumed sequence potion. You must actively simulate, practice, or embody those traits in real life, while simultaneously keeping in mind that you are only acting. With the acting method, you can digest a potion faster, and your abilities will become more instinctive and easier to control. Upon full digestion, you will have a clear sense of breaking a bottleneck. I see, Luke nodded to himself. So it's not as simple as drinking a potion to gain powers. Reasonable, I guess. Still, there was this one unnerving feeling that was constantly prickling his nerves. At the end of the day, it all depended on, will you provide the potion ingredients to me? This time when the female voice spoke, it sounded hesitant. Unfortunately, such a feat is impossible, Blessed. Your world is cut off from outside interference by a boundary. The Lord of Mysteries system cannot contact the Grey Castle to exchange physical and spiritual objects. Also, the potion ingredients are alien to your world and don't exist, as already confirmed by Mr. Fool before bestowing the system to you. Perhaps, as you rise higher in sequences and spread Mr. Fool's faith, I will be able to do so. So till then, do your best. Good luck. Luke's lips twitched. Good luck. How am I supposed to become a Beyonder without potion ingredients? Luke had just cried out in his mind in shock when the system replied with a notification. Worry not, Blessed. Mr. Fool has designed me in such a way that I am indistinguishable from your spirit body in nature. As your quirk is a manifestation of your spirit body, I can interact with it to do many cool things. For example, by interacting with bioalchemy, I can let you know the exact composition of all potion ingredients, organic and inorganic on a molecular level. With your background and using this information, you can create many ingredients yourself with the help of your quirk. Also, the cool things I talked about aren't limited to this. I can turn your entire quirk into stats, making it more understandable and usable when it comes to battles. To know more, you must step onto the paths to the divine first, becoming a Beyonder. Then together we can not only fulfill Mr. Fool's directives of investigating the spirit world's absence, while also spreading his faith and gathering followers, but we can also figure out the mysterious events that led to your death. Awesome, right? Luke's eyes were already shining. Yes, this solved almost everything. Using bioalchemy, I can target specific mutations in plants and animals, extracting potion ingredients through them, Luke thought, a smile surfacing on his lips. That left, inorganic, Luke's quirk didn't work on non-living objects and those who had a quirk. But as he stared at the notification, he remembered who did possess such an ability, a wetness blurring his vision. Momo Yaoyorozu had the quirk creation. If she knew the composition of an object, she could create it through her body. Luke's fingers tightened into a fist. He didn't know how would he react if he were to meet her now. Her of the future had accepted him. Her of now was but a child. Blessed, I understand your internal conflict, but let me warn you about something. The sequences shared with you by Mr. Fool would work best if you don't isolate yourself from society. The process of digestion using the acting method makes it impossible, too. At higher sequences, the connections you make today will play an even more active role. Also, the things that we need to accomplish can't be done without dirtying our hands. So you must be ready to prepare yourself. You must be ready to face your traumas. If you remain half-hearted, then the chances of you losing control after drinking sequence potions will rise exponentially. All I can do is to help you stabilize your condition to some extent. It will not work if you yourself aren't willing to work on it. Luke's mouth flattened into a thin line. The system was right, he knew. He couldn't play the nice guy anymore. What did playing the nice guy get him anyway? The answer was clear: death. Ever since he had returned, he knew he would be walking on a path extremely different from his previous life. He couldn't afford to face the same fate, not accomplishing anything. Then there was the matter of the enemy. Luke could still see Katsuki Bakugo, the demonic grin planted like a worm on his hideous face. Whenever he thought of that guy, anger and rage boiled inside him. Yet the scientific mind told him to be rational about all this. Yes, Bakugo was a difficult guy, but he wasn't a villain. Not to mention, only a few months ago before his death, Momo herself had gone to him, asking him to become the head bodyguard until she gave birth. Luke couldn't figure out this mystery if held onto his usual personality. And if the enemy was vastly more powerful than any hero he had ever known, then he must depend on the system to contend against it. He must become a beyonder of the three paths. He must take help from Momo whether he liked it or not. Luke let out a sigh, already feeling the burden of the tasks to come in the future. The Lord of Mystery system is very interactive, Luke thought, noticing the oddity. I wonder if Mr. Fool designed it by using someone's personality as the basis. I don't know, maybe. Luke took a deep breath. So first, I need a place where I can freely use my quirk. As much as I hate the blue site, I have to agree with my father on this. That damned place is the safest place on the planet for me. Now that Luke knew some of the gravest events to come, he knew how important it was to not let anyone know about the true potential of his quirk. Second, I require a way to remain around Momo and Bakugo, a way to freely operate in society, while keeping my true identity hidden. At first, Luke had thought to let Mr. Principal know everything that was about to happen regarding All for One. However, the moment he had thought of this, he faced two cold facts. First, because he had spent most of his life at the blue site, the events he knew related to the outside were only the big picture. He didn't know the intricate details of anything. Even after marrying Momo, they rarely talked about the past, limiting it to the happy times she had spent with her classmates. Second, Luke couldn't trust anyone. He had no idea who had ordered the attack on his family. If Katsuki Bakugo, one of the greatest heroes of all time, had fallen to villainy, then who knew how many heroes had also fallen and when? I have a suggestion, Blessed. How about you join the UA High School next year? With this, you can remain closely involved with Momo and the other heroes. Also, with the limited knowledge you have of the future, you can dictate how the events play out. Together with this, to accomplish our goals, you can keep a second persona of a vigilante. As a hero, you can use your bioalchemy quirk, and as a vigilante, you can fully put the sequence's mystical abilities to use. Luke put a hand on his mouth. Brilliant, thank you. So Luke thought, listing out the things to do, use blue site to freely get organic potion ingredients without attracting attention. Join UA, get Momo's help to get the rest of the ingredients. Become a beyonder. Create a vigilante persona. Then investigate the matter of spirit world and the mysterious enemy, exactly as I would have summarized it. Luke nodded. But before all that, if he wanted to avoid the same fate as his previous life, he needed to accomplish a specific task right here and now. Luke looked at his father, knowing that he could be dreaming about the All for One revelation anytime now. Luke needed to do something about it without waking up his father, because that wasn't a solution. What if his father dreamed of the same thing tomorrow? Luke couldn't keep just sitting by his father's bed every night. Slowly he sat up, his eyes hardening with determination. If this was before, the 14-year-old Luke could have never accomplished such a feat. Things were different now, though. This Luke had undergone a lifestyle so hideous and repulsive that he had awakened bioalchemy to a level that it could bestow even the most complex quirks. Tonight, Luke thought, touching Nyx by his bed, I will change fate. Luke's hand paused. What happened? We can't afford to lose time. It wasn't like Luke was hasty, but time was literally against him. If his father woke up after dreaming of All for One, then he would lock up Luke into the blue site. Another point was that Luke was confident. When he was 14 years old in his previous life, he could barely bestow a complex quirk to a life form before passing out. It wasn't the case with him now. Some awakened their quirks under extreme emotions. Luke had awakened his bioalchemy under the constant torture, always pushing himself. Now he could not only maintain a complex quirk, but he could also bestow quirks to at least 3 different life forms. Of course, the complexity of the quirks dictated how many quirks he could maintain and for how long. The system had a piece of bad news for him, though. Blessed, even if your spirit body has undergone qualitative change because of Mr. Fool's blessing, your body is still the same, i.e. your stamina is the same as when you were of this age in your previous life. So the moment you bestow a complex quirk to Nyx, you will pass out. I have an idea. Let me show you the current values of your spirituality and stamina. You can do that? Luke asked. Of course. As I said, I can do many cool stuff. Wait, processing, whippy, done. Blessed stats. Spirit 250, stamina 30. Spirit here shows your spirituality, which in turn will dictate the usage of quirk. So let's say you bestow a simple levitating quirk to a cat, and then a set number of points will be deducted from your spirit. Basically, you are just transferring your spirit particles, using them to manipulate the spirit particles of the target. Using bioalchemy, you rearrange the spirit particles in the target's body, giving it mystical abilities. The more complex the arrangement, the higher the spirit consumption and the vaster the load on the target. Also, I realized something while calculating spirit. You can't bestow a quirk that consumes more spirit points than the total spirit points of the life form. That's why most of the life forms to whom you bestowed complex quirks ended up boom. Of course, the spirit particles bestowed returns to you automatically. Stamina is stamina. This was the first time for him, a quirk scientist, to see things from a spiritual perspective. And as much as he disliked to admit it, all these explanations made much more sense if he were to take spirit particles into account. So not only my spirituality, Luke analyzed, but the target's spirituality also matters. Yes, that's why it was always easier for me to bestow quirk to large life forms. In the case of insects and all, it never worked. Luke stared at the values then. Any reference for this data? He asked, for now, I have only generated the most relevant stats. We can work on more when we need them. I can only get a rough idea of someone's stats if you interact with them spiritually. For reference, Nyx's stats, Spirit 60, Stamina 15, Luke's jaw dropped. You don't mean to say that I have only twice the stamina of a bird, he screamed inside. Sadly, it is true, Blessed. Have you ever looked yourself in the mirror? Luke didn't know what to say. He looked to his far left and saw the mirror. Scrawny was the best word that came to his mind. He was just skin and bones with the smoothest white-brown color painted on him. Luke took a deep breath and contemplated what to do then. He again looked at the stats and his eyes narrowed. If I restore Nyx's memories first, then will her spirit double? Because if that happens, then the load on my stamina will practically half as well for the quirk I need to bestow her. Wow, I didn't think of that. Excellent observation, Blessed. You are right. Nyx's spirit body is within you. If you bestow the basic intelligence quirk to her now, then her spirit points will double. Also, for my future reference, can you think of which quirk you want to bestow her in detail? It's always a great idea to record the data, right? Luke smiled. Yes, it always was. Closing his eyes, he pictured out the quirk in detail as per his practice. Not only did he think of the quirk factors involved, but he also layered out Nyx's anatomy, pinpointing where he would want the quirk factors to converge. That's why he had needed to study extensively before each experiment to begin with. When it was done, the system's voice buzzed in Luke's mind like an ecstatic girl in her late teens. That's so fascinating, very detailed, let me calculate your consumption. Shoo-woo-woo-up, done. Quirk, Dream Walk Complexity, S Consumption, Spirit 100, Stamina 28, okay. I have decided to allot a letter to the quirk. Please note that these don't take a target's compatibility with the quirk into account. The complexity can be simple for one target while impossible for another, right? Here's what I have come up with for quirk complexity. Very simple. D spirit points 510. Simple. C spirit points 1525. Moderate. B spirit points 3050. High. A spirit points 5580. Super. S spirit points 9120 plus ultra. S plus spirit points 13180. Blessed gone insane. X spirit points 200. The corner of Luke's mouth twitched. But yes, Dreamwalk, his stepbrother's quirk, was what he had decided to use against his father's soothsayer. After going through the quirk complexity stats, Luke read the note above. Not taking compatibility into account makes sense, Luke thought. It's much easier to sharpen a cat's claws than giving it wings. If I am right, then the complexity doesn't necessarily mean higher spirit and stamina consumption, but that should usually be the case. Luke took a deep breath, deciding not to wait anymore. All right, he said in his mind. Let's do this. Wait, what should I call you? Saying the system doesn't ring the bell. Oh, I was waiting to properly introduce me. Cough, let me drink a glass of water, please. Okay, phew, I am Miss Justice. Nice to meet you, Blessed. I will be in your care for a while. Miss Justice, Luke nodded. Nice to meet you too. Now he was sure that Mr. Fool had designed the Lord of Mysteries system with someone's personality as the basis, or at least a version of her personality. Then, without saying anything, Luke reached out and grabbed Nyx's beak. Who rascal? Luke tightened his grip on her beak, putting a finger on his mouth. There were cameras in the bedroom except for the bathroom. Luke gestured toward the bathroom. This was already suspicious if they later checked out the footage, but he had no choice. Nyx eyed him as if the boy had gone truly insane. Still, she silently hopped onto the boy's shoulder as he tiptoed to the bathroom. Once inside, Luke let out a breath of relief and stared at his best friend with a nostalgic expression. Don't worry, Nyx cawed. I won't let you die until you lose your virginity. Nyx, Luke gasped. And suddenly, for no reason, tears welled up in his heart, his eyes losing focus. Before the bird could say anything, Luke lifted his hand and touched her. This time, Nyx's eyes rolled back in her head, over 10 years' worth of memories bombarding her little mind. Luke tried his best to console Nyx, but both kept crying. Like him, her spirit had doubled the moment he had bestowed her the basic intelligence quirk. Surprisingly, it didn't consume him any spirit points. Nyx's spirit body latched to Luke's soul had instead transferred itself to the bird, fusing with the already present soul within her. It also made her remember their previous lives. If it wasn't for the heightened intelligence, the bird would have collapsed right there and then, never waking up again. You guys can catch up later, hurry. Miss Justice is right, Luke said, rubbing his eyes and taking a deep breath to put on his game mode. We need to handle Father's dream first. Nyx rubbed her wings over her eyes as well, her red pupils gaining a lethargic grayness. Luke then put his hand on Nyx's head, mentally bestowing and arranging quirk factors. The collective spirit particles that belonged to Nyx and the ones getting bestowed by Luke rearranged themselves, elevating the bird's mystical existence. When it was done, Luke took off his hand. Quirk bestowal successful. Quirk, Dream Walk complexity, S consumption, Spirit 100 target spirit points. Stamina 28 contact time, 11 seconds activation time, 5-6 minutes. Wow, Luke wondered aloud. He had extensively mapped out the time he needed to bestow different kinds of quirk and the time they remained active later. The system's calculations were not only right, but they also seemed to be much more thorough. This will come in handy. Luke looked at Nyx. Are you ready? Nyx's voice still held a coarseness. I was born ready, I just don't understand one thing. What? Luke frowned. He had already shared the details regarding the system with her. She was probably the only one he could blindly trust in this world anymore. With your stamina, Nyx cawed, how you and Momo kept doing it. Nyx, Luke gasped. I am blushing, Luke facepalmed. Then, knowing they were losing time, he snapped his fingers. Snapping fingers wasn't a true necessity, but it had become a habit, acting like a mental cue. In the same way, if Luke needed to snatch back the bestowed quirk or deactivate it before it ran out naturally, he could also do so whenever he wanted with a snap of his fingers. A shine coursed through Nyx's body as if someone had reflected a mirror at her from very far away. Then, in Nyx's red pupils, black mist surged. Nyx landed on Luke's shoulder and pressed her claws on him, snickering. Leave everything to this old Empress of Darkness. Luke rolled his eyes, then they fell, space exploding around in a mass of blackness. It was a sea of darkness, geysers of black mass erupting everywhere. Luke couldn't see anything, he didn't need to. I can see many points of light like stars, Nyx cawed, her head bobbing left and right. Let's go to the nearest, Luke said. That should belong to his father, representing the ongoing dream. In the darkness, Nyx flew carrying Luke effortlessly as if he didn't weigh anything. After a few seconds, a brilliant blue and white flash overwhelmed Luke's vision, making him squint his eyes. This time when Luke opened his eyes, he saw colors. Figures and scenes were blending, a many-colored sea frothing everywhere. Luke blinked and he saw his father sitting in his car, just looking outside. Luke blinked again and they dissolved into a many-colored sea. The sea didn't even look like water but thick pastel colors. Suddenly, a notification popped up in Luke's vision with an urgency. Blessed. Detecting a massive source of spirituality, Luke's brows jumped up as he shared the words with Nyx. Is it Father's Quirk, soothsayer? How massive? Massive, it's not your father's spirituality. This one is immensely pure and vast. Luke's heart thumped, a deep sense of foreboding settling inside. Which direction? Follow my directions. Through the sea of colors, Nyx flew carrying Luke left and right. In Luke's mind, the system kept correcting the course as if it were a beacon keeping him from getting lost in the deep space. After a minute, Miss Justice screamed, bringing them to a stop. It's here, any further and we will get noticed. Luke's hands were trembling. Just what's going on? At first, he had come here hoping to influence his father's dream. He wanted to plant an idea that all dreams related to All for One were just ridiculous fantasies. Nothing more, but it seemed there were other mysteries involved too. What is it? Luke asked as Nyx threateningly looked left and right. It's like a supermassive black hole, blessed. Its edges are glowing blue as if it's radiating blueness. As I said, the spirituality it's radiating is very, very pure. The only time when I felt like this in someone's presence was when Mr. Fool created me, fusing me with your spirit body. Oh heavens, Luke cursed, grounding his teeth. Can I see it? Not without spirit vision you can't. Also, even if you could, I am not sure that would be a great idea. Oh, it's pulsating now. This time, even Luke felt it. It was like a high-frequency sound hit you on the face, but you couldn't hear anything. Suddenly, the sea of colors representing Mr. Ryajiru's dream churned, taking the shape of a time that Luke had seen footage of many times. It was when All Might had defeated All for One. No, Luke shook. This is happening too soon. Luke could see his father standing among the rubble surrounding All Might and All for One. There was no chance of talking him out of it now, not if he was to wake up right after seeing this dream. Nyx, Luke said, putting his hand on her hand. Let's go plus ultra, that's my Luke, Nyx cawed. Quirk bestowal successful. Quirk, enhanced speed complexity, C consumption, spirit 15, targets remaining spirit points. Stamina 10, contact time, 2 seconds, activation time, 40 minutes. Nyx was still fine as she had 20 spirit points remaining. However, after losing 28 stamina points, Luke had only 2 left, but the Quirk bestowal consumed 8 points over that value. Veins popped on Luke's face, his head banging against his skull. Blood foamed in his mouth, his muscles going taut as the tips of his fingers throbbed. You can handle it, Nyx cawed in his ear. You have suffered worse. Changing fate wasn't so easy, Luke realized, grinning a bloody smile. Momo, this is for you. And then he snapped his fingers. With a flutter of Nyx's wings, she became a bullet. Just as All for One was about to showcase his Quirk stealing power, Nyx entered the scene, coing out her lungs and slammed right into him, exploding him into a mass of colors. It didn't take her a moment to turn around and then slam into All Might, melting his face. Left and right, she blurred in and out, destroying everything. Run, it found us. Luke had an immense sense of déjà vu. Just before his death, he had heard the same words, but he hadn't had Miss Justice then. Who had said those words? What was it? Was this the enemy he was seeking? Questions gripping his heart and blackness claiming his vision, Luke canceled the dream walk. If he had won his first battle with fate, only time would tell. On the very night that he regressed, Luke changed his fate for the first time. Then he spent the nights to come in a hushed dread, walking, eating, and living on the edge. Whatever that blue, supermassive black hole was, it wasn't his father's soothsayer Quirk that was confirmed. Still, it wasn't like he could give up. There was no such option for him anymore. Luke knew that he hadn't pulled the roots of the problem, as the dream revelation could return. So he kept sending Nyx to his father's dreams, hoping she could talk him out of the madness if the dream were to return. Surprisingly, neither the dream returned nor there was any sign of a black hole when Luke went to check after a few times using the system. Luke would have doubted the system itself as he hadn't seen anything. However, he had felt it. He had felt the presence in his bones. So making his peace with the changed fate, he began focusing on other things. One of the 2 most important things he needed to decide was, of course, All for One. Even if he didn't know the intricacies, the big things he knew were also significant enough by themselves. Among those big things was the existence of Dr. Kyudai Garaki, the most infamous man who had sided himself with All for One. Behind the guise of an innocent civilian, it was he who had created Nomus, genetically engineered multiple Quirk users, and then later helped Tamura Shigaraki reach his full potential. One could even say that without Dr. Kyudai Garaki, the return of All for One would have been almost impossible. Here it all became a little tricky, how to do it. The most outright way was to just go out and declare that he had awakened a future site-type quirk, mentioning all the relevant events. Many things made it impossible, though. First, who would believe him? He was a 14-year-old child with a troubled past. The moment he opened his mouth, his father would throw him to the blue site, locking him up for who knew how much time. Not to mention, Luke was weak, even if he had awakened bioalchemy to support him. He couldn't fight a man who practically owned the government. Not yet, at least. Second, even if someone were to believe him and ask him to prove it, he wouldn't be able to. The reason bioalchemy's weaknesses, other than the obvious hindrances like contact time, activation time, and activity radius, bioalchemy's true weakness lay in something else. Even if Luke could grant a quirk, he couldn't control it. Once bestowed, how the quirk would be used entirely depended on the life form using it. It was like a child awakening their quirk for the first time. Forget about control, even coming to terms with the mystical phenomenon would be troublesome. That's why there was a compatibility factor involved in bioalchemy, i.e., if a quirk was compatible with the life form, then it was much easier to control outrightly. An even bigger trouble was that Luke couldn't control the nature of the quirk. For example, even if he could bestow a future site-type quirk to Nyx, he couldn't dictate what sights she would actually see upon using it. That's why Luke had decided to use dream walk and not dream manipulation, because they already had ample amount of experience in handling the former quirk in their previous lives. So in the end, Luke concluded that the matter of all for one was not in his hands as he was now. If the opportunity presented itself, then he would try to subtly guide others toward it. Otherwise, he would focus on improving his strength, tackling the situation by himself later. That's how the second of the two most important things came into the picture. Late July, he's doing what? Mr. Ryajiru's brows shot up. Sand scratched his light brown beard with a rueful expression. The personal bodyguard was still wearing a brown jacket over a skin-tight brown t-shirt and brown cargo pants. His short brown hair looked wild, as if he had stretched his neck out of a car moving over 100 miles per hour. "Where is he?" Ryajiru asked, standing up. "He was in his bedroom reading the morning newspaper. Take me to him." Sand nodded, despite being Mr. Ryajiru's personal bodyguard in name. The man had only one specific task in the Seanji mansion: Luke's safety. They arrived at the garden and saw an unbelievable sight. On one side, Aina Seanji, Mr. Ryajiru's daughter, was having tea with her mother, her brows pressed together. She was a student of the General Education Department at UA High and had come home for summer break. Her presence at UA High was only symbolic, though. The hero agency she would be working with, for how long, and for what was already decided. Unlike her brother, Rikuya Seanji, was a student of the Department of Management, despite Mr. Principal requesting him to be in the hero department. But like his sister, what Rikuya would be doing was already dictated by his father. And that left. 2021 Nyx Cod perched on Luke's bare back. "Come on, you can do 10 more." 24-25 Luke was doing. Push-ups, silence. They all eyed him with gobsmacked faces. It's been over 5 years since Luke arrived in their home after getting adopted. Forget working out, the boy barely talked to anyone except for the bird. Forget looking at someone, the boy barely lifted his head to learn someone's face. As if that wasn't enough, the boy's hair wasn't dyed anymore. Golden hair, blue eyes, sweaty, thin body, just what was going on. "I noticed it a month ago," Sand whispered in Mr. Ryajiru's ear. "He's been eating a lot, working out as well, or at least trying to work out. The boy is naturally weak because you know," Mr. Ryajiru frowned, "bioalchemy costs stamina." With a weekly visit, it had never surprised him that the boy barely left his room till the next visit to the blue site. "He asked me," Mr. Ryajiru's head snapped toward Sand. "Asked what?" Sand gulped. "To help him build muscle and stamina, he said he wanted to do better during the experiments." Mr. Ryajiru's expression softened, and Sand shrugged. "I upped his diet and recommended some light exercises, but Mr. Ryajiru, the boy's serious. He never focused on anything other than books." Ryajiru looked at the boy as he fell after doing 30 push-ups and got up. His eyes narrowed. Luke still looked scrawny, but he could spy hints of muscles here and there, like someone had just begun chiseling out a thin block of ice. "Is that why he's showing so much enthusiasm in going to blue site?" Ryajiru asked himself. "Every time we go there, he spends hours roaming the place." From the corner of his eyes, he saw his daughter staring dead at Luke. He sighed. "You are a military man, Sand," Ryajiru said, turning around. "Just how much stamina can he even raise with all this?" Sand didn't even need to think about it. "I didn't recommend it before because the boy, well, it didn't feel like he would ever go for it. But considering his quirk, raising stamina makes absolute sense. Also, Luke has half the stamina of a healthy boy of his age. His potential will go through a massive boost if," Sand left it unsaid. Mr. Ryujuru sighed again. Very well, if he wants to be strong, then let him be. Smiling a little, Ryujuru looked over his shoulder as Luke began doing sit-ups. For strength gained in silence is the kind that changes fate. A month later, blue sight. Sand used Luke's momentum and sent him rolling on the floor, a groan escaping the boy's throat. Come on, Sand said, smiling. You can do better than that, kid. Luke, wearing only his pants, stood up, his arms shaking. It's been 2 months since he started working on his stamina. A rich diet that hit all the protein, carb, and fat requirements, while fulfilling his vitamin and mineral needs had done wonders for him. Coupled with daily workouts, no one could tell that it was the same scrawny boy from February when he had regressed. If the feeling wasn't enough, then Luke could clearly tell that he was progressing by seeing his stats. Wow, stamina +1, this was a great idea, blessed. Blessed stats, spirit 250, stamina 45, Luke smiled. He had decided to live a different lifestyle early on, but it was his father's stats that had hammered the nail on his thoughts. Luke needed to interact with someone spiritually for Miss Justice to guess their stats. After their first dream walk, the system had generated the values for Mr. Ryujuru. Mr. Ryujuru Seanji Quirk Soothsayer stats, spirit 130, stamina 100. From one glance, Luke could tell the sheer level of the Soothsayer Quirk, comparing his father's spirit points with his own. Luke's current spirit points tallied at 250, but they were over twice the value he originally held. Mr. Ryujuru's spirit points alone stood at 130. Because of his experience, Luke knew exactly how potent bioalchemy was compared to other quirks. For Soothsayer to have a value higher than that, it was at least a plus ultra-level complexity. However, it was the value of the stamina points that had poured cold water on Luke's head. Mr. Ryujuru was an average, middle-aged man. For him to have 100 stamina was like saying Luke didn't exist. It was then Luke had decided to never let his bioalchemy be held back by his stamina, at least. Everything else would come later. That's where Sand came into the picture. In his previous life, Luke had never interacted with the man who was literally responsible for his life. The gentle smile on Sand's face didn't fool Luke, though. He might have not known the truth about this man before, but he had figured it out later. Sand was a killer, a cold one at that. He had the quirk Sand. He could freely control all sand in a 50-meter radius around him, but he could expand his reach to beyond 100 meters in one direction, turning him into a perfect assassin. The brown jacket, t-shirt, and pants he was wearing were all Sand, too. Luke had lost count of the people who had died under Sand's hands, thinking they had caught him off guard. The only weakness Sand had was that there wasn't much sand to control in an urban environment, forcing him to keep sand on him as a shirt and pants. Also, he was very prone to dehydration. Opposite Luke, Sand drank down a bottle of water, some color rising to his face. He noticed Luke's smile and felt odd. Just how could someone change so much in months? But that was the thing about youth, wasn't it? They were rash and bold when it came to taking risks. Tell you what, Sand said, cracking his knuckles. If you land a punch on me, I will teach you the real thing. Luke's body went taut. He would teach me how to kill. Scared? Sand asked, smirking. Luke let out a scream and rushed at Sand. Ah! Afar, Chief Scientist Donald and Mr. Ryujuru watched all this playing out with odd expressions. Charles, one of the scientists at the blue site, approached Luke, holding a box of worms in his hands. They were in a big, spacious lab with different parts of animals and plants suspended in greenish solution within bottles. Luke knew there was a dedicated lab, bigger than this, for human research as well. It wasn't the time to tackle that headache, though. Red wigglers, Charles said, smiling. Why do you need them? The scientist put the box on the table as the boy made room for it, shifting the books. Just wanted to experiment with my quirk, Luke replied, smiling back. I would like to do better. To not let the cat out of the bag, Luke had been keeping the status quo on his bioalchemy quirk, letting many mutations fail, despite the fact he could control them now. The only thing that had changed was that after faking a passed-out situation, he began coming back to his senses soon, giving him enough time to prepare ingredients for the sequence potions. As Charles kept standing next to Luke, Nix fluttered to the grown man's shoulder and whispered, I saw Ilya going to Lab 5. Alone. Charles gaped, color rising to his face. He looked left and right, mumbled out a thank you, and hurried away. Nix landed on the table, shaking her head. Men, even scientists, think with their penises. Nix, Luke gasped. Hurry up, Nix said, eyeing the worms hungrily. Once I make a mess, someone is bound to come. Luke took a deep breath, Miss Justice. Bring out the gem-devouring worms composition. Ooh, it's the last one, isn't it? Okay, here we go. Luke analyzed the apprentice potion's ingredients as the system laid it out for him. They divided all ingredients into 2 categories, organic and inorganic. Luke could obtain organic ingredients by causing mutations in animals and plants using bioalchemy easily. The only problem was that he couldn't afford to get caught while doing so. That's why it took him over 5 months to collect all the organic ingredients corresponding to the 3 sequences. That left the inorganic ingredients, which Luke couldn't get even if he wanted to. For them, he had only one way: Momo's creation quirk. Luke nodded at Nyx and opened the box. He began touching each worm as if fascinated by them, simultaneously bestowing a mutation quirk to one of them as per the gem-devouring worm's biological composition. When he was done, he winked at Nyx. "So hungry," Nyx screamed, lunging at the box. "Food." With a thud, she slammed into the box, sending all the worms flying here and then. At the same moment, Luke snapped his fingers under the table. One of the worms that had fallen on his lap wriggled, becoming a yellow pus-colored worm with gem-like protrusions. His heart thumping wildly, Luke snatched that worm and put it in his pocket. Then, taking several deep breaths, he began picking up the worms while scolding Nyx for the cameras. From the other side, Charles came rushing toward them, adjusting his pants. "What happened?" he asked, frowning, seeing the mess. "Sorry," Nyx cawed, not looking sorry at all. "I guess, like you, I can't control my urges as well." "Nyx," Luke shouted within, "not now. I don't feel good. I will try out later." Charles nodded and took the worms-filled box from Luke. As he turned around, he suddenly paused. "One worm's missing." Luke's heart jumped to his mouth. No matter how much of a lecher Charles was, there was a reason his father had selected him for the blue site. Nyx calmly fluttered to Luke's shoulder. "I ate one. Gonna hang me for one worm after all we have been through, Charles." Charles smiled ruefully, looking at the camera from the corners of his eyes. Instantly, Luke and Nyx realized that this fool was that much of a fool. He was going to check the cameras. Luke sighed. "Sorry," he apologized. "Charles." Then he snapped his fingers with the hand that was still in his pocket, activating the quirk he had already bestowed to Nyx. Quirk, Brainwash Complexity, a consumption, Spirit 70, Stamina 20, Contact Time 7 seconds, Activation Time 11 minutes. Nyx's red pupils glowed redder, and the same glow took over Charles' eyes as well, brainwashing him on the spot. September, Seanji entered Luke's bedroom and for a moment felt like she smelled nature. The 15-year-old daughter of the Seanji family, the user of the famous Snapshot Prophecy quirk, was 168 cm tall. She had silk-like black hair reaching to her waist. Her eyes were gray with a touch of silver in them, making them look glassy as the bedroom's light fell on her face. Today, she was wearing a flowing skirt blue with lavender embroidery. Like her brother Rakuya, she had come home for the weekend. Unlike her brother, she knew Luke wasn't going insane but coming out of the buried insanity. She went to the boy's bed, carrying a Polaroid camera in her left hand, and brushed the palm of her right hand over it. Then she looked around, noticing every corner. It all felt so clean. She took a deep breath, the softness in the air making her wish she was a part of it. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened and through the steam, Luke walked out, a towel wrapped around his waist. Aina stared dead at Luke, color rising to her face. In only a few months, her stepbrother had undergone a growth spurt, now standing tall at 175 cm. Not only that, the scrawny boy she had the memory of seemed to have melted away at some point in time. Now Luke carried toned muscles, his eyes holding a shine like never before. "Aina," Luke smiled at the little girl. "Did you need something?" In his previous life, Luke had never interacted with his stepbrother and stepsister. Never. He had always felt like Ms. Misaki, their mother, hated him for some reason, so he had made extra sure to never talk to the boy or girl. However, he also knew their personalities. Even though Rakuya was in the management course, it was Aina who was the smarter of the two. She also didn't possess her brother's overwhelming pride in their family's name. "You," Aina said, her eyes wide, "have grown." Luke chuckled, "Too tall." In the next year, he would hit his height limit of 182 cm, he guessed. Still, now that he thought about it, he was a centimeter taller than his previous life. Because of his weekly visits to Blue Site, Luke had accurate data about himself. "I didn't mean the height," Aina thought, looking away. Luke reached for his t-shirt. "Wait," Luke looked at Aina. "What happened?" Aina stood there rooted to her place for a while, then she almost jumped. Yes, can I take a snapshot?" Luke stared at the camera Aina was waving at him. Doesn't her quirk work only on people-less locations? He thought, frowning inwardly. Not many people knew the secrets of Snapshot Prophecy, but he did thanks to his memories. "Is she still experimenting?" Luke nodded. "Sure." Snap. Luke blinked the whiteness away. "Whoa, that was fast. She didn't even give me time to put on clothes." When vision returned to him, Aina was already checking out the photo, blowing on it. Suddenly, something clicked in Luke's mind. "Aina?" "Yes." The girl fumbled with the snapshot, throwing it in her pocket. "Can you do me a favor?" "Favor? Why is he talking so formally?" Aina thought. Then again, it was the first time they had exchanged more than a hello or good morning. Perhaps this is how he always talks. What favor? Are you going to Momo's birthday next week? Luke asked. Ana's eyes narrowed, becoming thin needles. I am. Do you know her? Luke sensed something was amiss. No. Then why are you calling her by her first name? Oh shit, Luke cursed. Ana was smart. He couldn't fool her by saying he slipped. I don't know her last name. Ah, that makes sense. Ana's shoulder relaxed. Why are you asking about her birthday? Luke put on the t-shirt. I was wondering if you want to go, Ana guessed, her eyes shining. And you want me to convince father? Luke blankly stared at her. Yes, can you? Sure. Ana shouted and almost hopped out of the bedroom. What just happened? Luke pressed his brows. A few moments later, Nyx flew in after her light stroll in the sky. Did I just see the seductress coming out of your room? Nyx, Luke gasped. Don't you dare keep calling her that. I tolerated it before, but she's just a little girl now. Luke never really understood why Nyx called Ana something that gross in his previous life as well. Nyx scoffed. What was she here for anyway? Shaking his head, Luke told the bird everything. Nyx narrowed her eyes as if she could see Ana through the walls. The girl will get Luke in trouble one day. Luke suddenly paused. Oh, Miss Justice, did you record Ana's stats? No, she didn't activate her quirk. Luke stared at the notification, dumbfounded. In the middle of the night, Luke woke up and went to the bathroom, Nyx fluttering to his shoulder, both yawning. The moment they entered the bathroom, though, all their tiredness melted away. The bathroom was large enough to be called a room by itself. Spit them out, Luke said, sitting on the toilet seat. One by one, Nyx began vomiting tiny things that immediately expanded to become green solution-filled bottles and boxes. Quirk, shrink complexity, S consumption, spirit 105, stamina 26, contact time, 10 seconds, activation time, 5 minutes. After collecting the last ingredient, Luke had bestowed shrink quirk to Nyx, hiding them within her. The activation time here meant her ability to shrink objects, not the time of how long the objects would remain in that stage. In his previous life, Luke had learned to take advantage of such loopholes pretty well. However, the moment these objects came into contact with the atmosphere, they returned to their original size. Plants are still fine, Luke said, looking at the flower grown from a corpse, dragon blood, grass powder, and other plant-based ingredients. I can mutate the plant and cut off the ingredient required, letting it return to its original composition. But animals. Luke looked at the minced bandit dog's heart and other animal-based ingredients, his eyes coming to a rest on the gem-devouring worm, now suspended in a solution. Cutting off a mutated part basically left an animal handicapped at best. At worst, he needed to kill it, preserving its corpse like the worm. Otherwise, the mutation would reverse by itself or the life form would end up exploding. Luke let out a sigh. Have you decided which sequence potion you will use first? Nyx asked. Before going to Momo's birthday, he needed to finalize his first sequence. He wouldn't be able to ask her to create all the inorganic ingredients without looking suspicious. Not to mention, Mr. Principal and other pro-heroes would be there as well. And they were also one of the prime reasons for Luke to go to the birthday. Miss Justice, Luke thought. A little help, rise and shine. I am here to help you, of course, blessed. Okay, let's see. Apprentice needs 3 inorganic ingredients. So that's out of the question. Marauder and Seer both require 1 each, i.e. Sapphire and Stellar Aqua Crystal, respectively. Of course, the Sapphire here is different from the one present in your world. Marauder will definitely help you physically, increasing your stamina. Seer, on the other hand, will enhance your spirituality, i.e. spirit points. Both are equally important and good, blessed. You can go for either one. It's just a matter of time until you get the others as well. Also, once you have consumed all 3 potions, I have a surprise waiting for you. Heh. Luke stared at all the ingredients and then looked up, seeing himself in the mirror. His eyes were shining blue, just like the supermassive black hole from his father's dream that he had failed to see. Luke had no idea how in Mr. Fool's name his stepsister, Ana, convinced their father. That man wouldn't let Luke go to the bathroom alone if it wasn't for the decency born out of his lifestyle. So, as Luke sat in the limo with his entire family on 23rd September, he was still having a hard time believing it. They all were dressed normally. Nothing extravagant. If there were signs of wealth, then they were subtle. The platinum earrings that Mrs. Seanji wore, the custom-tailored suit that Mr. Seanji donned, the neatness that Rikuya held, the coldness that Ana wielded. Luke had been forced to dress in a black suit and pants over a white shirt, matching the dress code with his father and stepbrother. Misaki and Ana wore plain, blue gowns that brought out the shine of their black hair. As his father and mother chatted, Rikuya, seated between Ryujiro and Luke, put his hand on Luke's thigh. He squeezed. If you do anything to humiliate us, he said, looking at Luke and Nyx, he left the rest unsaid. Rikuya was unlike all the young heirs of wealthy families Luke had read in the books. The boy was just too serious. All the time, he was 170 cm tall, still growing. He had sharp facial features and a head full of black hair, his black eyes holding a constant look of contemplation, exactly like his father. Rikuya squeezed once more, making Luke press his brows. Then he let go. Luke noticed that Aina was watching it all play out with one of her eyes, the other one closed to maintain the coldness. That felt so good, Luke thought. My muscles are so sore, you. Miss Justice's reaction brought out a smile on Luke's face. Opposite him, seeing the smile on Luke's face, Aina snapped her eyes shut. We are here, sir, Sand said, opening a slit from the front. He winked at Luke and then closed it up. Luke took a deep breath. Don't go nuts after seeing her, Nyx whispered in his ear. Just follow the lead of this old empress. Momo, Nyx cried out her lungs. No, let me go. Luke grabbed Nyx with all his might as he felt eyes on him. From his side, Mrs. Seanji and Rikuya were glaring daggers at him. And it was when they hadn't even seen Momo, Luke pinched Nyx's beak and hurriedly apologized in all directions, bending his waist as low it was possible. Then, his heart pounding, he rushed to a corner. As the people got busy, sharing fake smiles, Luke suddenly realized something, taking deep breaths. Much had changed since his regression, but some things still felt like déjà vu. Here he was once again in a corner, feeling stifled by so many people. Nyx squirmed in his chest, a few of her feathers falling out. Let me go, she hissed. I can't make her understand, Luke snapped. I thought you were the smarter between us, get a hold of yourself. Nyx stared at Luke angrily, tears streaming down her dark feathers. Then her body softened. I miss her, I couldn't even say goodbye, Luke's eyes misted. Stop, they are watching us. He couldn't see anyone, but you could trust Sand to always have an eye on both of them. Suddenly, the hubbub died. Luke and Nyx looked up and saw her coming toward the towering birthday cake, pressed between Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu. Momo was wearing a simple red gown, her dark eyes shifting left and right. As the children sang happy birthday, the background music enlivening the atmosphere, the 14-year-old Momo cut the cake. Luke couldn't see her, though. They had celebrated only one birthday together. Still, he knew how much she disliked this fanfare. He remembered eating the cake with her. Just the two of them, Nyx diving deep into the cake, spattering it everywhere. Luke licked his lips, his throat going dry. When he came back to the present, they were already taking away the cake. He saw as Mr. Yaoyorozu pulled his father away. Mrs. Yaoyorozu and his stepmother chatted, joining other ladies. Aina and Rikuya congratulated Momo as other children surrounded her, presenting gifts. Hello, Luke almost jumped, looking around. Down, Luke stared at Mr. Principal. Remember, you are 14 years old. Hello, Nezu smiled. You aren't going to congratulate her. That's why you are here, aren't you? Ah, yes, Luke smiled ruefully. I will go now, Mr. Principal nodded. Taking a deep breath and letting it out, Luke marched away, feeling eyes on his back. Tonight, Nezu was as important to his plans as Momo. If he wanted to change his fate, then he must accomplish all his goals tonight. But first, he needed Momo to create an ingredient. He approached the children and stood at the back, sharing a glance with Nyx. Nyx sighed. All right, she whispered, closing her eyes. When she opened them again, she had already buried the emotions. Let's do it. Luke ignored the Rikuya's frown and pressed forward. He was much calmer among children, it seemed. Seeing them from a grown-up's perspective was quite helpful. He was also a head taller than everyone, with blonde hair and blue eyes that had always worked against him before. MS Momo, Nyx said, making all children look at the bird with fascination. Big fan, the sounds of O's and oohs surrounded Luke and Nyx. Thank you, Momo replied, then she looked at Luke. Is she your Quirk? Luke hurriedly shook his head, feeling a coldness seeping into his bones. Sand was definitely looking dead at his back. I have no Quirk. The children shifted on their feet as if they were afraid of catching a disease. Nyx cleared her throat, bringing attention to herself again. I have a gift for you, an interactive one. Momo's eyes lit up. Interactive? Nyx slapped the back of Luke's head. Take it out. Luke took out a sheet of paper from his pocket obediently and handed it over to Momo. It took Momo one look to understand what she was looking at. It's a crystal's composition, Nyx giggled. If you can create it, it's yours. Momo's quirk wasn't a secret among the children in this circle. How it worked, though, was a different matter altogether. Luke knew Momo was a curious girl. If he showed her an ingredient composition, she wouldn't hesitate to create it just to give herself another challenge. The children also began nudging her, hoping to see her quirk in action. Behind Luke, both Rikuya and Aina frowned for different reasons. Opposite them, Momo smiled and nodded, going through the composition again. She lifted her right hand, and immediately a blue crystal began materializing within her palm, dotted with twinkling whites. Stellar aqua crystal. The moment Momo created the crystal fully, Luke's hands trembled. It was now or never. He looked at Momo's joyful face as she admired the crystal. He noticed her innocence. He felt at the peace around her. As he closed his eyes, he heard her screams. He saw her lying inches away from him. Burning, Nyx pressed her claws inside his flesh, urging him to hurry. Hero or villain, Luke let out a breath, putting his hands inside his pockets. What does it matter what I am without you, boo-boo-um? Crash. R-O-A-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R. Villains had arrived with a snap of Luke's fingers. There was a neat trick to bioalchemy. Even though the system generated the bestowed quirk stats right after bestowal, the spirit and stamina consumption occurred separately. Luke could bestow a quirk and let it remain in a life form forever if he wanted to. It did block a part of his spirit points, but as long as he didn't activate it, he wouldn't lose stamina points at all. Not to mention, before activating, there was no concept of activity radius as well. A quirk-bestowed lifeform could freely roam throughout the world without worrying about the quirk factors within it disappearing. Meanwhile, Luke could cancel the bestowed quirk from wherever he wanted. It was as easy as tugging an invisible thread of spirituality, connecting him to the lifeform mentally. It was only for activating the quirk did he need the lifeform to be within a 100-meter radius. No one knew about these neat details. No one knew that Luke could not only control the degree of the so-called uncontrolled mutation, but he could also do so by an unprecedented degree. No one knew that Luke could not only bestow over one quirk to a single lifeform, but he could also bestow multiple quirks to several lifeforms. No one knew that Luke could not only bestow permanent quirks as he had done with Nyx, but he could also turn the uncontrolled mutations into permanent at the cost of the lifeform's life. No one knew all this because these things had yet to happen. It had taken a decade of seclusion and experiments for Blue Site scientists and Luke to figure out all this about bioalchemy. Now that he had regressed, he would make sure that no one would know the true potential of his quirk, ever. Boo-woo-um, crash, R-O-A-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R. The birthday party was happening in a grand hall on the top floor of a multi-storied tower. On the leftmost side, bulletproof glass panels connected the floor to the ceiling, presenting a grand night view of the city. The bulletproof glass didn't survive a second under the bombardment, though, raining inwardly at the guests. They all eyed the monstrous creatures then. One was an 8-foot-tall dog with a human-like body. From the shape of its head, it looked like a Rottweiler, but the madness it possessed in its growl felt otherworldly. White saliva was frothing from its fanged mouth, its humongous arms and legs donning not only muscles but sharp claws. Standing on its legs, it roared at everyone, its eyes glowing red. Next to the mutated Rottweiler was a 7ft213m tall, furry cat with the same human-like body. However, it was much leaner, with claws twice the size of the dog. As it looked around with its red glowing eyes, it let out a murderous hiss. This was the reason Nyx kept going out in the last few months. It took Luke weeks to bestow quirks to the brainwashed dog and cat without getting caught. With so many eyes on him, he couldn't afford any haste. Then large eagles, who had already been hypnotized by Nyx, dropped both creatures from the sky, their momentum carrying them toward the bulletproof glass. And the moment they came in the range, Luke activated their quirks. Now he had only a few minutes, as the dog and cat would die after that. Before that happened, he had a very specific task for these two at the birthday party: cause chaos without killing anyone. Sand. Mr. Ryajiru's shout echoed through the hall. Panic had overtaken the crowd, the children next to Luke running away. One of them ran right into Momo, making her slip. The crystal fell out of her hands, rolling away on the floor. Luke took a last glance at Momo and picked the crystal up, putting it away. Even though the screams and shouts were bombarding his ears, he found himself surprisingly calm. Calmer than he had imagined himself to be at this moment. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Even before Sand could close up on Luke, the dog appeared in front of it, slamming its massive paw at the man. The brown-colored shirt Sand was wearing suddenly diffused into sand particles. Before the dog's paw could land on Sand, the sand stormed around him and lashed out, becoming a scythe. Squelch! Blood showered as the sand scythe punctured the dog's stomach, making Sand smirk. The smirk melted away as soon as it had appeared. The creature behaved as if it wasn't his stomach that the sand scythe had impaled. With madness in its eyes, the paw landed on Sand, sending him flying. Bam! On the other side, the mutated cat disappeared as well, becoming a blur. The next moment it appeared, it was standing next to the R-rated hero, Midnight Nimuri Kayama. Dressed formally in a one-piece, she had arrived with Mr. Principal to attend the function on Mr. Yaoyorozu's invite. As Momo was already a recommended student, and the Yaoyorozu family was one of the top contributors toward UA High, it was an invitation they couldn't say no to. There weren't many pro-heroes attending the birthday party to begin with. As the mutated cat appeared next to her, hissing menacingly, a chill ran down Midnight's spine. Pink-colored aroma exploded out of her, instantly putting many people to sleep. However, to her dismay, the creature behaved as if her quirk of putting people to sleep did not affect it. The agile, mutated cat spun and kicked Midnight's belly with another bam, sending her rolling on the floor. Then, with another hiss, it disappeared. Booms and bangs overwhelmed the grand hall as the bodyguards who had arrived with influential people tackled the villains. Meanwhile, Ryujuru Seanji ran through the crowd in the opposite direction, his eyes latched onto Luke. He even ignored his own children as the others helped the children out. Seeing this from afar, Sand took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing into thin needles. Even his inner t-shirt melted away now, all the sand around him becoming dozens of daggers. Running forward, he threw the daggers with a whistling sound. The daggers lodged into the mutated dog, making it stumble back, blood mixing with froth in its mouth. Taking advantage of the situation, Sand slipped between the dog's legs and rushed toward Luke. The boy had his knees on the floor, holding the bird in his lap. No, if something happened to him, suddenly the space in front of Sand blurred. A set of sharp claws came at him from below, making his pupils widen. Sand leaned backward, barely avoiding the claws. A few of his brown hair got sliced instantly. However, just it felt like he had dodged the attacks, the mutated cat's tail got a hold of his leg. With a hissing growl, it lifted Sand and threw him far into the wall, the sand rushing behind him to cushion the blow. Boom! As if that wasn't a nightmare in itself, the dog let out a mad roar, ripping the sand daggers off its body. Lifting its paws high, it slammed them onto the floor, cracking the entire floor. All people who were yet to escape fell to their knees screaming. A few of them were children, their faces pale. Out of nowhere, like a puppet held by unseen strings, the mutated cat appeared over the children, grabbed one, and threw him off the floor, his screams deafening the ears before vanishing into the thin air. Luke was hunched up on the floor not because he was trying to fake the helplessness, but because he was literally holding onto his senses. Since the moment he had activated the mutation quirks, he had already lost all his stamina points. Caught in the moment, he had kept up the facade for a moment. Then, as seconds went by, even his bones began hurting, his muscles squirming as if someone was twisting them. Yet Luke didn't dare to pass out. He didn't dare to spit the blood bubbling in his mouth. He didn't dare to lift his head, lest he saw people getting injured in the tragedy orchestrated by him. The battle with his dwindling senses he could win, Luke knew. But it was the battle with his sense of morality that challenged him the most. Still, if he wanted things to take a turn for good, if he wanted to dictate the flow of events, this was something he must do whether he liked it or not. Hold on, Nyx cawed in his ears. It looked like the boy was holding the bird, but it was the other way around. Don't you dare pass out on me, Luke. And just as it seemed he couldn't handle it anymore, it was time. They heard the scream of a boy as he was thrown off the floor through the broken wall of glass. Luke stood up, his vision blurring. Transfixed, he began walking against the wind, blasting inside. Luke, Mr. Ryujuru shouted from behind, "Don't do it, don't do it." Luke couldn't even hear anything, he was already running. Was he watching? Luke asked himself. He must be watching, right? He had planned this villainous event because he wanted him to watch. Faster, Nyx screeched, flapping her wings. Don't worry, he's looking at us. Gritting his teeth, shouting within his mind, Luke canceled the bestowed quirk of the mutated dog with a mental tug. Behind him, getting attacked by all the bodyguards and a half-passed-out Sand, the monstrous creatures were still fighting, showing no sign of fatigue. Suddenly, the mutated dog's entire body squirmed as if snakes were slithering inside it. With a squelching boom, it exploded, washing everything in blood. Simultaneously regaining his spirit points, Luke touched Nyx's body and jumped off the floor. Nezu had been protecting a little girl, hiding her in one corner behind a huge vase. There was little he could do against such raw power wreaking havoc. It was best to save as many people as he could, letting the professionals take on the villains. It was then he noticed the dark cat villain throwing a boy off the floor. With his furry face paling at the sight, he had just begun moving when he caught another figure rushing at the open wall. Wind blasting his hair, Luke was charging toward the destroyed wall of glass. A great sense of déjà vu took over Nezu as he saw the boy and his golden hair and blue eyes. Then, under the stunned eyes of Mr. Principal, the boy jumped. No. He ran up to the edge of the hall and looked down, holding the broken glass. What he saw left him speechless. Right in front of his eyes, the small raven became a huge bird, carrying the boy over its back. With one flap of its wings, it closed the gap between Luke and the falling boy, grabbing him in her claws. Then, with another flap of her wings, she pushed up, taking to the air. That, Nezu thought, remembering the oddity he had been sensing around Luke, was not the bird's quirk. As if sensing something, Nezu looked to his right and found Mr. Ryujuru Seanji standing at the edge as well, holding nothing. It was as if the man was just moments away from jumping himself. Nezu saw the dread on Ryojuru's face vanishing and put two and two together. Ryujuru looked to his left and his eyes matched with Mr. Principal. Then, they both sighed, deciding to talk about it later. Behind them, with another boom, the mutated cat exploded as well. In the chaos, the exhausted bodyguards and heroes let out a breath of relief. There was no knowing when his father would get another revelation. There was no knowing what would make his father throw him to the blue site for another decade. So, Luke needed to make sure that he remained in the outside world. Meanwhile, he also needed to join UA High if he wanted to keep an eye on the heroes, trying to solve the mystery of his family's death. Even the system itself had told him that the sequence's powers would work the best if he remained in the society. For all this to happen, Luke needed to force his father's hand. That's where Nezu came into the picture. Create a desperate moment where he would be forced to use his quirk and let Mr. Principal catch onto it. This was the only thing Luke thought that would work in his favor. Not to mention, with no one knowing Bioalchemy's new capabilities, they couldn't link the mutated life forms to him as well, even if the creatures would feel similar. The Luke of now didn't have the stamina to cause such controlled mutations to not even one creature. Much less needed to be said about 3, including Nyx. That he succeeded with Nyx could be considered an emotional trigger, as was with the case of many Quirk users. At the roof of another multi-storied building, Nyx landed gently, putting the little boy away. From the fall, the boy had already passed out. Luke cancelled Nyx's quirk and coughed out blood, his arms and legs shaking. It was a miracle that he could still open his eyes. Months of workouts, constant pushing himself to his limits, and a proper diet seemed to have worked wonders for a scrawny and weak boy like him. Nyx rushed to Luke, who put his hand on her again. Quirk, heal complexity, S consumption, spirit 110, stamina 27. Contact time 10 seconds, activation time 5 minutes. This time when he snapped his fingers he truly passed out. Luke woke up with a gasp only moments later, a green aura rising from his body. Nyx had her wings on his head as she used the quirk on him, his stamina recovering at a visible pace. When he regained all the stamina points he sat up. Luke and Nyx looked at the boy and then stared at each other, sharing emotions. He felt so empty. There was a sweetness in his throat, a tightness in his chest, a fuzziness in his mind. One misstep, just one, and that little boy would have died. Luke's jaw quivered as he realized something that he had been avoiding confronting for so long. The man Momo had fallen for, that Luke was dead. The woman he loved, the woman who had accepted his oddness, was dead. If his wife stood right in front of him now, he wouldn't be able to even look her in the eyes. I am, Luke choked, just a memory chasing ghosts. Nyx didn't know what to say, so she cried along with him. They cried until their tears ran dry, reliving all the memories. It is best to let out all the emotions, blessed. It is best to let go of these feelings. The path you wish to tread don't tolerate such emotional upheavals. After a while, Luke found himself staring at the stars. This was the last time, he promised himself. If I can't even control myself, then I should forget about controlling fate. Bring out the ingredients, Nyx, Luke said. The system had already shared many details regarding brewing potions and other matters, like cogitation, a way to stabilize mind. Luke had chosen the photo of him and Momo in bridal clothes as the object to focus on after drinking the potion. When he was done brewing the potion with an uncanny cold efficiency, Luke stared at the dark blue gelatinous liquid with a faint and seemingly ethereal scent. Yes, your mental state is much more stable now, blessed. In my opinion, this is the best time to consume the potion. Luke looked at Nyx, who nodded back at him. Then he once again looked at the stars, saying goodbye to his old self. He didn't know the true nature of the enemies. He didn't know the whys and hows. Not only that, but he also didn't know how it all would act out in the future. What he did know was that there was a mysterious force that was invisible to him like a ghost. So if he was only a memory chasing ghosts, then he'd rather find a way to see the ghosts first. 1 month later, Blue Site. After the Meta Puppets incident, as dubbed by the media, Mr. Ryujuru confined Luke to the Blue Site permanently. It was clear that the villains who had attacked Momo's birthday party were being controlled by a mastermind. The dog and cat were nothing but half-completed experiments that, fortunately, succumbed to their mutations before causing any mortal injury. Of course, the matter of Luke saving a boy using his quirk got buried, but not as perfectly as Ryujuru would have wished. Nezu, one of the smartest quirk users on Earth, had seen Luke and Nyx. Regardless of Luke's current confinement, it was bound to be temporary. Luke panted hard as he tried to lift his arms, Sand eyeing him like the boy was prey. Sand walked slowly, showing no signs of attacking him. However, the hair on Luke's neck stood up, an intuition coursing through his brain. He could almost see sand hitting him from the left like a snake. With great urgency, Luke bent his waist backward, dodging the attack. Sand's eyes widened. You dodged, taking advantage given to him by his danger intuition. One of the powers he obtained after drinking the seer potion, Luke spun and instantly lunged forward, punching out. With a low thud, his fist buried itself in the sand that had come between him and Sand's stomach. Luke pulled away and activated spirit vision. Suddenly, the world changed in his eyes. He saw light, golden particles scattered throughout Sand's body, but there was a fist-sized, golden blob of light in his head. As the sand shifted around him, that blob of light pulsated as well. His spirit points were draining out like water from an open tap. Keeping an eye on that blob of golden light, Luke kicked Sand's knee. The blob of light pulsated, sand already rushing to the spot between Luke's toes and Sand's knee. Suddenly, Luke snatched his leg back and noticed that the blob of golden light in Sand's head was still lighting up. He can't control sand in all directions instantly, Luke realized, punching out with his left hand. With a muffled thud, it connected, Luke's knuckles pressing into Sand's sides. Realizing what just happened, Sand's eyes narrowed. He grabbed Luke by the back of his neck and struck him with his knee. Even before his body registered the pain, Luke was on the floor, grabbing his stomach. Sand looked down where Luke's fist had almost connected. He turned around, grabbed a bottle of water, and downed it in one go. I have nothing to teach you anymore, Sand said, walking away. Still on the floor, Luke canceled spirit vision and looked at Sand's back. You should talk to him. Miss Justice was right, Luke knew, but he didn't know what to say. Luke couldn't even imagine what his father would have put Sand through after his disappearance that night. He had let them find himself on the same roof. By the time Sand and other bodyguards had arrived, he had already stabilized his condition after consuming the potion. Then his father brought him here. They hadn't talked ever since. With a grunt, Luke sat up, taking deep breaths. Sand, he said, I am sorry. Sand paused as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He looked over his shoulder and eyed Luke, stunned. Then slowly he held his head. I don't know what Mr. Ryujuru will decide, Luke, he said. Mr. Principal has been visiting your father a lot these days. Things couldn't have been worse. Sai, you need to prepare yourself, be ready for all outcomes. If you decide to step out in the society, Sai, I wish I could teach you more to kill. Shaking his head, Sand walked out of the gym. Luke stared at the spot where Sand had been standing and wondered, could he kill if it really came to that or not? In his room, Luke sat on a chair, with a deck of tarot cards and a topaz pendulum chain on the table. There were 3 core powers that the seer potion had given him, other than the enhanced memory, which wasn't much of a use in Luke's case. One was the spirit vision. It let him see the spirit particles or the quirk factors within a life form. Also, he could tell the emotions and health of an individual by seeing the colors of their soul. He had made some progress, but with no way to rapidly digest the potion, he hadn't mastered it yet. The second was danger intuition. He could intuitively detect danger, see obstructed objects, and hear faint footsteps, allowing him to take preemptive judgment. The third was divination, and the most important, it seemed. It's very fascinating. There is no spirit world, but divination still works. I wonder if we can decrypt some details regarding this at higher sequences. Luke noted that too and brought out his stats to look at them. Bless stats. Spirit 280, Stamina 65. The seer potion had raised his spirit by 30 points instantly. The system then projected that he would gain another 20 by the time he digested the potion. Also, even though he doubled his stamina in the last few months, he still needed to work on it. Harder than ever if he wanted to make full use of bioalchemy. For now, Miss Justice was teaching him everything regarding divination since they had arrived at the blue site. After many days of lengthy discussions, they decided to go with tarot cards, pendulum chain, and dream divinations as Luke's primary divination methods. Try it, Nick said, landing on the table. Try one of them for me. Luke didn't mind the cameras watching him right now. He was a young man with broad knowledge and insatiable curiosity. It wasn't abnormal for him to be interested in different fields as a hobby. Not to mention, with Luke confined to the blue site, the scientist would do just about anything to keep him mentally stable, a fact he had already confirmed in his previous life. Luke nodded. Nix, give me a question of yes and no. Hee, the bird giggled mischievously. How about this, is Luke a virgin? Nix, Luke gasped. No, it's a great question, cough. I mean, you were married in your previous life, but now you are but a child. Let's see if this causes any paradox or not. Reluctantly, Luke wrote the question on a piece of paper. Then, he held the topaz pendulum in his left hand and let the gem hover just above the question. Closing his eyes, Luke chanted the question 7 times in his mind. When he opened his eyes, he found the gem rotating clockwise. It was a clear yes. Whoa, Nyx exclaimed, surprised. Interesting, Luke's mouth twitched, not finding the matter of his virginity interesting at all, but there was something in it, he knew. Logic stated that his spirituality should have connected with the spirit world to know the answer. But there was no spirit world, so with whom he was connecting while doing a spirit pendulum divination? Suddenly, Luke's head snapped back as if he could hear someone standing outside the door. A moment later, the door opened and Sand looked inside. He approached Luke silently, his eyes landing on the question. A blush rising on Luke's face, he crumpled the paper. Nyx made me, the corner of Sand's lips twitched. Pack your stuff, he said, smiling. We are going back. 1 month later, Blue Site after the Meta Puppets incident, as dubbed by the media, Mr. Ryujuru confined Luke to the Blue Site permanently. It was clear that the villains who had attacked Momo's birthday party were being controlled by a mastermind. The dog and cat were nothing but half-completed experiments that, fortunately, succumbed to their mutations before causing any mortal injury. Of course, the matter of Luke saving a boy using his quirk got buried, but not as perfectly as Ryujuru would have wished. Nezu, one of the smartest quirk users on Earth, had seen Luke and Nyx. Regardless of Luke's current confinement, it was bound to be temporary. Luke panted hard as he tried to lift his arms, Sand eyeing him like the boy was prey. Sand walked slowly, showing no signs of attacking him. However, the hair on Luke's neck stood up, an intuition coursing through his brain. He could almost see Sand hitting him from the left like a snake. With great urgency, Luke bent his waist backward, dodging the attack. Sand's eyes widened. You dodged, taking advantage given to him by his danger intuition. One of the powers he obtained after drinking the seer potion, Luke spun and instantly lunged forward, punching out. With a low thud, his fist buried itself in the sand that had come between him and Sand's stomach. Luke pulled away and activated spirit vision. Suddenly, the world changed in his eyes. He saw light, golden particles scattered throughout Sand's body, but there was a fist-sized golden blob of light in his head. As the sand shifted around him, that blob of light pulsated as well. His spirit points were draining out like water from an open tap. Keeping an eye on that blob of golden light, Luke kicked Sand's knee. The blob of light pulsated, Sand already rushing to the spot between Luke's toes and Sand's knee. Suddenly, Luke snatched his leg back and noticed that the blob of golden light in Sand's head was still lighting up. He can't control Sand in all directions instantly, Luke realized, punching out with his left hand. With a muffled thud, it connected, Luke's knuckles pressing into Sand's sides. Realizing what just happened, Sand's eyes narrowed. He grabbed Luke by the back of his neck and struck him with his knee. Even before his body registered the pain, Luke was on the floor, grabbing his stomach. Sand looked down where Luke's fist had almost connected. He turned around, grabbed a bottle of water, and downed it in one go. I have nothing to teach you anymore, Sand said, walking away. Still on the floor, Luke canceled spirit vision and looked at Sand's back. You should talk to him. Miss Justice was right, Luke knew, but he didn't know what to say. Luke couldn't even imagine what his father would have put Sand through after his disappearance that night. He had let them find himself on the same roof. By the time Sand and other bodyguards had arrived, he had already stabilized his condition after consuming the potion. Then his father brought him here. They hadn't talked ever since. With a grunt, Luke sat up, taking deep breaths. Sand, he said, I am sorry. Sand paused as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He looked over his shoulder and eyed Luke, stunned. Then slowly he held his head. I don't know what Mr. Ryujuru will decide, Luke, he said. Mr. Principal has been visiting your father a lot these days. Things couldn't have been worse. Sai, you need to prepare yourself, be ready for all outcomes. If you decide to step out in the society, Sai, I wish I could teach you more to kill. Shaking his head, Sand walked out of the gym. Luke stared at the spot where Sand had been standing and wondered, could he kill if it really came to that or not? In his room, Luke sat on a chair, with a deck of tarot cards and a topaz pendulum chain on the table. There were 3 core powers that the seer potion had given him, other than the enhanced memory, which wasn't much of a use in Luke's case. One was the spirit vision. It let him see the spirit particles or the quirk factors within a life form. Also, he could tell the emotions and health of an individual by seeing the colors of their soul. He had made some progress, but with no way to rapidly digest the potion, he hadn't mastered it yet. The second was danger intuition. He could intuitively detect danger, see obstructed objects, and hear faint footsteps, allowing him to take preemptive judgment. The third was divination, and the most important, it seemed. It's very fascinating. There is no spirit world, but divination still works. I wonder if we can decrypt some details regarding this at higher sequences. Luke noted that too and brought out his stats to look at them. Bless stats. Spirit 280, Stamina 65. The seer potion had raised his spirit by 30 points instantly. The system then projected that he would gain another 20 by the time he digested the potion. Also, even though he doubled his stamina in the last few months, he still needed to work on it, harder than ever if he wanted to make full use of bioalchemy. For now, Miss Justice was teaching him everything regarding divination since they had arrived at the blue site. After many days of lengthy discussions, they decided to go with tarot cards, pendulum chain, and dream divinations as Luke's primary divination methods. "Try it," Nick said, landing on the table. "Try one of them for me." Luke didn't mind the cameras watching him right now. He was a young man with broad knowledge and insatiable curiosity. It wasn't abnormal for him to be interested in different fields as a hobby. Not to mention, with Luke confined to the blue site, the scientist would do just about anything to keep him mentally stable, a fact he had already confirmed in his previous life. Luke nodded. "Nix, give me a question of yes and no." "Hee," the bird giggled mischievously. "How about this, is Luke a virgin?" "Nix," Luke gasped. "No, it's a great question, cough. I mean, you were married in your previous life, but now you are but a child. Let's see if this causes any paradox or not." Reluctantly, Luke wrote the question on a piece of paper. Then, he held the topaz pendulum in his left hand and let the gem hover just above the question. Closing his eyes, Luke chanted the question 7 times in his mind. When he opened his eyes, he found the gem rotating clockwise. It was a clear yes. "Whoa," Nix exclaimed, surprised. "Interesting," Luke's mouth twitched, not finding the matter of his virginity interesting at all, but there was something in it, he knew. Logic stated that his spirituality should have connected with the spirit world to know the answer. But there was no spirit world. So with whom he was connecting while doing a spirit pendulum divination? Suddenly, Luke's head snapped back as if he could hear someone standing outside the door. A moment later, the door opened and Sand looked inside. He approached Luke silently, his eyes landing on the question. A blush rising on Luke's face, he crumpled the paper. "Nix made me," the corner of Sand's lips twitched. "Pack your stuff," he said, smiling. "We are going back." Luke's blue eyes hardened with unmatched determination. Luke stared at the hundreds of incomprehensible portraits scattered around in the Misaki Hall of the Seanji mansion. Just as he and Sand returned from Blue Site, Luke was surrounded by bodyguards, uncaring of the cold killer next to him. Then they brought him here, to this woman, who he hadn't called mother a single time in the last 6 years. Misaki Seanji was a beautiful woman with chestnut hair and dark eyes. Her high birth stood out in every inch of the elegance rooted in her postures, behaviors, and glances. She preferred wearing gowns, little jewelry, and almost no makeup. Today, she was standing against a white canvas, her color-stained fingers dancing on it wildly. "Can you look at her stats?" Luke asked Miss Justice, uncaring of the clear tactic of making him nervous by letting him stand there stupidly. He was too old to fall for such tricks. "No, she must interact with you spiritually for me to project the data on her." Luke nodded inwardly. The same answer he had received in Sand's case as well. Even though he had punched the man and had touched the Sand controlled by him, the system had failed to capture Sand's data. Interacting with spiritually meant literally an interaction between the spirit particles of the two individuals. For now, it had only happened with his father's case when he had infiltrated his dream as Soothsayer was active, but the matter on hand persisted. What he was doing here? Suddenly, the wild lashing of Misaki's hands stopped. What presented itself on the white canvas was the most distorted piece of art one could have ever seen. However, seeing the calmness on the woman's face, it seemed to be a normal event. This was Misaki's Quirk, future sketch. She could draw sketches of the events to be happened in the next 24 hours centered around her. However, it was nigh impossible to infer those sketches without spending an enormous amount of time. Even Luke, with all his intelligence, couldn't do so. That's why there was a dedicated team behind the inferring of her sketches themselves. Out of nowhere, getting curious over it, Luke activated spirit vision, his spirit points draining out faster than ever. The world changed in his eyes, his brows shooting up. Aside from the tips of Misaki's fingers, which held golden blobs of light, the sketch also was glowing with golden specks of light. The thing to wonder was that those golden specks of light were dancing with a rhythm of their own. And as Luke kept looking, those specks of light aligned themselves in such a way with the sketch that he could barely make out what Misaki had drawn using her quirk. Transfixed, Luke walked up to the sketch, giving Misaki a nasty frown. "That's a cup," Luke said, deepening the frown on Misaki's face. "A broken cup." Before Misaki could scoff and rebuke the presumptuous boy, a maid walked in, holding a cup of tea on a tray. Suddenly, she slipped on stray drops of color. With a tink that echoed in the hall, the cup broke, its pieces reaching Misaki's feet. Luke held his eyes, feeling a stabbing pain that ran to his head. He canceled the spirit vision. "I need to practice cogitation more." However, at the same moment, Luke felt a refreshing feeling inside him as well. It was like someone had poured cold water on him. Did I just digest my potion a bit? Wow, incredible, remember this feeling blessed. Not only did you predict the future, reading it from the sketch, but you also received instant feedback from Misaki as she saw it come true. This is one of the key things to keep in mind with digestion using acting method. I predicted it right. Luke asked himself, shaking his head. Because of spirit vision and focusing on the sketch, he hadn't seen what happened around him. Still, he caught on to the crux of the situation instantly. It wasn't like he predicted the future. With Misaki's quirk, the sketch was bound to happen eventually. The reason he digested the potion because of it was that he dictated what the sketch entailed when it was clearly unreadable by others. In a way, it was just like tarot card reading. Instead of tarot cards, though, Misaki here drew out a sketch, not cards, and Luke interpreted it for her. So, if I get to interpret more, Luke couldn't finish the thought. Misaki was looking at him with shocked eyes with a hint of great apprehension. As the maid cleared the floor with dread on her face, Misaki wiped her hands on a piece of cloth, taking a deep breath. "Follow me," she said, going to an adjacent room. Luke felt a bit naked without Nyx when it came to social interactions. However, Misaki absolutely forbade to be in the vicinity of the perverse bird, as she put it. So he had instead sent Nyx to his bedroom with X-ray vision quirk. After a month, they should have an idea of how many new security cameras were there and at what locations. Misaki sat down on a big sofa and gestured for Luke to sit opposite her. "Rikuya's father approached my family to marry me," she said after a while. "It was a quirk marriage, even though the world didn't know that. Ryujuru is a man of unshakable determination. I never loved him, but I admired him. I still do. That's why when he brought a bastard home, I forgave him once. I am not a—" Misaki raised her hand, staring daggers at Luke. "If not Ryojuru's, then someone else's. I really don't care. You are a bastard." Luke's lips flattered into a thin line, his eyes falling. "When Ryujuru started giving you more importance than his own children," Misaki said, looking out through the window, "even then I didn't care. When he asked you to call him father, I let it go as well. When he showed me an emotion while talking about you, an emotion I have never seen on his face before, I couldn't keep myself from not caring. But I didn't say anything even then. Do you know why?" Luke just stared at the floor. This was already the most Misaki had said to him with both lives combined. "Because you were not only a bastard," Misaki told Luke, "but a quirkless bastard." Yes, Luke suddenly realized. In his previous life, no one knew about him having a quirk even after he got married to Momo. Things were already taking a much different turn, it seemed. The only thing to take solace in was that he had already predicted this day would come. It just came a bit sooner than he had predicted. Misaki stood up and went next to the sofa where Luke was seated. "Now they are talking about sending you to UA High. And I care, I will see you dead before you harm Rikuya and Aina's chances of inheriting the Seanji group. He. Misaki looked at Luke, dumbfounded. "Ha ha ha," Luke was laughing, almost like a maniac. He reached out in his shirt and took out a piece of paper, handing it over to Mrs. Seanji. As Misaki read it, her brows shot up, disbelieving the contents. "You." Even though it wasn't notarized, the signed document clearly said that Luke had no intention of inheriting any part of the Seanji group. "You can make it legal, ma'am. Father doesn't need to know," Luke said. Misaki just stood there as if it was all just too good to believe. "Why, what do you want?" At first, Luke didn't want anything in return. However, since the moment he arrived back home, he had found something that he desired. "In return," Luke said, standing up, "let me interpret your sketches, no one else." Misaki Seanji stared at Luke as if it was the first time she was actually seeing him. Are you really Luke?" He looked at the woman who had been keeping an eye on him for the last 6 years and smiled. "Who else?" Ryujuru saw Luke and Sand walking out of his office at the Seanji mansion and sighed. Things couldn't have taken a worse turn. First, the dream revelations that had been helping out every next day had suddenly paused months ago. However, with his experience of going without getting a revelation for years, it hadn't troubled him much. But then those meta puppets attacked the single event he had allowed Luke to attend. Ryojuru's heart had given out, knowing that both Luke and Momo were at the same place. He hadn't even talked things out with Yaoyorozu regarding the future of this world and how both children were crucial for the survival of humanity. Others dubbed it as a crude attempt at assassinating key figures by a villain. Ryujuru, on the other hand, was almost sure they had come for Luke and Momo. As if that hadn't been a disaster already, second, Mr. Principal saw Luke using his quirk on the bird. Even after he had constantly rejected that Luke didn't have a quirk, Nezu wasn't someone he could fool easily. Sure enough, Mr. Principal met him weeks ago, along with All Might, the last man Ryujuru wanted Luke to associate himself with. All Might was the strongest hero on the planet. and associating with him would put Luke in the highlight, a thing Ryujuru dreaded as much as people getting to know about bioalchemy's secret. That's why, after thinking over it for nights, he had admitted that Luke had activated his quirk during the incident for the first time. Nezu, of course, demanded the boy to be sent to UA High. He had even suggested sending Luke on recommendation. Ryujuru rejected it outright without explaining why. With all that was happening, he must do everything to keep Luke out of the limelight. However, the unthinkable had already happened. Luke would be going out of the Blue Site's haven. What if he got himself accidentally killed? What if he lost his quirk? What if, Ryujuru let out another breath, leaning back on his chair. If he couldn't control what would happen to Luke from here on in its entirety, then the only way left was to make sure that the boy survived the future to come. Get stronger, become strong enough to survive anything, become strong enough to overpower anyone. And for that to happen, the boy needed to change, both in personality and morality. That's where Sand came into the picture. Ryujuru hadn't failed to notice how Luke had been focusing on increasing his stamina, while also learning martial arts from Sand. However, unlike others, he had also noticed the constant signs of gloom that flashed on the boy's face now and then. Ryujuru had been to the best and the worst of the places on the planet, and he had seen that gloom only once on the faces of soldiers about to go on a suicide mission. Ryujuru couldn't fathom the reason behind that gloom. Luke was merely a boy. He hadn't even been to any place other than home and the Blue Site. Then why still, if the boy possessed such an emotion, then it was better to put it to use. Ryujuru closed his eyes and let his shoulders relax. He just hoped that as Luke hadn't hesitated to help the boy, jumping off the floor, in the same way he wouldn't hesitate to kill as well. Midnight, Nishinari, Japan. Luke walked behind Sand, wearing a black hooded robe. Nyx was perched on his shoulder, eyeing the dark corners and covering her beak now and then because of the smell of alcohol and urine. Sand was still in his sand clothes, his brown eyes holding no emotions. Luke still didn't know what was going on and what he was doing here at midnight. This zone was famous for its villain activities, but the activities never reached the intensity for heroes to storm it en masse. That's why Nishinari remained a haven for villains who wanted to lie low. Taking a turn into a slimy alley, Luke frowned. Every step he took made his bones itch. There was a constant frown on his face that refused to go away, his left brow drooping on its side in annoyance. The threat to get filth on him had never been higher. Is that why Father sent me with Sand? Luke asked himself, skipping a step to not let his foot land on a puddle. This morning, his father had called him and let him know that some changes were coming to his lifestyle. First, the weekly visits to the Blue Site would become monthly. Second, he may tell others that he had activated his quirk, but he wasn't allowed to tell the true nature of bioalchemy to anyone. Third, he was allowed to join UA High if he promised to never become a hero after graduating. Luke had never heard of so many contradicting conditions, but he could guess where his father was coming from. Not to mention, as long as Luke got what he wanted, he didn't mind just nodding at his father. Still, the question remained. Why was he here in the middle of the night? Taking out a handkerchief and putting it on his nose, Luke activated his spirit vision briefly to look at Sand. He saw purple, a sign of spirituality taking control of the coldness. Suddenly, Sand paused and snapped his head back at Luke. What were you doing? Luke canceled the spirit vision, shocked. Nothing. Sand's eyes narrowed. I felt it before too when you punched me during our last session. Is it something related to your quirk? Now Luke was shocked beyond measure. Others could feel him using spirit vision on them. No, he had been practicing cogitation and spirit vision for many weeks now. This was the first time someone confronted him regarding it. Perhaps they all did, but never found the source of the oddity, Luke thought. But as I am the only one with Sand now, I basically let him confirm his doubts based on our last training session. Blankly, he nodded at Sand. The killer's stare relaxed as he turned around. You failed to mutate other lifeforms, right? Luke licked his lips, following the man. Yes, he replied. It's only working for Nyx, I guess. After finding out that Luke had successfully caused a controlled mutation in Nyx, they had put him through extensive experiments. However, Luke made all mutations explode, always passing out in the process. Sand nodded, taking another turn. There were many people around them, donning tattoos, eyeing them like prey, but one look at Sand's face made them think twice before stepping toward them. In my spare time, I handle the government's dirty work, Sand suddenly said, putting his hands inside his pockets. That's one of the ways your father maintains a hold on the politicians. There's a man codenamed Brain Thief. He can control other minds by maintaining a 3 seconds eye contact for 5 minutes. Meanwhile, his own body can't move. After infiltrating the high-level circle of government by manipulating a politician's daughter into marriage, he has stolen key state secrets. Basically, he is a spy. We are here to take care of him. Luke suddenly paused dead in his tracks. Sand sighed. He turned around, shaking his head. Look, you need to learn how this world works. To Sand's surprise, who just wanted to console the innocent boy, Luke had stopped for something else entirely. Luke lifted his right hand and unwrapped the pendulum chain from his wrist. He let the topaz pendulum fall and repeated a question 7 times in his mind before opening his eyes and finding the gem rotating clockwise slowly. It means there's some danger, but it's not life-threatening. Luke nodded to himself, rolling the pendulum around his wrist again. Then he looked up and found Sand staring at him, his mouth open. Then he walked away, his thoughts focusing on a photo of him and Momo, smiling in bridal clothes. Luke had been interpreting Misaki Seanji's sketches for over a week now. It was excellent training for his spirit vision, letting him grasp the timing of its activation and canceling to minimize its impact. Coupled with his advancing hold on cogitation, Luke could keep spirit vision active for over 10 seconds now without losing his bearings. However, this training wasn't the prime reason for which Luke had begun working with a woman who hated him deeply. It was to act as a seer. Interpreting Misaki's sketches and getting real-time feedback after seeing them coming true was only one facet of this acting method. As Miss Justice had pointed out, acting method meant that he must act as seer, imbuing it in his lifestyle, while constantly keeping the fact that he was only acting in the back of his mind. So, Luke decided to dive more into being a seer. As others didn't even know what a Beyonder meant, he didn't mind others seeing him doing odd things. At the end of the day, he could blame it all on bioalchemy. Even the world-class scientists had yet to figure out how ridiculous this quirk was. Much less needed to be said about the likes of Sand and other pro-heroes and villains. Is it him? Luke asked, standing on the roof next to Sand. They were looking at a man sitting idly on a long sofa in a room with an open window. He had a handsome face with sleek black hair and glasses on his face. He was smoking a cigarette, holding a stack of documents in his other hand. Sand's eyes had lost a touch of aloofness he possessed near Luke. He was looking at the man as if the target was already dead. Yes, he nodded. Tell me, how would you kill him if you were alone? Luke had a plan. But to kill, he felt like he could do it, but to say that he was sure of it would be a lie. If he was being honest with himself, then the number of life forms he had killed could very well be greater than Sand. Still, it was one thing to explode animals and plants willingly or unwillingly, and it was another thing entirely to kill humans. Regardless of his inner struggle, Luke shared his plan with Sand, Nick silently listening to it as well. Just as he finished, Sand stared at Luke with the same dead expression. Did you know about the mission beforehand? After asking, Sand then looked at Nyx. Can you bestow a soothsayer-like quirk to her? Luke's heart skipped a beat. He could bestow her such a quirk, but its complexity could very well turn out to be plus ultra. Still, that wasn't something he wanted others to know. No, Luke flatly rejected. Sand's grunt didn't show if he accepted the refusal. That's a solid plan, Luke. It feels like you are natural at this sort of stuff. The killing, I mean. Luke averted his gaze. Sand let out a small smile. For now, you two watch me. Something triggered Luke's spirituality, making him look down. A trail of sand was crawling down the wall of the building. The line of sand was so thin that if it wasn't for his danger intuition, he might have completely missed it. In a matter of seconds, the trail of sand crossed the alley between the two buildings, crawled up, and entered the target's room through the open window silently. Luke and Nyx exchanged a glance. They thought they could handle anyone with bioalchemy. But if Sand one day decided to kill him, then they wouldn't even hear him coming. What happened next happened so fast that Luke couldn't even process it. At one moment, the brain thief was still smoking. In the next moment, the trail of sand left the floor, pulled back its head like a snake, and then snapped forward with a sizzling sound. By the time it was over, blood was pouring out from the hole in the spy's head. Whoa, Luke looked at the assassination, transfixed. That was mother of darkness, Nyx cursed. That bitch was a clone. Yes, in front of their shocked eyes, the spy just melted in a sticky, muddy substance. Standing next to him, Sand's eyes had gone wide. It was clear that even he didn't know that the target was a clone, or someone was helping him. Crack! Suddenly, the window of the adjacent room shattered. From it, 2 other, similar-looking men jumped out in the alley and began running in the opposite direction. Struck by a momentous inspiration, Luke activated spirit vision. The one running toward the right had spirit particles condensed around his brain. That was it. This one was the original. Smiling, Luke looked to his left and the scene wiped the smile off his face. This one too had the same pattern as the one on the right. This is impossible, Luke thought, stunned. Sand put a hand on Luke's shoulder. "We can't let him go," he said, already jumping to the right. "Don't engage, just keep an eye on him." "I will be back soon." Before Luke could warn Sand, the man had already disappeared, a wave of sand carrying him down the alley to the right. Luke again looked toward the left, but the spy or clone had already disappeared. "What are you doing?" Nix hissed. "Let's go." She was about to fly away when Luke narrowed his eyes. "Wait, there's no need to rush." Nix stared at Luke dumbfounded, then her red pupils widened. "Oh, guard me," Luke said, sitting down and taking a deep breath. "Miss Justice, can I learn the target's exact location using dream divination? If he looks the same, then you can try. But see if there's no danger with dream divination. I am very concerned about that supermassive black hole from your father's dream." "That is wise," Luke noted. So he first used spirit pendulum dowsing to confirm if dream divination was safe or not. When he received a positive answer, he repeated the question about brain thief's location 7 times in his mind, focusing on his appearance. Then he entered a state of cogitation. Luke felt as if he was half asleep with blackness surrounding him. Suddenly, he heard steps before the entire scene presented itself to him. The spy was running in an entirely different alley, constantly looking back over his shoulder. In the divination, Luke suddenly realized that both men who had jumped out of the window were clones. Meanwhile, the original spy had already run away in a different direction. Using his almost perfect memory, Luke remembered the signboards he was seeing in the alley within the divination. The spy stopped at a bar with a red neon light flashing over it. He opened the door and was about to step in. Simultaneously, Luke felt like his spirituality was drying up. As he had already confirmed the real target and his location, he gave a mental tug to cancel the divination. It happened then. The spy suddenly spun around and grabbed Luke's throat. It was Luke's first time using dream divination. He didn't even know if he had a real body in this dream or not, but the grip on his throat not only felt real but murderous. Luke let out a painful grunt, his throat getting squeezed. Through the blurry darkness, Luke looked at the man. He still had sleek black hair, but behind the glasses his eyes were glowing red. As Luke's spirituality finally emptied, canceling the divination on its own, the red glow in the spy's eyes intensified. "Is that you?" The voice penetrated Luke's soul. "Sister." "Oh, my feathery ass," Nix cursed. "You are growing penises." Luke couldn't even gasp at the profanity. He lay there on the roof in the darkness, clutching his throat. Fleshly protrusions were sprouting on him everywhere, a sight he was just too much familiar with, while causing mutations in the lifeforms. It was a lifeform's direct rejection, while simultaneously adapting to the newly introduced quirk factors of different quirks. That's why mutations were so dangerous, as they weren't a single quirk, but many tiny quirks stuffed inside a quirkless lifeform. The source of Luke's mutations, though, remained unknown. "You are losing control. Use cogitation. Hurry." Luke could barely register Miss Justice's pleadings. His mind was buzzing as if needles were pricking his skull from the insides. He felt like someone had filled his lungs with mercury, his blood becoming a gelatinous substance. The very idea of taking a breath filled him with dread, as if he would inhale filth itself. Somehow, just somehow, Luke realized he was dying, so he wanted to remember the people he loved. The image of him and Momo, with Nix on his shoulder during their wedding, propped up in his mind. Incredibly and coincidentally, that was also the image of his cogitation. The more he focused on that image, the calmer he became, the fleshly protrusions on his body retreating at a visible pace. After a few moments, Luke lay there gasping, his eyes opened wide. That's it, no more dream-related anything. Luke brushed away Nix's feathers stuck to his face and sat up, the memory of those red eyes bombarding his mind. There was a horror on his face, but one emotion was even clearer: confusion. It wasn't the first time he had seen those eyes. That redness wasn't just a glow. It wasn't just pupils gaining a new color. It was an experience, a constant pull, stemming from the depth of those eyes. It was like gravity itself had changed directions, the red glow becoming down for Luke. The confusing thing was that he had seen the exact redness in Bakugo's eyes as well, before the pro-hero had murdered his family. What was that? Luke asked, holding his throat. He shared his experience with the system and Nix. I don't know, it was unlike the blue supermassive black hole from your father's dream. I couldn't even see it coming. Otherwise, I would have warned you. It means your spirituality didn't pick even a trace of the coming danger. Didn't you dangle your thing before doing dream divination? Nix asked, a bit angrily. That's the thing Luke remembered. He could still see the topaz pendulum rotating clockwise, telling him that everything would be fine. Despite everything, he did confirm one thing: divination, though a powerful tool, wasn't all powerful, but this wasn't the time to think more. Let's go, Luke said, standing up. I know where the spy is. We can't let him change location without knowing about it. Are you serious? Nix asked. You can't even stand properly. Luke grinned. Don't worry, I have a plan. Luke entered the bar alone with the black robe's hood hiding most of his face. He was tall enough to pass as an adult. Combined with the serious, exhausted expression on his face, no one dared to question him as he crawled his way through the crowd. Luke spied the brain thief seated in the far corner, quivering. The best thing to do was to wait for Sand, as he had already left a note for him on the roof of the building they had been standing on. However, there was no telling the powers of the villains assisting the spy. There was also no way to tell when Sand would return. Also, Sand would have never brought Luke to this mission if he didn't mean to end the spy's life, meaning if they didn't take care of this man today, then something bad would happen. Even though he had almost died, Luke had gained some concrete info as well, so the least he could do was to keep the man occupied until Sand returned. You are hiding yourself well, Luke said, grinning. Opposite him, the spy's eyes widened instantly. But in the very next moment, his shoulders relaxed. Twice, you ditched them. Twice, Luke noted the name. Is that the villain behind him? He already knew that the villain could make clones of anyone, so he took advantage of the info, duping the spy. Don't worry about them, Luke said, playing along. Let's go. No, brain thief hissed under his breath. I paid the League to extract me out of Japan. I can't keep hiding with the info I have. League, Luke noted again and sneered. You also can't keep sitting here. Pro heroes can arrive at any moment. Do whatever you want. Luke turned around and began walking out of the bar. The spy stared hard at Luke's back, gritting his teeth. Then, taking a large gulp of whiskey, he rushed to catch up with him. Luke took the spy to a secluded alley, keeping quiet. Suddenly, from the sky, a black silhouette fell upon them. Found you, the bird-like monstrosity cried. You thought you could outrun the Mother of Darkness? Nix, Luke cursed in his mind, you idiot. Luke had told her to shout out Raven only. Still, he needed to play the part. Luke and the spy both stepped back as they saw the giant black-feathered bird with red pupils, its wings spanning the entire alley. Oh shit. Luke cursed under his breath, letting the spy hear him. It's Mother of Darkness Hawk's sidekick. What? Brain thief gasped. He employed a new sidekick in one day. Luke's lips twitched under the hood. Of course, being a spy, the guy must have kept a close watch on the famous pro heroes. Still, getting new sidekicks wasn't a big deal. Also, the sudden turn of events didn't let the spy reason more rationally. Hurry, Luke urged. Use your quirk on her. I will guard your body. We can't let her hold us here. Haha, Nix laughed bombastically. Give up, you mongrels. Using her monstrous feet, she pushed the ground, her claws scrapping like steel striking concrete. The spy looked at the bird, becoming bigger in his eyes as it came nearer. Then he looked at Luke and his eyes hardened. Don't leave me behind, or, brain thief warned Luke and then stared into Nix's eyes. Luke waited for 3 seconds. Suddenly, the spy's body jerked and fell. Simultaneously, Nix's head jerked as well. Haha, brain thief laughed, stretching the wings. I feel so the spy's body fell with a thud. Under the stunned eyes of brain thief from Nix's mind, he saw Luke taking off his hood with a smile on his face. Then the blonde-haired and blue-eyed boy snapped his fingers. Within a moment, Nix lost her humongous size, gaining a new quirk. Quirk bestowal successful. Quirk, Black Vision Complexity, Deconsumption, Spirit 8, Stamina 5, Contact Time, 1 second Activation Time, 60 minutes. It was a very simple quirk. Blindness. What's happening? The spy cried from Nix's mouth. I can't see. He fluttered here and there, falling on the ground, panicking. He couldn't even fly properly. Meanwhile, now knowing that Brain Thief had not only a villain but an entire league behind him, he couldn't wait anymore. Any moment, either Sand or this league could come, the chances of the former event happening higher than the latter, as already predicted by him using Chain Pendulum. Luke stared at the spy's body. Kill, the word rumbled in his mind. This man hadn't done anything to him. But his wife and unborn daughter hadn't done anything to anyone either. Then why they were dead, why master, a squeak entered Luke's ears. He looked at the head-sized rat staring up at him and sighed. With a snap of his fingers, Luke granted another quirk to the rat who already possessed an intelligence quirk. The rat's eyes glowed blue. In the next moment, it erased all memories from the spy's head. Everything. Then, as the rat crawled away from them, it exploded with a bloody squelch. After a while, Luke saw Sand approaching him from the side and looked up at the sky, his seer potion digesting further. Am I weak, Miss Justice? He asked. Mercy isn't a sign of weakness, blessed, but remember, only those who are strong can afford it. Only the strong can afford it, Luke repeated the words, closing his eyes. Then I will afford it until I can't. Next to him, Sand killed the spy with one wave of his hand. Christmas Eve, Seanji Mansion with their busy lives, Christmas had always remained a close affair in the Seanji household. The mansion was decorated to the brim, but there were no guests. In the Misaki Hall, Luke was seated opposite his stepmother, both eyeing the sketch she had drawn in the morning. Luke canceled the spirit vision and rubbed his eyes. I see a dress, a gown, he interpreted it for her. Maroon, Misaki Seanji eyed the boy oddly. For the last 2 months, he had been spending almost all afternoons reading her sketches. Not everything that he said came true, but most of them did, and that was saying something given her experience with her Quirk future sketch. Luke, on the other hand, found himself standing against a bottleneck. He had been acting as a seer for months now, with the limited resources available to him. He couldn't just go out and read palms or divine something for others, or, as Miss Justice said, he could have digested the potion long ago. Still, the bottleneck persisted like a glass waiting for that last crack before shattering. Luke looked at Misaki and asked, "Did you already decide which gown you will be wearing when father comes back?" Misaki's gaze flattened at the boy. The way he talks is odd. It's like he's old. Mrs. Seonji held conflicted emotions in her heart. The boy, as promised, had already signed a notarized document declaring that he would not make claims for any property of the Seonji group. Not only that, but he had also claimed that after becoming 18-year-old, he would leave the Seonji family altogether. This should have pleased her the most, but to get what she wanted without facing any issue felt so strange. Regardless of her feelings, Misaki had decided to tolerate the boy's presence, given he had a knack for reading her sketches. Who knew when another attack would happen? What if the villain behind the Meta Puppets incident decided to attack Seonji Mansion? If there was any chance of knowing it beforehand, then she would do everything in her power to know it. "What do you think?" Misaki answered with a question. Luke remembered his experiences as a seer and fell into contemplation. He had been going out with Sand on hunts almost every week since the spy incident. Unlike before, no one survived Sand's assassination the first time. Meanwhile, Luke acted as support, barely exchanging moves with anyone. Still, he had progressed a lot as a seer by taking help from divinations and assisting Sand with them. "I can't say," Luke admitted. "If you have already decided, then your sketch only confirmed your choice. But if you have not decided, and you decide to wear the maroon gown now, then aren't you dictating whether to bring the sketch to reality or not?" Misaki scrapped her long nails on the sofa. How could a mere 14-year-old boy who hadn't been to school and had no friends other than a raunchy bird could have such philosophical thoughts? Is there a secret behind him, his background, or something related to parents? Misaki asked herself. Maybe that's why Ryujuru decided to keep him here. Misaki knew the dream revelation her husband had some 6 years ago, but she didn't know the exact details. What she did know was that after the revelation, her husband decided to adopt a quirkless boy, attracting worldwide mockery. "Very well," Misaki let out a breath. "I will humor you." She leaned back on the sofa and stared at her incomprehensible sketch. "All divinations are lies," Misaki said after a while. "Until they become truth, they are but choices. Sometimes these choices are in your hands. You decide whether to bring that lie to reality. You decide whether to turn the lies into truths. Sometimes the world dictates that for you. For example, the breaking of cup at our first meeting here. What you saw on the canvas was a lie. It was a lie until the very moment the maid walked in and she slipped. If I had super speed, then I could have decided to not turn that lie into the truth, but I don't have such strength. As such, it was the world that dictated it for me." Luke looked down, holding his chin. "But if you had super speed, then would you have sketched a broken cup to begin with?" he asked. This time it was Misaki whose thoughts stirred. She hummed, drumming her fingers on the sofa's arm. "Let me correct myself then. All divinations are lies, but the nature of those lies resonate with individual strength." "Yes," Luke nodded within. "If the cup was meant to break, then it would have broken by any means. If Misaki had super speed, then maybe the cup would have broken in a way that made her speed useless, or she could have decided to break the cup herself." "All right," Misaki said, standing up. "It's enough for today." "Thank you," Luke said with a smile before walking out of the hall. Misaki stared as the boy disappeared. Then she looked back at the sketch she had drawn for Luke to interpret and let out a small smile. An hour later, "Sorry," Luke apologized to Aina. "I got you in trouble." Ryujuru hadn't punished or rebuked Aina for forcing him to take Luke to Momo's party, but there were subtle changes in her lifestyle that became apparent as weeks passed by. Wearing a red frock, Aina smiled wryly. "At least no one died," she said. "And you activated your quirk, that's what matters, no? Father told me you will be applying for UA High as well." Luke nodded. Turning a stupid bird into a giant stupid bird, Rikuya walked up to them, wearing a white t-shirt and donning a smirk on his face. He frowned at his sister briefly before looking back at Luke. "Tell me, do you really think you can get into UA with a pathetic quirk like that? Don't you feel you were better off remaining quirkless?" "I know I would have." It was a comedic sight. If it had been before, then Rikuya would have truly stood out. Now with Luke already being taller than him, and especially after gaining muscles on his previous scrawny self, he looked like a monster standing next to Rikuya. Still, Luke had a taciturn personality. Unlike. Nyx fluttered down and perched on Luke's shoulder. Don't worry about his quirk, she cawed, narrowing her eyes at Rikuya. Worry about your penis, not all have small ones, you know. Nyx, Luke gasped. Rikuya's face went red in shock and anger. How dare you? Next to him, blushing, Aina turned around and walked away. Before Rikuya could act, Misaki walked in along with Ryujuru and called the boys and the girl to open presents. Luke let out a breath as Rikuya walked away after giving him a stare. Did you have to be mean to him? He asked Nyx. Nyx rolled her eyes. I didn't lie, Luke shook his head, then he looked at the family of the four. Since the matter of his having a quirk had come out, his father had gained a few wrinkles from stress. Mr. Ryujuru was smiling, Luke saw, but there was a constant line on his forehead, as if his thoughts were troubling him. Meanwhile, wearing a gorgeous maroon gown, Misaki was smiling merrily at Aina and Rikuya, giving them their presents. I don't belong here with them, Luke said, suddenly realizing the truth. He looked at the Seanji family and repeated the 3 core principles of being a seer he had figured out. Divination isn't all-powerful, Luke told himself, closing his eyes, and all divinations are lies until they become truths. Divinations are nothing but choices. It is I who dictates whether to bring those choices to reality. Luke closed his eyes, the distinct feeling of digesting the seer potion resonating with his spirituality. And as he walked forward, smiling a little, he remembered the sketch he had interpreted for Misaki didn't have a maroon gown but green. February 26th, Musutafu, Shizuoka Prefecture. Inside a black limo, wearing a white shirt over black pants, Luke sat pressed between Mr. Ryujuru and Sand, with Nyx on his shoulder. Opposite them, Mr. Principal sat drinking tea. After learning that Mr. Ryujuru was coming to send off Luke for the entrance exam, he had arrived at the airport to tag along with them. Now it was already 8:00 a.m. and they were just standing on one side of the road waiting for, haha. They heard the voice before the man had even entered. The limo's door opened, and wearing a yellow suit the pro hero sat inside, the entire vehicle sinking a few millimeters. Sorry I am late. All Might, the symbol of peace. Even Nyx, who usually didn't like these awkward silences, remained quiet, her eyes lighting up. One day, she whispered in Luke's ear, easing the tension within him, you are going to look like that. What is she on about? Luke hissed within, smiling wryly. I never looked like that even in my previous life, you idiot. But even if Luke didn't look like that, he was definitely on his way to do that, it seemed. Even seated, Luke was not only taller but bigger than the 2 men seated on either side. Maybe it was his genes, maybe it was something else. One thing was sure though, he looked powerful. If it wasn't for All Might in the vicinity, Luke would have outshone them all, and if looks weren't enough, then his stats were screaming the same as well. Bless stats, Spirit 300, Stamina 105, where were you? Nezu asked. All Might coughed. Just jogging, unknown to everyone, he was coming after meeting with young Midoriya and granting him one for all. Hearing All Might's dodgy answer, Mr. Ryujuru frowned. Even Sand looked at the strongest man oddly. It was the same for Luke as well. Luke knew that Midoriya was All Might's successor, but he had no idea why, when, or how it happened. These days, he constantly cursed himself for not having a curious personality when it came to social matters. Otherwise, if he knew the intricate details of everything, by talking it out with Momo in his previous life, he could have used them to his advantage. Now the information he did know felt like a much stronger version of his father's soothsayer quirk. Oh, who do we have here? All Might asked, looking at Luke. Renji Seonji, right? Luke lifted his head, his blue eyes matching All Might's. Should I talk to him about the future events? Given his history with All for One, he might believe me. Please be careful, blessed. We need to be extra careful after what happened in the dream that day. Luke could still feel the fingers gripping his throat, an evil presence buzzing in his mind. Hello, he let out a smile. You can call me Luke. Nezu sipped tea. Are you sure your father didn't have more children, All Might? All Might laughed at the obvious joke. Honestly, I am not sure, haha. Mr. Ryujuru had had enough of this. Mr. Principal, he said, not feeling stifled by All Might's presence at all. If Luke fails the exam, then I am sure you will not press upon what happens next. Nezu declined to humor the insinuations. Ever since he had seen the dread on Mr. Seonji's face when Luke had experienced a seizure around a year back, he knew things were more serious than they seemed. If he was right about it, then it was that day Luke awakened his quirk. Now Nezu knew Mr. Ryujuru had a quirk, Soothsayer, which the tycoon revealed when he and All Might had visited him. Of course, he had taken All Might to pressure the Seonji family's head, which worked. The fact that Soothsayer was a state secret and its presence couldn't be revealed was another matter altogether. Later, Nezu theorized that Mr. Seanji must have adopted Luke, knowing what type of quirk he would awaken, so it couldn't be as simple as gigantifying a bird. There was no way the boy would fail the entrance exam unless— Why do you want to become a hero, Luke? Nezu asked slyly. Why do you want to join UA High? Luke had grown physically. However, he still had a long way to go to make himself comfortable in foreign presences. With Sand and Seonji's, it was still all right. He could be in the same room with all of them and not let his throat go dry, fearing a conversation. But with Nezu and storming All Might, I can't keep being like this, Luke told himself, letting out a breath. Nyx looked at Luke from the corner of her eye. He wants what all other boys want, she cawed, giggling. A girlfriend? Nyx, Luke gasped, blushing. Haha, All Might laughed. I like the crow, your mother's a crow. Nyx lunged at All Might, brandishing her claws. Make me big, I will slap some sense into this mongrel. Nyx eyed All Might with a murderous gaze from Luke's lap, a few of her feathers sticking out from All Might's spiky golden hair. All Might cleared his throat. Nezu eyed the boy, picking a feather out of his tea. Why did you jump off the floor, Luke? He asked, putting his question differently. Why did you save the boy? Luke looked outside the window, asking himself another question. Why did he orchestrate an attack that could very well have killed innocents? I don't want to be a hero, Luke said, shocking everyone, not without knowing what this word truly means. He brought his gaze back inside, his blue eyes falling on Mr. Principal. I jumped off the floor because I wanted to do more, he said, letting out his true feelings. I wanted to do more than what people expected of me in that time. I didn't want to keep standing on the sidelines, letting fate dictate my life. So I know nothing about becoming a hero, but I don't want to feel helpless when someone's life is on the line in front of me. Ever again, Luke added the words inside, remembering his wife. This kid, All Might's blue eyes shone bluer. Sand closed his eyes, his lips barely arching up into a smile. Mr. Ryajiru's mouth flattened into a thin line, his fingers balling into fists. Opposite them, All Might and Mr. Principal shared a smile between them, nodding. Suddenly, the limo stopped. They had arrived at the location of UA's entrance exam. A bodyguard in a black suit and pants opened the door. All Might gave the boy a thumbs up with his signature smile. Looking at his father and Sand, Luke stepped out of the car and disappeared among the crowd of students. Inside the limo, Mr. Seonji and Nezu looked at each other. If Luke passes the entrance exam, Ryajiru said, then I will let him join UA on one condition. Nezu finished the tea. I am hearing, Ryajiru looked at All Might. I heard UA's hiring, I have a recommendation. In a white tracksuit with black stripes, Luke stepped out of the bus along with other candidates. In front of them, huge metal doors separated them from the city-sized Battle Center A, where the 10-minute-long urban battles would be conducted as the practical exam. However, the students from different schools eyed the huge door as much as they were eyeing Luke and Nyx, perched on his shoulder. It wasn't just about the fact that Luke was tall and had a lean but defined athletic build. It was the quiet and distant expressions on his face, along with his obvious foreign appearance. Look at his hair, do you think he dyed it? All Might's fan, I guess, but his eyes. Foreigner, what's with the bird? To show off, Luke had been ignoring all comments, but the last sentence made him snap his head in one direction. In a black skin-tight sleeveless shirt, Katsuki Bakugo held a disgusted look on his face. When he saw Luke staring at him, he grinned. What are you looking at, fanboy? Nyx stretched her wings, cursing under her breath. She had been eyeing the spiky-haired bastard for a while now. Not now, Nyx, Luke said, looking away. Pro heroes are watching, crack. They all looked up and eyed a weirdly dressed woman cracking a whip, her figure surrounded by a distinct pink aroma. Pro hero, Midnight. Look at the new bunch, she said, licking her lips. I wonder if there are some outstanding ones among you. Her eyes suddenly landed on Luke, who could barely see her from the ground. She smiled. Cracking her whip again, Midnight shouted, What are you waiting for? The exam has already started. The huge doors had opened soundlessly when students looked down again. With a sense of urgency, everyone rushed inside. Why wouldn't they, when the next 10 minutes would dictate their entire lives? Luke calmly walked inside the Battle Center A, holding multi-storied buildings and a labyrinth of roads and alleys. From Present Mike's orientation, Luke knew the basic structure of the practical exam. There were 4 faux villains scattered around the city-sized battle center. And if he remembered right, then they were robots. Each robot held a point from 0 to 3. The robot with 0 points was an obstacle that the candidates needed to avoid while destroying other robots to score as many points as they could. It was a simple, game-like setup. But as of now, only Luke knew that there were rescue points as well. The judges, who were pro heroes and UA staff, were watching all the candidates and would award rescue points to individuals who rescued other candidates. So to not stand out too much, Luke had decided to score average points from both destroying the robots and rescuing the candidates. With Nyx by his side, he already possessed an advantage. Already knowing that he would be needing significant power to deal with the robots, Luke had bestowed the same quirk but a higher complexity this time. Nyx flew off Luke's shoulder and he snapped his fingers. Quirk, Gigantification Complexity, a consumption, Spirit 80, Stamina 22. Contact time, 8 seconds. Activation time, 10 minutes. This was the first time Luke had bestowed a high-complexity gigantification upon Nyx after his regression. Not to mention, if he had bestowed the same quirk on a dog or a cat, it could very well have turned out to be super or plus ultra complexity. The lower mass lifeforms might have instantly exploded, to say the least. It worked with Nyx because she held an enormous amount of spirit points, and she was very compatible with the quirk and Luke. A reflection passed over Nyx's black feathers, as if someone had shown a mirror at her from very far away. In the next moment, Nyx enlarged, becoming a small bus-sized creature. It wasn't just a simple ballooning up either. Her mass increased proportionally, her strength matching her size. Nyx's claws scraped on the road, ripping off its upper layer. Her red eyes narrowed, her gaze scanning the most shadowy corners. "I thought you would let out a roar," Luke asked, approaching her. "Oh, please, leave the jokes to me," she said, letting him climb up on her back. "Also, roaring like that doesn't suit a lady like me." Luke rolled his eyes and tapped his palm on her. "Hold tight," Nyx warned. Nyx stretched her wings, then with a powerful lunge she took to the air, the road bursting apart behind her. "Judge's room, you said he could make the bird as big as a man?" All Might asked, looking at Nezu. "Mr. Principal was himself gobsmacked. With so many wonderful quirks and interesting candidates to look at from the hundreds of screens, he hadn't thought that Luke would stand out. Yet here he was, looking at the massive bird, claiming the battle center's skies for her own. "Maybe he has been working on his quirk," Nezu guessed, a bit stunned. "You met him, what do you think?" All Might looked at Midoriya, then at Luke, and knew one thing. The boy is serious. Booms and bangs were reaching Luke's ears, even up in the air, his blue eyes watering. He took out swimming goggles from his pockets and put them on, regaining sight as wind blasted his hair up like there was a golden fire on his head. Nyx made a circuit of the entire battle center and then suddenly dived. On the ground, a boy was running away from a one-pointer who had come out from a corner suddenly. Before the robot could land a blow on the boy, a black shadow fell upon it. The boy with a bouncy step quirk looked up and gasped. The shadow on the robot became bigger and bigger, and just as it loomed over the boy, Nyx's monstrous claws grabbed it. With a powerful flap of her wings, causing a dust storm underneath her, she took the robot into the air as well. When she reached the height of a building, she let the robot go. The one-pointer fell from hundreds of feet and shattered on impact with a fiery explosion. "Boom, mongrels," Nyx cried, making many candidates and robots look up. "Worship me, I am the Empress of Darkness." Luke facepalmed, contenting himself with points for both destroying and rescuing. On the ground, Bakugo finished another two-pointer and eyed the giant bird in the air, grinding his teeth. Suddenly, a three-pointer blasted its way out of the building, sending many candidates flying. Bakugo grinned as he rushed at it, sparks exploding from his palms. He could use the sweat on his palms as the fuel to cause explosions. Simultaneously, Nyx fell upon the robot as large as her. With a wide grin on his face, Bakugo put his palms on the back of the robot. Die. Nyx slammed her claws at the robot like black missiles, the power behind her blow sending the robot flying. With a massive boom, the three-pointer exploded midair. Luke slipped off Nyx's back and eyed Bakugo, who had gone half mad already. "Stay away," Bakugo screamed through the teeth, charging at Luke. "From my points." Bakugo pointed his right hand at Luke, his palm giving off black smoke. Then, just as he was about to touch Luke's face, the world spun in Bakugo's eyes. From running to finding himself lying face-first on the ground, it didn't even take a fraction of a second. What just happened? Grinding his teeth and straining his neck, Bakugo looked over his shoulder. Luke had his knee pressed into Bakugo's back. He was also holding the boy's wrists, stretching out his arms, making his palms face away. "Don't be so hothead," Luke said, holding back the rage within. "Kid." Bakugo squirmed in Luke's grip, tiny explosions going off in the palms of his hands. However, no matter how much he tried to snatch his hands out of Luke's grip, he failed, the knee pressing into his back making matters worse. "I will blast you to pieces." Bakugo screamed within, preparing to let out a bigger blast. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the spot where the three-pointer had been standing before the giant bird had lifted it away. A girl was lying there, holding her leg. Bakugo's eyes widened. "You almost exploded the robot on top of her," Luke said, eyeing the same spot. There was anger boiling inside him, but he couldn't bring himself to take it out on a kid. He knew this was the same Bakugo who had killed him and his family, but now another mystery was bothering him. The blue, supermassive black hole, the red, glowing eyes. Had someone been controlling the pro-hero in his previous life? Luke had asked himself this question 100 times. But it was one thing to control a pro-hero of Bakugo's caliber, and it was an entirely different thing to make him kill the grandest secrets. Whoever had killed him and Momo and their unborn child knew about the secret behind their marriage. Of course, this would have been the case if Bakugo had indeed been under someone's control. One thing was sure, though. He needed to watch the pro-heroes and villains of this world closely and personally. Luke twisted Bakugo's arms, making the boy let out a grunt in anger. Then, taking a deep breath, he let go. Bakugo almost shot to his feet and grabbed Luke's collar. "I will," he hissed, grinding his teeth. A shadow covered them suddenly. Bakugo looked up and found two blobs of redness staring at him. Nyx's humongous body towered above Bakugo, her claws scraping against the road. Like Luke, she was holding herself back. Unlike Luke, she wasn't very good at it. Sensing extreme danger, Bakugo let go, the white tracksuit gaining black marks. Almost simultaneously, they heard a siren. 5 minutes were over. Glaring at Luke and Nyx, and glancing at the fallen girl that he almost injured gravely, Bakugo reluctantly ran away to get more points. Luke then took the girl to a secured spot and went back to the sky, riding Nyx. Boom, rumble, the zero-pointer had entered the stage. From the high vantage point, Luke saw the behemoth crawling out of a domed building. It was a massive robot, towering above multi-story buildings. In this exam, it had only one purpose: to distract the candidates and fill them with panic. Luke knew he had gained enough points by destroying the 1 to 3 pointers. So, going with the plan, Nyx took him to the zero-pointer to fill up the rescue points quota. On the ground, the zero-pointer lifted its massive fist and punched, creating a cloud of dust and a massive crater. Boom, all the candidates ran in different directions. Those who were unlucky enough to get caught in the explosion just lay there stunned. The robot lifted another arm, the red, glossy eye in the front of its massive head shining bloody. Before it could punch, though, Nyx flew by across its vision like a black blur. The robot's fist paused midair before changing direction. Nyx went around and robot looking like a fly. The zero-pointer tried to grab her left and right, but she was just too fast. Meanwhile, those who were too scared or had fallen during the first attack got the time to rush away to safety, helping each other. Riding Nyx, Luke let out a smile. "Keep distracting it." He screamed over the wind. "I guess we will have more than enough points." The rest of his words were buried by a massive boom. It felt like it had arrived from somewhere afar. Nyx's red eyes widened to take in the distant scene. What she saw left her gobsmacked. Someone had punched the zero-pointer in the face. Now it was breaking apart, and I thought we were powerful. Nyx gulped. She shared what she saw with Luke, still flying around their zero-pointer. Pro-hero Deku. Luke remembered the name. He had barely interacted with the successor of One for All, but he did know that Deku was a good guy and was a close friend of Bakugo. Luke let out a shaky breath. He didn't know who was good or bad anymore. After a while, another siren marked the end of the practical exam. As the zero-pointer shut down, Luke's shoulder relaxed, his gaze landing on the distant horizon. A different fate doesn't mean a better fate, he realized, sensing the turmoil within. If I want to unveil the evil mysteries of this world and find the real culprit, then I need to improve continuously. For that to happen, he must join UA and take Momo's help. A week later, Seanji Mansion. In a dim room with candles in 4 corners of a table, Luke and Aina sat opposite each other. "So how does this work?" Aina asked, smiling. "Do you just take one out at random?" Luke's lips twitched. "Okay, let me show you first. I will read the cards for myself and then you follow my lead." Aina nodded several times in a row. Luke shuffled the cards and put them on the table. "First, you clear your mind," he told her. "We need to draw out 3 cards representing past, present, and future. You must guide your spirituality while drawing the cards out." "Spirituality?" Aina asked. Luke felt thoughtful. "So let's say for the past, you concentrate your emotions, feelings, desires, and wishes surrounding an event that you feel was a turning point in your life. For the present, you focus on what's going on in your life now. For the future, you focus on something that you really want to happen," Aina said, jumping on her seat excitedly. "Exactly," Luke replied with a nod. "Okay, let me draw them out." One by one, guided by his spirituality, Luke drew out 3 cards and laid them on the table, Nyx eyeing both of them from the side. He turned over the card representing the past first. "That's death," Aina said, shocked. "Reverse death for me," Luke corrected. "It means sigh. It means fear of change, clinging to something that's already over." Aina felt puzzled. She had never heard Luke sound so sad. Shaking his head, Luke turned over the future card next. It was an upright wheel of fortune. "It means fate is spinning," Luke read, narrowing his eyes, "but the direction is unknown. Or a sudden change is coming." "Wow," Aina giggled. "You sound like a what they call them. Seer, exactly. Luke reached for the present card. Suddenly, they heard the knock on the door. Luke left his chair and opened the door and found Sand holding a letter in his hands. He stared at the letter, his heart beating nervously. Is that? As Luke looked up, he found Sand smiling. I will be seeing you at UA, Sand said, giving him the letter. Luke couldn't process Sand's meaning as emotions overwhelmed him. Behind him, Aina shouted, Hey, come back, what does this card mean? It looks so funny. Luke walked back inside the room, smiling at Nyx. Then he eyed the table where Aina had already turned over the present card. It means, Luke said, his smile widening as he stared at the upright Fool card, a new beginning. Late March, unknown forest. Meteor rushed through the forest, carrying a briefcase and dread flashing across his black eyes. He was bald and there were scars on his head, running down to his nose and cheeks. His yellow shirt and blue jeans were torn from here and there, getting hacked by the sharp branches. Trails of blood oozed from the fresh wounds, making him wince. However, he couldn't stop running. Not now, not ever. Gritting his teeth, Meteor looked up, and through the dense canopy of trees, he saw a black silhouette shining silver against the full moon's light. He could feel it, that thrice-damned crow looking for him. He pressed the briefcase against his chest and jumped over a fallen tree, entering another layer of dense bushes. Suddenly, when he rushed out of the bushes, he found himself in an open area. The moonlight had lit up a circular area uphill, a stream of water parting it into two halves. Meteor stopped because there was someone on the other side of the stream. For a moment, Meteor's heart gave out. All fucking might, what have you put me against, boss? But the more he looked, the more he realized it was all might, his heart booming against his chest regardless. Whoever this person was, he looked like a tall and muscular young boy with short blonde hair and sharp blue eyes. He was wearing a long black greatcoat with glossy fabric, long enough to feel like a cape as its lower half fluttered high and might against the wind. Under the greatcoat, he was wearing a skin-tight black t-shirt. Even from afar, his muscles stood out like tiny blocks of black ice. Under the t-shirt, he was wearing what seemed like stretchable cargo pants over black combat shoes. Also, both his hands were in the pants pockets, his face up toward the sky. Meteor's hand reached toward his back, his fingers wrapping around the gun's handle. I wouldn't do that if I were you, the person said. Slowly, taking a deep breath, the blonde-haired person looked down, his entire blue gaze landing on him. A chill ran down Meteor's spine. There was something about that gaze that pricked his bones oddly. It was like this entire moonlit space on the hill belonged to this person and he shouldn't be here. Why? Meteor shouted. Who are you? I haven't done anything. The blue-eyed young man took his hands out of his pockets. They were gloved to the knuckles, showing another layer of blackness under his greatcoat's glossy sleeves. Put the briefcase down, the man said. Turn around and sit down on your knees with your hands over your head. Meteor blankly stared at the person. Now that he heard the man's voice again, he realized something. You, Meteor let out a deranged smile, his grip tightening on the gun's handle. You are just a kid, AH. Within a moment, Meteor pointed the handgun at the boy and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. There was such madness on Meteor's mind that he emptied the entire handgun, laughing like a maniac. When he realized he was vainly clicking the trigger, he let his hand fall. Meteor's eyes widened, making him step back. Ouch, ouch, ow, whoa. Luke made a weird noise, his face contorting as the bullets hit his back. With one of the wealthiest men in the world as his father, he had decided against submitting a hero costume design while registering for UA. Of course, given how much value Ryujuru put on Luke's safety, he had gone above and beyond when it came to the costume itself. The black greatcoat was made of special fibers that were not only light, but could also neutralize common bullets. It could even dampen bullets from higher caliber bullets fired through semi-automatic and automatic rifles, but not without tearing Luke's muscles under the impact. As if the greatcoat wasn't enough, they had gone a notch higher with the inner skin-tight t-shirt. It was fireproof and couldn't be penetrated by an object with a sharp point, no matter the force behind it. Worst came to worst, there were better chances of a pointy object going through Luke along with the t-shirt than the material giving out. The cargo pants were also made of a special fiber that gave Luke enough stretchability, having many hidden pockets. Then there were the knuckle gloves, containing pointy, hard alloy on the knuckles, a layer of elastic material cushioning the reaction force for Luke's hands. Also, the gloves were open on the palm side as per the touch requirement of bioalchemy. All in all, it was a costume that had cost the Seanji group millions of dollars. So basically chump change. Luke groaned, holding the sides of the greatcoat's hood to protect the back of his head. When he heard the handgun running empty, he stood up, feeling the soreness settling in on his back muscles. This is the last one, Luke remembered. Sand must be watching, but he wouldn't interfere. Not only would Sand not interfere, he had forbidden Luke to use his quirk for this one, making even Nyx watch it all from the sky. The moment the target, named Meteor, realized Luke was surviving all the bullets, he threw open the briefcase and held a strange-looking object in his hands. "That's a meteor," Luke confirmed as he stared at the rock. Realizing what was going on, he lunged over the stream toward the target. Unfortunately, Meteor didn't need even an instant. In a fraction of a moment, the meteor in his hand became dust. Simultaneously, he grew a size, his black glowing skin ripping off his torn shirt and jeans. Haha. Meteor laughed, going crazy as a drawback of gaining strength through his meteor-absorbing quirk. He punched, air sizzling around his blackening fist. Luke bent his knees, effortlessly gliding under Meteor's arm. He spun around like a cloaked black wraith, hitting Meteor's wrist with the tip of his combat boots, simultaneously taking a measure of the target's strength. With a mad grunt, Meteor kicked, his other foot burying an inch deep into the earth. Luke put a hand on the incoming kick and jumped, landing on the other side. Then, grabbing the target's ankle, he brought his allen-knuckled fist down on his knee. Crunch! Ah! Meteor let out an agonizing scream. As the meteor fell, Luke followed with another punch, his knuckles meeting the target's throat. A squelching sound drowned out the agonizing scream. Luke wasn't finished, though. Sand had buried such lessons within his soul, making them instincts. With his free hand, Luke made another fist and punched, his knuckles landing on Meteor's ear. It was like a hammer had struck a steel plate. Regardless of Meteor's enhanced strength, blood showered from his ear. With his eyes rolling back, Meteor suddenly fell, barely dodging Luke's last and final punch to his other ear. Luke panted as he eyed the downed target. From the bushes, Sand walked out with a blank expression on his face. From the sky, Nyx fluttered down and landed on Luke's shoulder. As Luke tried to catch his breath, Sand threw a knife at him. Shocked, Luke snatched it from the air. "Kill him," Sand said. Luke looked at the knife and then at Meteor. This was a norm he knew. No target had ever survived Sand's assassinations. It didn't matter how it happened, they were all dead. "The people who would come after you won't care for your morals, Luke," Sand said slowly. "Kill him." Luke matched Sand's gaze. "It is not about morals." If it were about morals, then wouldn't he have decided to burn the entire world? Surely, in that way, whoever was behind his family's death would have died too, no? But Luke couldn't do it. He was already dreading facing his Momo because of all the things he had already done, all the manipulations, putting innocence in danger. If he killed someone whom he didn't even know without a just reason, then he wouldn't be able to even look into her eyes, may it be after death in some distant realm or dreams. Luke shook his head, throwing the knife back at Sand. "I am sorry, not today." He looked at the target, waiting for Sand to finish the job. That's the least he could do, Luke thought. However, shocking the living breath out of Luke, Sand hit the fallen man with his shoe. "Get up," he said. Meteor let out a grunt and got up, cracking his neck. "Ah, my ear, boss, I barely dodged the last punch. You could have warned me he was a kid. I almost killed him." Luke and Nyx stared at Sand and Meteor, their mouths open. "Oh." Sand looked over his shoulder. "Meteor, one of the new recruits among your father's bodyguards. He was just playing with me," Luke realized. What if I'd killed him when you," Sand shrugged. "You didn't, right? Also, your father needed to see how much you have progressed." "Father's watching," Luke licked his lips. "What if I had failed to take him down?" Sand looked at Luke as if he was saying, "Are you seriously asking that question?" Luke clenched his fingers into fists, feeling the heavy feeling from the punches. He could barely believe it. In 1 year he had come far, but was it enough? A hand landed on Luke's shoulder. "Hold your head high," Sand said, smiling. "You are ready. Hero or villain or killer, just go along with your guts." "My guts," Luke nodded, remembering that March had all but ended. Next Monday, he would be joining UA. Early April, Musutafu, Japan. In black gym clothes, Luke finished his early morning workout, finishing the last set of squats. After a light stretching, he left the gym, up the stairs, and entered a huge drawing room. From the open kitchen on one side, a maid hurriedly brought a protein shake for him. "Thank you," Luke said, smiling. The maid blushed. "It's all right, Master Luke." "Don't call me Master or something," he replied. "Luke is fine." He took the shake to his room and divined if it was safe to drink using his topaz pendulum first. It wasn't like he was fearing any threat to his life. If he began checking every piece of food like this, he wouldn't have time to do anything else. It was like a stretching for his spirituality, what Luke called it. After drinking the protein shake, Luke looked at Nyx, lying listlessly on his bed, her feet up. There was a book lying next to her, Detective Sonya's Red Mysteries, Pardai the Long Sausage. Luke threw his sweaty towel on her. And Nyx fought with the smell, cawing out her lungs. Huendated. Ignoring her, Luke went to the bathroom to get ready for his first day at UA High School. He had come here around a week ago. Rikuya and Aina Seanji were already staying at Musutafu in a small mansion-like apartment, with ample security and staff. Now Luke had joined them and would be staying with them for the foreseeable future. Even though Luke didn't like it, he had no choice in the matter as well. It was already the greatest stretch that his father was letting him join UA. Luke didn't want to push his luck by demanding a private place without any eyes on him. Plus, this place wasn't that bad. If he were to ignore the constant, annoyed look on Rikuya's face, the apartment had a massive gym in the basement where he could train daily. Also, there were many bodyguards well-versed in combat. He could just call anyone for light sparring, as Sand had already directed them all to follow Luke's orders in this case. Luke walked out of the bathroom and put on the school's uniform. As he looked at himself in the mirror, a quiet nervousness settled in his heart. Taking a deep breath, adjusting his tie, Luke nodded at himself in the mirror. School, he thought, walking out of the room. Shouldn't be a big deal, right? Luke had never been to school in his entire life, if one were to ignore the classes he had attended in his previous life in the orphanage. Trying not to think about it, he knocked on Aina's door. When she didn't open the door, he knocked louder. Sensing her approaching, Luke backed up a step. Drooling in a loose white t-shirt and shorts, Aina looked at Luke with blind stupidity. Luke's eyes had widened. "You just woke up. Is your day off?" Beyond Aina, he looked at the state of her room and frowned. It was a mess. Papers, clothes, photos, more photos, posters, books, more clothes, everything was everywhere. Just looking at these things made Luke's bones itch. Opposite him, Aina blinked at Luke, looked at the time over her shoulder, and then blinked at Luke again. It's only 6. 1.5 hours later, when Aina walked out of the attached bathroom with a towel around her, she stopped at the threshold, stunned. Where was everything? It was like she had walked in the bathroom from her room and walked out in Luke's room. Oh wait, Aina's body suddenly went taut, color rising to her cheeks. Are mine and Luke's bathrooms the same? Oi pervert, Nyx caught at her. She was perched on her bed holding a Polaroid photo in her claws. Get ready, Luke cleaned your room. And as a price, I am taking this one. Nyx lifted the photo. It was of Luke's bare upper body. Aina's black eyes hardened. She rushed to close the door before the bird could fly away. Nyx laughed. You think that can? Then Aina took off the towel to throw it on the bird. Bazunga, Nyx stepped back. My weakness, how did you know? On a long table, Luke and Rikuya sat opposite, waiting for Aina to join them. The habit had deeply rooted itself in their bones as part of discipline in their early childhood. It was even more so for Luke, who had tried his best to copy Rikuya and Aina's habits so that his father wouldn't send him back to the orphanage. Luke sat on his chair thoughtful as Rikuya scrolled through his mobile phone, behaving as if his stepbrother didn't exist as usual. It was then that Aina and Nyx approached them. Aina's neck carried faint red marks as Nyx pruned her feathers, both eyeing each other as if they had come to some hidden agreement. So, you are in 1A, right? Aina asked, taking a seat next to her brother. Nyx sat down next to Luke on a chair that reached table height. Luke nodded, the maid serving breakfast. For a moment, the twins stared at Luke's servings. A thick slab of meat, half a dozen eggs, grilled vegetables. The monotonous routine of having breakfast was going to get more interesting, it seemed. UA High School sat atop a forested hill that overlooked Musutafu. It was a day school and was considered the top hero academy in Japan. It had 4 major departments: Heroes, General Education, Support, and Management. I am in 2C of the Department of General Education, Aina told Luke as the children stepped out of the black SUV. This idiot is in 2I of the Department of Management. Rikuya ignored his sister's comment. All right, Aina smiled at Luke. You can come to my class if you need anything, Luke smiled as he saw Aina joining her friends. She's quite lively today, Rikuya tusked. He waited for the SUV to go away and walked next to Luke. I don't know what trick you used to get into UA's Heroes department, but don't you dare tell anyone you have anything to do with me or my sister. Luke and Nyx saw Rikuya disappearing in the crowd of students. There's something up his anus, Nyx said. Nyx. Luke gasped. He's just a kid, shaking his head. Luke entered the school, some nervousness melting away. Suddenly, he spied someone familiar. It was Sand. Yes, Luke realized. It was not only his, but also Sand's first day as a teacher at UA High School. He didn't know what strings his father pulled to put Sand inside the school, given that Sand wasn't a pro hero. Still, he did know that Sand would be a good teacher, regardless of being a cold killer. This world needs people like Sand, too, Luke thought as Sand winked at him from afar before disappearing. Smiling, Luke entered the school, students eyeing him oddly. From the hall through the corridors, he reached the class with 1A written over it. However, a short boy was already standing in front of the huge doors, nervousness becoming sweat on his face. The boy was about to open the door when he saw Luke coming at him. He looked up, stepping away a bit. Renji, Luke introduced. This is Nyx. You are also from 1A. The boy eyed the bird and let out a hollow smile. Yes, the boy said. I am Izuku Midoriya. Luke stared at the boy who would become the most powerful pro hero in the fight against All for One. Seeing as Midoriya was now, it was hard to believe that he was the successor of One for All. Ever since it was decided that he would be joining UA High, Luke had been looking forward to coming face to face with Midoriya. Because, unknown even to the boy in All Might, only Luke knew about vestiges right now. One for All was a quirk that was passed down by its predecessors. It also carried the quirk originally belonging to those people along with it, becoming stronger with every successor. Izuku was the 9th and would be the last user of One for All. The mysterious thing was that the quirk also carried shades or vestiges of all previous users. Within One for All was a subconscious realm where the prior users could manifest, as fragments of their very consciousnesses were engraved into this quirk. Originally, it was theorized that quirk factors contained the raw spirits or the individuality of their users, which then merged into One for All. However, the validity of this statement was brought into question when Quirkless All Might also became a vestige later. As a quirk scientist who became one of the most prominent researchers in the field of quirk factors, Luke had studied both One for All and All for One and the concept of vestiges in depth. It was only when he died and then met Mr. Fool that he learned the true probable cause. The quirk factors were nothing but a physical manifestation of the spirit particles of an individual. So even though a quirkless person didn't have quirk factors, he would still possess spirit particles and to some extent could become a vestige, as with the case of All Might in the future. So yes, Luke was very curious. He wanted to see these vestiges using spirit vision. Izuku was still smiling, feeling odd as the huge boy stared down at him when a chill ran down his spine. It was like a beast was eyeing him from the darkness, about to rip his throat off. For Luke, the world lit up with colors. And what he saw left him dumbfounded. Specks of golden light were only glowing within Midoriya, but in his immediate surroundings, cloaking him inside a golden cowled robe. 8 blobs of golden light pulsed in his heart with different rhythms. It was as if each blob of light had its heartbeat. The vestiges, however, this was still within Luke's expectations. What he didn't expect was still a color other than gold. Within those specks of golden light, numbering barely in hundreds perhaps, were blue specks, all revolving around the vestiges. Luke felt like someone was pushing him away. He was falling into an abyss so deep that Midoriya, standing right in front of him, felt like he was miles away, going farther and farther. Cancel it. Jolted by Miss Justice's scream, as the notification flashed in front of his eyes, Luke snapped his eyes shut, canceling spirit vision. With a thud, his knees struck the floor. He could feel them, tiny flesh protrusions bubbling under his shirt. Taking the help of cogitation, Luke took several deep breaths, his eyes itching and his ears ringing in pain. When normality returned to him, both Nyx and Midoriya were shouting at him. Luke stood up, shaking his head. When he opened his eyes, they had gone bloodier than red. Oi. Nyx cawed, "You scared me to death." Midoriya looked worried as well. "It's all right, Miss Justice," Luke asked, a dreadful feeling lingering in his mind. "Did you see?" Yes, it was the same, blessed. It was the exact spirituality that I had perceived from the blue, supermassive black hole. Something's wrong. We never saw these blue spirit particles in your father. But Luke realized something that Miss Justice didn't. We never saw these blue spirit particles in my father, Luke told Miss Justice, but I also didn't have spirit vision before using Dream Walk on him on the night of my regression. And then your father never received any dream revelation. Curious. It was indeed curious. Logic stated that Ryujuru should have received a dream revelation using the soothsayer about the meta puppet's attack. But he didn't. The soothsayer quirk hadn't worked ever since Luke's first sight of the blue supermassive black hole. As Luke rubbed his eyes, Ochako Uraraka also joined them. Meanwhile, probably hearing Midoriya and Nyx's shouts, Ida opened the class doors. He chatted with Midoriya about the rescue points, not recognizing Luke at all. But someone did recognize Luke, 2 students in fact. Hey, Momo had walked out to the front, seeing Luke at the door. Congratulations on securing first place in the entrance exam. Silence. They all stared at Luke, including Bakugo, who had his feet up on the bench and was eyeing him and Midoriya with a murderous gaze. With Luke's strategy securing points by both destroying robots and rescuing candidates, he had involuntarily outdone himself, securing over 90 points in the entrance exam. Of course, his father had not been pleased about such a feat, but this wasn't the end of the students' shocks. You are Renji Seanji. Ida asked Luke, then he looked at Momo. You two know each other. Yes, Momo nodded flatly. He was at my birthday party last year. You must have heard of the Meta Puppets incident, right? Everyone hurriedly nodded. The Meta Dog and Meta Cat both amplified. Before Midoriya could ramble on, Momo pointed her chin at Luke. He awakened his quirk in that incident. He had jumped off the 43rd floor to save a boy. He was still quirkless then. Bakugo lifted his legs and stood straight, his eyes going wide. On the other hand, Midoriya stared at Luke, stunned as well. "You too?" he mumbled under his breath. "Lying low, my feathery ass," Nyx whispered in Luke's ears, making his lips twitch. Cough. Luke cleared his throat, the eyes making him feel a bit funny. "Just call me Luke. I heard you are a recommended student, Momo. Congratulations." Smack, Nyx slapped the back of Luke's head. "Idiot." Luke found Momo and others staring at him blankly. He had gone and done it again, calling her by her first name. Luke's face went red. "It's all right," Momo said, brushing it off. Then, saying nothing else, she walked back to her seat. "So," Uraraka said, smiling wryly, "I wonder if it's just the entrance ceremony and orientation today. What do you think, which pro-heroes will be teaching us?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "If you are just here to make friends, then pack up your stuff now." They all turned around and saw a man's head coming out of a sleeping bag on the floor. "Welcome to UA's hero course," the man said, standing up and coming out of the sleeping bag. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa." As Class 1A's homeroom teacher, Aizawa, entered the class, the students returned to their seats. Letting out a breath, Luke pushed the matter of the blue spirit particles to the back of his mind for now. Regardless of the complexity of the mystery at hand, he was glad that he had clues to work with at least. So for now, he decided to focus on the present. The very first thing that stood out to him was the absence of former Class 1, a student Koji Koda. Koji Koda had the quirk that let him talk to animals, making them follow his command. It was quite a versatile quirk, but Koda himself had been a timid person with an immense fear of bugs. Now, as Luke had confirmed, Koda was in Class 1B, while one of the original students from 1B was in the General Education Department. It's like no matter whose fate changes in this world, for better or worse, the net quantity remains constant. Luke thought about his self-theorized law of conservation of fate taking his seat. With Koda gone, who used to sit at seat No. 9, Rikido Sato was now seated in his place. Meanwhile, Luke had taken Rikido's place at seat number 10, the last bench in the second column against the wall, his Japanese name being Renji Seanji. To Luke's right sat Uraraka, who sheepishly smiled at him. To Luke's left was Todoroki, his eyes to the front, and to Todoroki's left was Momo. "Where did you get that composition?" Momo asked as Aizawa fumbled with his sleeping bag. "I couldn't find a crystal with that composition anywhere." Luke smiled. "Family secret," he said, kicking the mystery on Seonji Group's lap. He dearly wanted Momo's help to get the inorganic ingredients of the remaining 2 potions. However, if there was one person he knew the best in the world, then it was Momo. The moment he approached her, requesting another creation, she would catch on to it instantly. The girl had a knack for such things, Luke knew. She would realize Luke taking out foreign, unknown compositions back to back, and then might decide not to create anything for him unless she solved the mystery herself first. No, a better way was to make her believe that it was her idea to begin with. So Luke needed to be patient if he wanted Momo's help in the long run. But, Luke said as Momo thought of the Seonji name, "I've got more compositions from where the crystal had come from. Let me know if you need some practice." Shoto Todoroki suddenly looked at Luke. "We can exchange seats if you want." Luke and Momo's heads snapped forward simultaneously. Aizawa took the roll call and then eyed them all. The students were eagerly waiting to attend the orientation ceremony of UA. Students from other courses and departments must have already reached the venue. Shocking everyone, Aizawa pointed at the lockers like drawers within the walls and said, "Go put on your PE uniform. We are going out in the field for a quick quirk assessment test." "What? But sir." Uraraka said, raising her hand. "Orientation, we are gonna miss it. If you are serious about becoming a hero," Aizawa looked at them hard, "then you don't have time to waste on pointless ceremonies. At UA, we don't follow a traditional curriculum. That means I get to run my class as I see fit. Come on, we don't have all day." The students looked at each other's faces, but they were already getting up. What choice did they have anyway? Even Luke, who had just sat down, was as shocked as everyone else. There was something like this too, Luke thought, sharing a look with Nyx, who had also made herself comfortable on his bench. Why didn't Momo ever mention it to me? Luke felt odd that Momo would tell him about rescue points, but not that she had never attended the orientation ceremony. But then he remembered something, Momo's expression as she had told him about rescue points. He had missed it in his previous life. Now that he thought about it, she seemed to say that if she had participated in the entrance exams, then she would have easily figured out this simple detail. Also, Momo had never been a party or event girl. Luke smiled as he thought about the confident smug on Momo's face. He looked to his left, lost in thought, and found Todoroki staring right back at him. Todoroki's mouth twitched. "Seriously, we can exchange seats." Luke hurriedly left his bench to put on his PE uniform. UA's sports field, Luke stretched his shoulders as the students gathered. Suddenly, Mizo Shoji and Rikido Sato walked up to him. With Koji gone, they were the only two guys bigger and taller than Luke. At 187 cm, Mizo had a lean but super muscular build. He had the dupli arms quirk that granted him 4 arm-like tentacles attached to his shoulder. Using these tentacles, he could replicate other parts of his body. At 185 cm, Rikido was even more bulkier than Mizo. He had the quirk Sugar Rush, which let him increase his strength 5-fold for 3 minutes. Renji, Luke is fine. Mizo nodded. You aren't from Japan, right? Luke nodded back. America, but I have only Japanese citizenship. Man, I wish I had your looks, Rikido joked. With my face, I could use blonde hair and blue eyes. From afar, Midoriya jogged to join the 3 boys as well. Mizo looked Luke up and down. You work out. Now that was something Luke could talk about. For a moment, he had felt like he couldn't open his mouth at all. It was still hard, he realized, talking normally. Just imagine, Luke told himself. Imagine they are stepbrothers. That brought out a smile on Luke's face. Every morning, full body. Mizo smiled behind the mask, Rikido and Midoriya's eyes lighting up as well. Luke caught up on the children's interests. Would you guys like to discuss workout routines? Sure, Mizo nodded. What I wanted to say, Rikido gave a thumbs up. Midoriya balled his fingers into fists. Count me in, come over here. Aizawa shouted at the 4 boys, the rest of the students already huddling up around him. As the boys ran toward the homeroom teacher, Nyx landed on Luke's shoulder. Nyx, Luke admitted, I am having a funny feeling. Yeah. Nyx slammed her wing on the back of Luke's head. That funny feeling is called making friends, you dumbass. Making friends? Luke repeated the words, tasting them at the tip of his tongue. A full-grown man making friends with children. Accept your present blessed to better control your state. If you think about it, it isn't unlike acting to digest potion, right? At the end of the day, you just need to keep in mind that you are simply acting. Yes, Luke nodded to himself, joining the students. Miss Justice is right, I am just acting as a student, so it wouldn't be so bad if I made a few friends. You have been taking standardized tests most of your lives, Aizawa said, eyeing the 1A students. But you never got to use your quirks for physical examinations before, right? Luke couldn't relate to the befuddled expressions on everyone's faces. It was exactly opposite for him, if he were to be honest about it. All his life, he had been using his quirk, and to use that quirk effectively, he had been forced to study. Of course, that he liked all the study materials was a different matter altogether. So we will be using our quirk openly, Luke nodded within. That can be a problem. Luke looked at the back of Yuga Aoyama, the seat number 1 of Class 1A. Unlike everyone here, only Luke knew that Yuga actually was a quirkless person. The quirk he possessed now, Naval Laser, was a quirk given to him by All for One. In return, he was spying on UA, sharing confidential information with his benefactor. Again, without any solid proof, Luke couldn't just blurt out the truth. Even if he did have proof like that, he wouldn't have shared it with anyone. The fact that Yuga Aoyama was a spy was known to none but Luke, giving him the greatest advantage of what info the boy would be sharing with All for One. Even though Luke found making social relationships difficult, he still knew the worth of such a versatile pawn. The only issue was how far should he go with these tests. The country's idea that all are equal by not letting you use your quirks, Aizawa continued, is not rational. I am here to correct that mistake for you. Bakugo, you secured the highest marks in the practical exam if we don't count the rescue points, right? The students briefly looked at Luke and then at Bakugo. Luke found Aizawa's gaze scanning him briefly as well. By now, Mr. Principal should have briefed all the pro heroes about his special circumstances and his family background. However, if Luke was right about it, and as much as he could remember about Aizawa from his days with Momo, this man couldn't care less about Luke's background or circumstances. As Luke contemplated the difficulties to come in his life as a UA student, Bakugo went ahead and used his quirk Explosion for a softball throw following Aizawa's order. With a massive boom, the ball disappeared from the students' visions, leaving behind a cloud of dust behind Bakugo. Luke and Nyx's eyes went hard for a moment, remembering the explosions from their previous lives, the explosions that had claimed their lives. They could still hear them in the back of their minds, along with the same word as Bakugo just said while throwing the softball die. Aizawa turned around, facing the students. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. It's the most rational way to figure out your potential as a pro hero. Then, with a dead expression, he lifted the device in his hand that showcased the distance of the softball thrown by Bakugo, 705.2 meters. Wide-eyed and hurraying, the students instantly became excited, finding it all fun. Then Aizawa dropped the bombshell on all of them, making even Luke's eyes tremble. So this is fun, huh? Aizawa said sarcastically. In 3 years, you need to become a pro hero. You think it will be all games and playtime? As the cheers and smiles died on students' faces for the first time, Aizawa grinned. Idiots, he said, staring into the students' souls. To gauge your potential, I have set up 8 physical tests. Which means whoever comes last has no potential and will get expelled immediately. What? Aizawa's grin only became creepier. If you have a problem with it, you can go home right now. Sir, that's not fair, Uraraka complained. And natural disasters are, Aizawa shot back. For the next 3 years, UA will throw at you one hardship after another. Show me it's no mistake that you are here. On the other end, Luke and Nyx exchanged another glance. So his plan to lie low wouldn't work. Not to mention, in the public's eyes, he could only use gigantification quirk on Nyx. I need to hide the true strength of bioalchemy and sequences to use it where it matters the most, Luke thought, nodding to himself. But I also can't be a pushover, letting these children throw me to the last place. Nyx, Luke asked, are you ready to do some awesome stuff? Nyx scoffed. I was born ready, I only died not ready unready, but then I was born ready once again. Luke's mouth twitched, hoping she wouldn't cause a disaster. The first test was 50-meter dash. Luke had a simple strategy. He would outdo all in at least 2 tests, doing average in the rest of them. This way, no matter who came at first and who came last wouldn't matter to him. Still, he couldn't help but realize Momo's enormous advantage in all this. As he looked up, he found her creating roller skates, letting out puffs of smoke from their ends. Something clicked in Luke's mind. He looked around searching for Nyx and found her perched on Fumikage Takami's shoulder. Fumikage had the quirk Dark Shadow. He could manifest a sentient shadow monster from his body. As Luke approached them, he heard what the bird was whispering to the boy. So what are you doing tonight? Nyx was asking, pruning her feathers. I generally don't date young ones, but I can make an exception for you. Nyx, Luke gasped. He hurriedly apologized to the kid. Sorry, she isn't like that most of the time. Yo, what gives? Nyx complained as Luke took her away. That's the most handsome raven I met in my life. Luke felt a headache coming. He had completely forgotten the matter of Fumikage looking like a black bird. Luke took Nyx to Aizawa. The homeroom teacher was waiting for students to make their preparations. When he saw Luke coming over, his eyes narrowed barely. Sir, Luke said, pointing at Momo, can I also use my quirk beforehand? Aizawa replied flatly, I don't care how you reach the finish line. Luke nodded and turned around. Wow, Nyx giggled. That man is handsome too, but not my type. Too serious. Nyx. Luke eyed her, pinching her beak and looking around to see if someone had heard her or not. Behind them, Aizawa narrowed his eyes at Luke and the bird on his shoulder. He still remembered the scenes from the boy's practical exam. The kid was a textbook hero, a perfect case of doing everything by the books. Neither did he stand out nor did he lie low. Then there was the time when he took down Bakugo. Those moves, Sans face flashed by Aizawa's eyes. What's the trick here? Nezu had told him that Luke could control the bird's size, but this didn't feel like a bird. Hit by an uncertain nervousness, Aizawa's hair stood on end as he used his quirk Eraser. He could erase another person's quirk in his line of sight, and that sight fell on Luke this time. To Aizawa's great shock, both Luke and Nyx paused as if hit by a bolt of lightning. But by the time they looked at Aizawa over their shoulders, the pro hero had already cancelled his quirk, his heart booming in his chest. For the 50-meter dash, Aizawa divided the students into groups of 2. 2 robots with camera heads were placed at the start and the finish lines. As the first group, Tenya, Ida, and Suyu Asui took their positions, the robot at the starting line began the countdown. Ready, it said mechanically. Then with a bang, the race started, Ida disappearing in a cloud of dust in the very next moment. Tenya Ida, almost reaching Luke's height and build, was from the renowned Ida family and had the quirk engine. His quirk gave him car-like engines in each of his calves, giving him incredible running speed and extreme kicking power. For fuel, he needed to drink orange juice. Suyu Asui, in stark contrast, was a short girl with a frog-like body. She had the quirk Frog, and, as the name suggested, she could do almost everything that a frog could. Luke saw them crossing the finish line from a distance with a heavy frown on his face. From the corner of his eyes, he kept looking at Aizawa, pro hero, Eraserhead. A few minutes just as he had gone to the homeroom teacher to confirm a doubt, the pro hero had used his quirk, Erasure, on him. It was the first time, both lives combined, that Luke had experienced such a baffling phenomenon. Normally, no matter the distance between Luke and the quirk-bestowed lifeform, he could feel an invisible silk-like string between himself and the lifeform. Giving a mental tug to this string effectively cancelled the quirk before activating it. In his previous life, Luke had spent years theorizing the principles behind this string. It was only after meeting with Mr. Fool through Miss Justice did he confirm the string's true nature. It stemmed from his spirit and was called a spirit thread. The moment Aizawa used his quirk on him, all the spirit threads Luke could feel got cut apart instantly. It was like someone took scissors and rammed the blades into his brain. The feeling hadn't been a pleasant one, to say the least. Caught up by an annoyance, he had also looked over his shoulder, giving the homeroom teacher a mean glance. Fortunately, Aizawa didn't pursue the matter. Unfortunately, 2 rats were roaming in UA High now, not knowing why they were here. Luke had bestowed 2 simple, intelligent quirks, having complexity C on the rats, turning them into his spies. With his feeling that he couldn't trust anyone, he needed eyes that he could rely on. Not to mention, Nyx had been packing quirks as well. With Bioalchemy's requirement of touch, the time limit for which increased with complexity, Luke always kept an escape-type quirk in her for worst-case scenarios. He would never want to be in a scenario with a hero or villain, like in his previous life, and end up losing everything again. Of course, all the quirks, including the escape one, disappeared from Nyx as well. Luke let out a sigh, shaking his head. Still, it wasn't like he hadn't gained anything out of this misadventure. Shota Aizawa quirk, Erasure stats, Spirit, 100 Stamina, 150. Meanwhile, Midoriya and Bakugo's turn had arrived to race. Looking at them, Luke suddenly remembered their stats as well, a wry smile rubbing away his frown. Katsuki Bakugo quirk, Explosion stats, Spirit, 130 Stamina, 125. Izuku Midoriya quirk, One for All stats, Spirit, 1000 Stamina, 130. Midoriya's monstrous amount of spirit points had not come as a shock to Luke. The One for All quirk transferred a great amount of spirit points to each successor, as Luke had analyzed with spirit points theory behind quirk factors. With Midoriya being the 9th user of One for All, and him having his own spirit points, 1000 justified the ridiculous quirk he possessed. This number will keep increasing as he masters One for All, Luke remembered. Sensing the pressure on him, Miss Justice cheered him up. Your spirit points and stamina points will also keep on increasing, blessed. Remember your stats when you regressed. Look at them now, blessed stats, quirk, bioalchemy stats. Spirit, 300 stamina, 140. Luke had gained 35 points of stamina since Christmas, widening his smile. However, it's been over 10 days since he gained another point in his stamina. Clearly, he was closing on his limit, it seemed. 160-70, Luke guessed, knowing his body. More than that will be, there was one way to drastically push this limit though. Marauder, as Luke thought of the potion's name, Aizawa called him for his turn. On the other side, Momo walked out. Nodding at him, she put on her jet skates. Luke stood at the start line alone, confusing everyone. Sorry, Momo, Luke thought, staring ahead. This is one of the 2 tests where I need to score well. Ready, the robot at the start line said. From the sky, a black bird dived. Luke snapped his fingers. Quirk bestowal successful, quirk, gigantification complexity, B consumption, spirit 40, stamina 15. Contact time, 4 seconds activation time. 17 minutes. To lower Nyx's spirit points consumption and her size, Luke had lowered the complexity to moderate this time. It would have been best to let her dive in her gigantic form. However, Luke could only trigger bioalchemy and then maintain the bestowed quirks in a 100-meter radius around him. Also, to not attract attention from the Blue Site scientists, Luke had been limiting it to 50 meters these days. Still, as long as he got the desired results, this was fine as well. The black thing dropping from the sky suddenly mutated, becoming a small car-sized bird. Kowawawa, Nyx let out a piercing cry, making the students put their hands on their ears. Just as the robot next to Luke made the firing noise, furiously flapping her wings, Nyx curved, turning her plunging momentum horizontal, dust billowing in her wake. Bang! Momo activated her jet skates, shooting through the field. Luke just jumped where he was standing. Like a black stroke of the brush, Nyx came from behind and he landed on her back. She was already much faster than many students. However, with another raging flutter of her massive wings, she reached Ida's speed, crossing the finish line within 4 seconds. Unable to arrest her momentum, Nyx kept going on, made a circuit of the field, and then came down, letting Luke step off her. Finally, a few who had been skeptical about the familiarity they had been having about Luke's appearance got to know why it was so. Because of the wind, Luke's wild blonde hair had gone up, gaining a spiky style. Combined with his build and appearance, it was like looking at a much younger version of All Might. Whoa, Midoriya's eyes were shining. That was awesome, what's your quirk? Nyx fluttered to Luke's shoulder as he canceled the quirk with a mental tug. It's called Lady of Darkness. Midoriya took out a small notebook and began taking notes. Hard to control in tight spaces, takes time to build up, good for surveillance. Luke's mouth twitched. Not only Luke's, even Aizawa's mouth was twitching. 1 test done, 7 more to go. And even though Luke secured the 2nd position in this test already, it was the soft ball throw test that he had been looking forward to the most. The 2nd test was grip strength. Surprisingly, Luke couldn't use Nyx in this test. To grip the grip strength measuring device, she needed to be just a size bigger than her original state. Even then, she couldn't properly grip the device using her claws. And if she became big enough to exercise greater power, then the issue remained the same as well. That's why, knowing the tests beforehand as Aizawa had told the students about them, Luke had decided to go all out or deceptively all out in only a few tests. For the grip strength test, Luke ended up using his natural strength along with Midoriya and many others. This test wasn't going to be a decisive one, he knew. However, here too, a few of the students stood out from the rest. Mizo Shoji with Dupli Arms Quirk and Rikido Sato with Sugar Rush Quirk both had an advantage when it came to raw strength, scoring in hundreds of kg, where the others struggled to reach even 100 kg of grip strength. Fumikage Takami used his Dark Shadow Quirk to go beyond the natural limits as well. Katsuki Bakugo, meanwhile, caused little explosions while gripping the device, almost destroying it. Despite all this, it was Momo who scored the highest, creating a simple mechanical arm powered by pneumatic actuators. The next test was the standing long jump, where many students cleared the entire sandbox. After that came repeated side steps, seated toe touch, and sit-ups, leaving only 2 tests in the end. The long-distance run would leave them beyond exhausted, despite using their quirk, Aizawa knew. That's why he kept it for the last. Now it was time for the softball throw. Aizawa began calling the students by their seat no one by one, giving everyone 2 chances to get their best throw. After her turn was over, seat no. 2. Mina Ashido returned to the group of students with an exhausted expression. She had the quirk, Acid. It allowed her to produce a corrosive liquid from her body, and she could control the solubility and viscosity of this corrosive liquid. Because of her quirk, her skin was a light shade of pink, and she had black sclera and yellow irises. Also, she had a very athletic body. Combined with her quirk, she had done extremely well in all tests other than the grip strength. The softball throw was even worse for her, though. However, as she approached the students, her sulky mood instantly changed. Smiling a little, she approached Luke, who had been discussing the strategy with Nyx. "Hey," she said, eyeing Nyx. "Luke, right. Will you use her to take the ball out of the school or something?" That made many students raise their eyebrows. Luke shook his head. "That would be cheating," he answered. "I can use my quirk on her, but she isn't my quirk, see? Also, I can only control her form in a 50-meter radius around me." The students let out a relieved breath together. "Whoa," Mina grinned. "You are nice." Luke frowned. "Nice? Why?" Nyx rolled her eyes. "You could have lied about me, but you did," she whispered in his ear. As Suyu Asui returned after her turn and Tenya Ida went away, Mina shuffled on her feet and neared Luke even more. "So," she said in a not-so-hushed tone, "you and Momo are dating." "What?" Luke gasped. On the other side, Momo's head snapped toward them. Not even Momo, many were looking at Luke and Mina, seemingly very interested in the topic. It was especially so for Todoroki, who kept his eyes on Tenya but held a twitch on his mouth. Luke hurriedly shook his head, merely sensing so many eyes and becoming the center of attention was itching him all over. "No, no," he replied, looking from Mina to Momo and then back at Mina. "I just met her once during her birthday." "Uraraka," Aizawa shouted. "But I want to hear more," Uraraka complained, going away. As Tenya joined them, he frowned. "What's going on?" he asked. Minoru Mainta, the shortest student of Class 1A, having Quirk pop off, plucked a few sticky balls from his head, used them to climb to Tenya's ear and whispered something. Tenya's entire face went red. "I said no," Luke said again. Meanwhile, Uraraka used her quirk, Zero Gravity, on the ball, making it weightless. Then she threw it up, sending it into space. Gobsmacked, the students saw infinity written on the distance measuring device as Aizawa showed it to them. Uraraka almost came running back as Mashiro Ajiro, with a massive tail as his quirk, went for his turn. "What did I miss?" she whispered to Asui. Luke's lips twitched. Is it normal for children to be this interested in such things? So Mina opened her mouth again with a teasing expression. "Which school did you go to?" Luke felt like he had returned to Blue Sight, undergoing an interview about his daily routine for the record. "I was homeschooled," he answered, making even more heads turn at him. "I think I should lie more," Luke observed. But he hadn't even thought that a student from class would ask him this question. All he had cared about was the pro-heroes not finding anything suspicious about him. Once again, Luke was realizing how much of a social alien he was. Instead of teachers, he should have prepared for the children. "I see, so what do your parents do?" Mina asked. Nyx stared at Mina but for once didn't interrupt. In her mind, it was better to just get over with this now than later. "My father's a businessman," Luke said. Under her breath, Momo scoffed a little. As Mina kept asking questions after questions to Luke, going so far as to even take his mobile number, the turn had reached seat number 10. "Seanji," Aizawa called. Ah, I need to go, Luke almost ran. Behind him, Mina and the other girls giggled. Seanji, Ida held his chin, drinking orange juice. Isn't that? Suddenly it was like, only now the students truly focused on Luke's surname, finally putting two and two together. Whoa, Ajiro Kirishima, who could harden and sharpen his body using his quirk hardening, exclaimed. Ida's eyes widened. Todoroki's brows shot up. One after another, the students began relating Luke to the behemoth named Seanji group. So, he's like super rich, Asui said, wording all thoughts. Unknown to the students' changed expression, Luke stood in the center of the circle with Nyx on his shoulder. He had only limited options with the quirk he could show using Nyx here. Still, not everything was about Quirk. Taking a deep breath, Luke snapped his fingers. Not everyone had seen Nyx during the practical exam. So when she gained the size of a bus, it wiped the Seonji-named shock from their faces. Then Luke climbed Nyx's back, and with a massive dust cloud-rising flutter of her wings, she flew straight up. Everyone had to crane their necks as high as they could to even see the black point against the cloudy sky. And soon, the black point disappeared behind the clouds as well. Aizawa confirmed from the robot that the bird was still within the circle, and his eyes narrowed. This much control in mere months, up in the clouds, Luke took another deep breath of fresh air. Nyx couldn't hover more than a few seconds without deviating from her position, so he had to be quick about it. Also, he knew it would raise some doubts. Still, this was the thing about quirks. Quirk's growth was unpredictable, and one could hide easily behind their inconsistencies. Gripping the ball tightly, letting out a smile, Luke threw the ball with a slight backward curl in the direction of the wind. On the ground, the students looked at the distance on the device as Aizawa showed it to them, dumbfounded, 805 meters. Luke stared blankly as Aizawa went nuts after canceling Midoriya's quirk. It wasn't like Luke couldn't have warned Midoriya. But he didn't owe the boy anything either. Also, giving pointers on how to use one for all when no one was even supposed to know about it would be like waving the biggest red flag. It wasn't time to hang around in Midoriya's quirk's ballpark now, Luke knew. So like everyone else, Luke watched as Aizawa pulled Midoriya in, using the scarf-like capture device he wore around him, and gave him an earful. As Midoriya returned to the circle, he looked over his shoulder. His eyes passed by all those who had done outstandingly in the quirk apprehension test. When his gaze reached Luke, he hurriedly snapped his head back ahead, balling his fingers into fists. Nyx patted Luke's back with her wing. Luke looked in the direction she was pointing and found All Might trying to hide behind the gym's wall. Of course, he is here, Luke observed. He must have found out about the tests and is worried about the kid. Meanwhile, realizing the homeroom teacher was right about him becoming a liability after throwing one punch in a real-life scenario, Midoriya had a change of heart. This time when he was throwing the ball, instead of using one for all in his entire hand, he focused it on the tip of his finger. With a massive boom, the softball disappeared, leaving behind shockwaves. Behind Midoriya, the students gaped, Bakugo's jaw hanging low at the sight. As the measuring device showed 705, 3 meters in Aizawa's hand, Midoriya made a fist using the same hand, having a broken finger, and said, "Teacher, I am still in the fight." And then Bakugo rushed at Midoriya in madness. "Are you staying with Aina?" The sudden question jolted Luke out of his stupor. After finding nothing else to do, Nyx had passed out cold on his shoulder. The back-to-back use of Quirk had left them both exhausted, especially after the high-complexity gigantification. So who had asked the question? Luke turned around and found Momo next to him. He relaxed. For a moment he'd thought that girl Mina had returned with more questions. Momo looked at Luke and just couldn't help but erase the image of him jumping off the floor during her birthday. The bodyguards had taken her away despite her being against it. She could have helped everyone if they'd just listened to her. Yet it was the quirkless boy they ignored. Yes, with Aina and Rikuya, Luke admitted. "What about you?" "I have an apartment," Momo replied. She faced forward as Aizawa let go of Bakugo, asking whoever was next to hurry it up. "What do you think about Midoriya's quirk?" "She's doing it again," Luke sighed inwardly. "She will only ask me the question she really wants to ask after making sure that she will get an answer. He doesn't seem used to it," Luke told her, choosing his words carefully. He didn't know what the trap was here, but given Momo, there was a trap, no doubt. "My guess is he only awakened his quirk recently, perhaps a few months ago." Momo nodded. "Exactly what I thought, but the same should be true for you." Stunned, Luke kept looking ahead. He knew this matter would come out in the open sooner or later. But for Momo to confront him so soon on day one could go against him. "You were quirkless when you came to my birthday party, were you?" Momo asked, narrowing her eyes at Luke. Luke let out a breath and nodded. "You had a quirk, but you were forced to never use it, weren't you?" Luke slowly looked at Momo, thinking how one could be so right and so wrong at the same time. It was the exact opposite in his case. But if he wanted Momo to help him, he couldn't let her know that. Improving himself and gaining enough strength to investigate the matter of the spirit world and the blue, supermassive black hole, and the red, evil eyes in the outside world on his own, was the most important task right now. For that, he needed a continuous supply of inorganic ingredients. For that, he needed to lie to Momo, manipulating her thoughts. For that, he must deceive the person he had loved the most. Luke felt like someone had sewn needles in his throat. "Yes," he said, looking as far away from her as possible. "I awakened my quirk a year ago. Mr. Principal was at home." Momo stared at Luke's huge back, Nyx eyeing her with one eye. Sighing, Momo stepped away, unknowingly smiling a little. Finally, it was her turn to throw the ball. "The last thing I want is someone to call you a crybaby," Nyx hissed in his ear, yawning. "Get over it. She isn't our Momo. I wouldn't mind burying myself in her bazumbas, though." "Nyx," Luke gasped at the profanity. "But I think Aina's are bigger, Nyx." After the long-distance run, Aizawa gathered the exhausted students around him for the final results. With a beep, the device in Aizawa's hand projected a hologram displaying the results. Unsurprisingly, Momo was in the first place with Todoroki in second. Luke's eyes kept going down and found his name in the 8th place. In a class of 20 students from Hero Course, this was just an above-average score, as Luke had desired it to be. On the other hand, Midoriya had come last. Luke didn't know about the test, but he knew Midoriya hadn't been expelled, so either All Might had intervened or, and I was lying, Aizawa admitted plainly. "No one's going home." Aizawa grinned creepily. "That was just a rational way to make sure that you gave your all in the tests." "What? I am surprised that you haven't already figured it out," Momo said, putting a hand on her waist. "I am sorry. I probably should have said something." Luke looked at Momo from the corner of his eye and smiled. In his heart, he knew the girl had been having a hard time keeping the information within. With the homeroom teacher's obvious strategy, in her opinion, she couldn't have just blurted it out. However, despite what she thought, Luke knew the girl was wrong in this. Luke wasn't just a quirk user anymore, he was a seer. After Aizawa's declaration, he had divined that the chances of him getting expelled were incredibly high if he were to come in the last position. That meant the homeroom teacher hadn't been lying to the students. "Momo," Luke thought, remembering the pro-hero she would become, "you still have a long way to go." When Luke came around after throwing the thoughts away, he found Todoroki staring right back at him. Luke raised his brows, going red. "Let's exchange seats." "No." Throwing his bag on his shoulders, Luke walked out of the 1A classroom, Mizo Shoji walking next to him. "My main focus always remains core as well," Luke told Mizo, who nodded back at him. "Which gym do you go to?" Rikido Sato asked, catching up to them in the corridor. Luke licked his lips. "I have a gym in the basement." Mizo and Rikido shared a glance. "You really are rich," they said together. "Why don't you two come with me sometime?" Luke asked. "If it's not too far from your place, you can join me for morning workouts." Mizo and Rikido were both staying in rented places, so they hurriedly accepted Luke's generous offer. "Luke." The boys paused and found Momo walking up to them. "A word." Mizo and Rikido nodded at Luke tacitly before walking away. In this, they were far better than the likes of Kaminari and Mainta, he observed. "More questions?" Luke let out a shaky laugh as they walked side by side. Momo shook her head. "You told me you have more of those compositions. Do you have one?" Before Momo could finish her words, Luke had already taken out a document from his backpack. "Were you just waiting for me to come to you?" Momo asked, narrowing her eyes and taking the piece of paper. "No," Luke said, looking out into the distance. "I just had a feeling today was a good day to brew a potion." Jaku City, Japan. Standing on top of a multi-story building at the corner where two edges met, Luke eyed the Jaku General Hospital. It was midnight, but unlike the city, the hospital was still well lit. With Nyx perched on his shoulder, Luke felt the wind against his face, feeling good. He was in his hero costume, the black greatcoat flapping like a banner in a storm behind him. He had his hood on, darkening his face. However, for an extra layer of protection, he had dyed his hair black and was wearing contact lenses, turning his eyes black as well. On his face, he was wearing a black mask, showing only his eyes, but even all this didn't feel enough to Luke, so he pressed a switch on his belt. A buzz resounded around him. In the next moment, the black greatcoat changed color, becoming white. It was like he was wearing a lab coat and not a high-tech bulletproof hero costume. This was one of the many useless features he had made the manufacturers install in the costume. Reacting to a particular frequency, the greatcoat could change colors between black and white. Of course, Mr. Ryujuru and Sand had taken it as a boy's fantasy, finding it Luke's way of keeping the blue sight in mind and the influence of the scientists on him. That's also why Luke didn't ask for many colors, but only white. It suits you white, Nyx cawed, cocking her head at the hospital. Reminds me of our days at the blue site before we died. Luke nodded, wind playing with his hair. How do you feel? Nyx asked. Luke took his hands out of his pockets and clenched them into fists, feeling power. Miss Justice? I am amazed as well, blessed. You seem to have digested over half the potion right after drinking it. I should have taken your acts of stealing ingredients from the blue site into account because theft is the essence of acting as a marauder. After dinner, Luke had already brewed the marauder potion. However, to his surprise, when he practiced cogitation after consuming the potion, he had a feeling as if the potion was breaking down, resonating with his spirituality. In the case of the seer potion, he had such a feeling only after he had figured out one of the seer principles after performing dream divination, and with that came power. Bless stats, Quirk, Bioalchemy sequence, Seer Marauder stats, Spirit 305, Stamina 160. His spirit points didn't increase much, but his stamina points increased by a whopping 20 points. As Luke clenched and unclenched his fingers, he could feel that the mobility of his wrists and hands had increased a lot. Also, his muscle coordination had improved as well, making him feel every part of his body as if he could do acrobatic movements without ever learning them. Not only bodily, but Luke's observation skills had also been enhanced, giving him an intuition targeted toward valuable items. Then there was this feeling, a great urge to steal. The act of stealing may not be for enjoyment or survival, blessed. However, you can take it as a marauder's calling or passion. Of course, how you choose to act as a marauder is on you. Are you sure you are going to do this today? Luke eyed the hospital again and nodded. If he hadn't digested over half the marauder's potion, gaining a boost in his physical prowess, then he might not have pushed things ahead. Now that he had, it was as good a time as any. In the public eye, founded and run by Dr. Kyudai Garaki, the Jaku General Hospital was only that, a hospital. Underneath its facade, however, was the location of Kyudai's secret laboratory, where he created enormous biologically modified artificial humans with multiple quirks. Dr. Kyudai was a loyal follower of the All-for-One and had been working on these nomus for many years, hiding his experiments behind the public facade. Luke wasn't sure how many facilities Dr. Kyudai had in Japan. However, even he knew that the villain's main laboratory was in the hospital's basement. That's also why Luke hadn't just let pro heroes know about this place yet. He didn't know the true sequence of events during his previous life. What if the nomus in the basement were only in the initial stage? What if Dr. Kyudai was keeping mature nomus at some other place? What if the villain released all nomus at once if he saw things going wrong? What if All-for-One decided to go all out, seeing things going out of his hands? There were so many things that could go against Luke before he even began his plans. So, instead of going nuts on Dr. Kyudai, he had decided to first collect info by infiltrating the hospital's basement and following his urges, stealing info. The only info Luke had in his hands right now was a name, Twice. He knew this villain was part of a league that supported many villainous activities. However, he had no idea who was leading this league or what its goals were. The only large group of villains Luke remembered from his past life had the name Paranormal Liberation Front. He also knew it shared a part with the current Meta Liberation Army, but that's about how far his knowledge went on the events. That too only because the scientist at Blue Site had told him, letting him know about All-for-One, One for All, and Nomus to assist his research. When he left the Blue Site, 8 years had already passed since the final war. So now he needed to know more, and even if he couldn't afford revealing Kyudai's secrets, he could get his hands on something crucial, something to help him in his quest. Nyx, Luke said, snapping his fingers. Quirk bestowal successful, Quirk, Discora complexity, S consumption. Spirit 110, Stamina 30 contact time, 11 seconds activation time, 5 minutes, all cards were already set. Using a rat, Luke knew exactly where the secret corridor was that led to the basement. A shine passed over Nyx as if someone had reflected a mirror from very far. In the next moment, she flicked her wing, causing a static distortion in the space next to her. The space split apart, blackness almost spilling out through it. This was how he had arrived here as well, without ever leaving his room. Even a single use of this quirk left Nyx beyond exhausted because of her spirit points. So, he had been waiting for her to recover before using it again. However, just as Luke was about to step into the black void, he paused. The seer within him was having an uncanny feeling. He had already divined that there was a threat to his life tonight, but if he were to be cautious, he could make it out alive. Discora was the best caution in Luke's opinion. What? Nyx asked, already sounding out of breath. It wouldn't be so bad to take one more caution, Luke thought. From his pockets, he took out his mobile phone and dialed a number he had stolen from Midoriya's mobile today. "Hello?" the person on the other side asked groggily. "Who is this?" Toshinori Yagi, who had already passed his quirk, one for all, to Midoriya, had been so exhausted that he had fallen asleep in his clothes after returning from a meeting. "All Might," Luke said, the black mask giving weight to his voice. "Your old friend All for One is on the move again." "What?" Toshinori Yagi thundered, transforming into All Might. Who are you?" "Come to Jaku City," Luke told All Might. "And as for who I am," Luke needed a new identity. Something that wouldn't relate him to a first-year high school boy attending the Pro Heroes course at the country's most prestigious school, UA High. Something that he could use to unravel the mysteries regarding his family's death and fulfill Mr. Fool's tasks. "You can call me," Luke said, stepping inside the blackness, Dr. Blessed. Space split apart like a static distortion under the effect of the Discora quirk, and Luke and Nyx walked out from the blackness. They were standing in a dark corner, the lattices of space sewing themselves up behind them. Next to them, standing tall on its hind legs, was a large mouse, its eyes glowing red. The moment Luke made sure that no one was behind him, he snapped his fingers. A shine coursed over the rat's body, as if someone had cast a mirror on it from far. The quirk bestowal successful. Quirk. Electropulse complexity. A consumption. Spirit 70, stamina 20, contact time 7 seconds, activation time 10 minutes. Nyx still held the Discora quirk for the next 5 minutes, locking an enormous chunk of Luke's spirit points. The next use of quirk would practically make her pass out, so they wanted to save it for an emergency. However, with Luke's enhanced spirit and stamina, he could afford many high-complexity quirks at the same time. The prime issue was that he could bestow quirks upon only 3 life forms at a time. Also, unlike Nyx, who had vast spirit reserves and who was insanely compatible with Luke, other creatures weren't so gifted when it came to spirit. The red glow in the rat's eyes intensified, almost exploding. Buzz CRAC. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and fired an electric pulse towards the corridor's roof, overloading all the cameras installed outside various rooms. Then, with a muffled splat, the rat exploded in a mass of blood and filth. This was the fate of all those upon whom Luke bestowed a quirk that consumed spirit points greater than the lifeform's base spirit points. The same had happened with the rat that had erased Brain Thief's memories as well. Nyx got away with such kind of mutations and explosions because she held twice as many spirit points as her original self. Even though Luke had pushed her beyond that limit many times, he could only do so because he knew her body just too well. "Let's go," Nyx said. "We don't have much time." From the side, 2 more rats crawled next to them. Luke had Nyx hypnotize these rats before making them infiltrate the hospital. From his nightly hunts with sand, Luke had learned to always keep a few bestowed quirks upon his hands to activate under unexpected and wild circumstances. Also, he didn't worry about someone finding about his quirk, Bioalchemy, if he didn't end up activating those quirks on the rats. Because, even if he canceled a quirk without activating it, the rats would end up exploding anyway. Luke's spirit particles within the rats would have already interacted with the rats' spirit particles, practically turning them into a lost cause. Luke nodded at Nyx's urging and began walking deeper into the silent corridor. All Might shot across the night sky, leaving behind clouds of dust and sonic booms. However, no matter how fast he wasn't as fast as his prime, not after passing one for all to young Midoriya. He had gone to sleep working on his lines for tomorrow. Mr. Principal had asked him to organize a combat training for 1A who knew, just when he had gone to sleep, an unknown caller would utter the name he dreaded to hear in these times. There was a chance that it was a hoax. But it being a hoax and someone calling him to let him know of it sounded much more than a coincidence. If there was a possibility that All for One had appeared in Jaku City, then All Might would rather take the chances, no matter how small, and be there. But would he be there on time to prevent mass destruction? All Might kicked hard on the ground, clenching his teeth and causing a storm. He took out his mobile and dialed his agency. If he were at his prime, he could reach Jaku within a few minutes. Now it would take him more than 10 minutes to reach there, even if he were to ignore the toll on his body. Till then, he needed someone to stand in his place and save people. Which pro hero is nearest to Jaku City? All Might roared over the wind. From the other side of the phone, the secretary rushed to give him a name. All Might remembered the girl. Yes, she would do. Call her immediately and tell her. Luke stood outside a closed room within the corridor. There were several such rooms in this corridor. While the corridor led to the basement in the depths of the darkness, the lab only contained the real Namu experiments. Luke wasn't looking for Kyudai's research right now. He needed info, which he had the highest chances of obtaining from these rooms. However, given the urgency of the situation, he couldn't just search through each room as well. Like the 4 closed doors before this one, Luke let the topaz pendulum dangle in front of the doors. He would trust his spirituality to guide him towards something valuable. Does this room contain info relevant to me? Luke repeated the question 7 times before opening his eyes. The pendulum was rotating clockwise rapidly. Luke's eyes lit up. However, he didn't just barge into the room yet. To save more time, he could be more specific in knowing what he truly wanted. Wrapping the pendulum around his wrist, taking a deep breath, Luke reached for the door knob as if he was about to open the door despite them being locked. Luke's pupils dilated suddenly. In his mind, he saw the room's insides. There were dozens of boxes scattered in the room, each holding stacks of files. This was one of the core powers bestowed upon him by the Sequence 9 Marauder potion. Within a 15-meter range, Luke could intuitively know where the valuable items were. It was so powerful that he could see into closed spaces as well. Combined with his seer powers granting him high spirituality, he could even see into rooms such as this. As the images kept flashing across his mind, Luke's eyes rested on a box number 6. Yes, this was it, the most valuable item in the room relevant to him. Following a great urge to just steal the box, Luke used a nail clip to unlock the door silently. However, the silence he was trying to maintain broke in the very next moment. One of the rats roaming around him suddenly stood up on its legs and let out a deafening squeak, looking deeper into the corridor. Simultaneously, Luke's danger intuition triggered, making him snap his head in the same direction. The corridor was dark, but all rooms were closed when he began searching. Luke remembered. Now one of the doors was opened, and a weird-looking abomination was staring right back at Luke. It was the size of a grown man's head, and its brain was out in the open, with 2 tiny legs attached to the head. The moment its 2 bulbous eyes met Luke's black ones, it opened its mouth and vomited a black liquid with a gurgle sound. "Nix," Luke said as his eyes widened. He kicked the door open. "Take 6 and teleport." From the black mass of liquid, a monstrous creature walked out. A chill ran down Luke's spine. Nix could use Discora one more time, but it would take time to grab the box and then teleport. Before then, the Namu would get both of them. Also, Luke would need to activate the shrinking Quirk to store the box inside Nix. That would leave her useless in the upcoming fight. "Roar, Geo," Luke roared, throwing himself forward and snapping his fingers. The black-skinned Namu shot across the corridor, making a punch. Cursing and bleeding and splitting space, Nix flew inside. Bioalchemy. The power behind the upper-tier Namu's punch was so immense that it tore a hole through the corridor's roof, went up, and exploded out from the hospital's outermost wall. Cracks surfaced in the giant structure, making the entire hospital shake like a leaf. From the torn hole in the earth, a figure came rushing out. Blood had washed Luke's face, blinding his vision. His white greatcoat was speckled with red dots as well. Luke landed on the parking lot, spun on his feet, and balanced himself. He barely had lifted his head when, with a roaring boom, the Namu came blasting out from the same hole and landed in front of him. A mad growl escaped the eyeless Namu's mouth. It raised its 2 giant arms and lunged at Luke, trying to grab him. Danger intuition had gone haywire in Luke's mind, a severe headache shaking his vision. Despite the extreme circumstances, his body remembered San's murderous martial arts. It remembered them just too well, it seemed. The Marauder potion hadn't turned Luke into a superhuman, as it had barely given him enough points to make his stamina rise above an average value in this Quirk society. However, combined with the monstrous dexterity it bestowed upon Luke, and with his body already tuned for fighting because of months-long training with a killer, something extraordinary was happening right now. The Namu was extremely fast, but it lacked intelligence. Luke had intelligence and just enough experience to bridge the immense power gap. The moment Namu's hands came to grab him, Luke bent backward on his knees so much that it seemed inhumane. Air sizzled above as Namu's hands grabbed nothing but emptiness, leaving its abdomen defenseless. Spinning back, Luke kicked the ground, activating spirit vision. Namu's black-skinned body lit up in his vision, golden spirit particles reflecting in his eyes. Super strength and regeneration, Luke analyzed in a fraction of a moment as he read the placement and congestion of spirit particles in the Namu's body. Canceling the spirit vision and putting his back into it, Luke punched the Namu right in the groin. Arggggggggggg. The Namu let out a twisted growl, skidding back a few steps. It snapped its head down, saliva dripping from its mouth. In pure madness, it punched at the puny target. Namu was much faster than Luke. However, with danger intuition helping him out, he effortlessly saw the punch coming, barely slipping under it. And once again, he made a fist with his left hand and punched the same area, the alloy-reinforced knuckles of his gloves going deeper. The Namu stood at the same place without making a sound, as if its soul had left its body. Then with a thud, its knees struck the ground. Now, Luke turned around and just ran. It wasn't the time to confront a monster like Namu, knowing well that he couldn't take it on. As he jumped over the parking lot's wall, two rats caught up to him, climbing onto his shoulders. Luke had been surprised when he had felt the bestowed quirk still connected to him via the spirit threads. Despite the blast that had almost destroyed the hospital, the two rats had survived. "That's rats for you," Luke remarked. Bioalchemy. The earth quaked under his feet. Luke looked over his shoulder and saw a cloud of dust rising dozens of feet into the air. One by one, all the cars began exploding, thrown here and there as if some titan was lifting them like a toy. Blasting through the wall like paper, the Namu eyed him with not only madness but also hatred and vengeance. Arghhhhhhhh. The Namu ran toward Luke, destroying anything that came in its path. Gritting his teeth, Luke jumped off the flyover with cars honking in panic behind him. With Nick serving as his escape route, he had only given one of the two rats an escape-related quirk. Now he needed to bestow another quirk to one of them if he wanted any hope of surviving this monster. Also, teleportation was a very complex quirk that would require him to bestow intelligence first, not something Luke could have afforded, given Nick's already claiming a lot of his spirit points. So, as he touched one rat, Luke snapped his fingers, activating the bestowed quirk. One of the two rats on his shoulders jumped back and ran in the opposite direction. In the next moment, flesh bumps began appearing on it all over. It didn't even take a fraction of a second for the rat to grow to the size of a small child with a monstrous appearance. It grew fangs as long as a tiger's but much sharper, and its eyes were already on the verge of exploding, oozing a red glow. The mutation was so disastrous that the moment this rat growled, half of its face exploded. But this was the best Luke could hope for at this moment. Like a condensed ball of wrath, the rat shot forward. With powerful leaps, the Namu had almost caught up to Luke, who was running on foot. Suddenly, the mutated rat latched onto the Namu and began biting into it. The Namu, already writhing in pain stemming from his groin, grabbed the rat and squeezed. The bottom half of the rat exploded with a squelch, as if it were waiting for an external stimulation. To the Namu's surprise, though, the rat only became fiercer. Growling even harsher and fiercer than the Namu, it began chewing even faster than before. In a matter of seconds, as the Namu struggled, the remaining body of the mutated rat had already entered it, disappearing within the huge body. Roaring in pain as the rat ate the Namu from inside, it punched its own body, destroying all pillars supporting a flyover. With a deafening boom, the flyover came crashing down with a few cars getting caught in it as well. Fuck, Luke cursed, not because of the flyover but because he had felt the rat exploding in the Namu's body. Not waiting anymore, Luke snapped his fingers once again. Quirk bestowal successful. Quirk, replace complexity. A consumption, Spirit 72, Stamina 20, Contact Time 7 seconds, Activation Time 10 minutes. Quirk, Far Vision Complexity, C Consumption, Spirit 18, Stamina 10, Contact Time 2 seconds, Activation Time 34 minutes. Luke had wanted to use Replace for the case he needed to get something he couldn't reach from tight spaces without causing disturbance. Now, it would need to become his main escape route. However, the rat couldn't see more than a few feet. That's where Far Vision came into the picture. Meanwhile, from behind, letting out a voice that made the bones itch, the Namu pounced out of the debris with a giant hole in its chest. By the time it landed a few dozen feet behind Luke, the hole had already disappeared. But the way the Namu rubbed its teeth as it sensed Luke in front of it, it almost felt like the enormous pain had gifted it intelligence. Intelligence that the rat, grabbing onto Luke's shoulder, lacked. Following its animal instinct, the rat randomly latched onto a shiny, pulsating light over the police vehicle within the heart of the city, a mile away from its position. And then it replaced the object in its vision. As the police car and Luke exchanged positions, they also exchanged the momentum they carried. The police car must have been chasing some villains, for when the space distorted around Luke, he found himself getting hurled forward at a fast speed. Unlike the police car, he had no brakes to arrest his momentum. Not to mention, he couldn't even see what was going on. Right after using the quirk, the rat on his shoulder had exploded, planting his face with blood and filth. With a swooshing sound ringing in his ear, Luke crashed into the back of a car, shattering the mirror. CRSK, there was so much power behind the crash that the driver lost control and slammed into another car, beginning a chain of collisions. As the honks and alarm beeps wreaked havoc around Luke, he got up, holding his back. Even if he hadn't been a doctor, he could have figured out just by feeling that he had broken a few bones. Groaning and biting through the pain, Luke looked at the chaos in his surroundings. People were already panicking at his mere sight, as every inch of his torso was covered in blood. It was only a matter of time before pro-heroes landed on the scene and apprehended him. With no more life forms having bestowed quirks anymore, he wouldn't even be able to resist. I hope Nyx reached home safely, Luke thought, almost crawling toward an alleyway. She must have. Luke's mind buzzed as if a missile had gone off there. No, impossible, BOOMMMMMMM. Some 100 meters away from Luke, a black meteor landed, the dusty shockwave toppling the crashed cars all around. From the crater, the black-skinned Namu walked out, saliva foaming in its mouth. Luke's body had gone numb as he looked at the Namu. He just couldn't believe it. Because of their impact on the final war in his previous life, the Blue Site scientists had researched extensively to counter them if they ever resurfaced, as per Mr. Ryajiru's orders. Coincidentally, Luke too had taken advantage of their research, gaining an in-depth idea of Nomus. That's how, with just one look, Luke was able to identify which quirks this Namu possessed based on the spirit particles pattern. In his previous life, he could have done the same by conducting a thorough analysis, learning the pattern of quirk factors. However, the spirit vision bypassed everything, letting Luke see the very source as quirk factors were nothing but a physical manifestation of the spirit particles. And that's why Luke was surprised beyond measure. Namu were supposed to be mindless fighters with multiple quirks. They had 5 tiers: lower, middle, upper, near high-end, and high-end. Among these, only the high-end Nomus who were growing under the Jaku General Hospital would be able to think for themselves. But as Luke looked at the Namu standing there looking back at him, he knew something had changed. This Namu didn't have intelligence a few moments ago. Now, *% at it, Luke heard the incomprehensible growl and a chill ran down his spine. Involuntarily, as it had become a muscle memory these days for him, he activated the spirit vision to merely glance at the Namu. No, scattered within the golden specks of light, a bloody redness stared back at Luke. Unlike the blue spirit particles he had seen within Midoriya, the red spirit particles weren't coexisting with the golden specks, but they were actively corrupting them as well. Whichever golden spirit particle the red ones collided with, it also became red on the spot. Not only that, but 2 blobs of red spirit particles were centered on the Namu's brain like eyes. Luke felt like he was falling deeper into nothingness. His skin was getting ripped off his body, his muscles were abandoning bones, and his bone marrow was getting pulled out as well. Luke's eyes almost popped out and exploded into a wet mist. However, following Miss Justice's scream, and as per his experience, he had cancelled the spirit vision right after taking a look. One look, and Luke found himself on his knees, trying to forget about the Namu as he used cogitation to not lose control. As Luke took deep breaths, his eyes losing focus and pain stabbing into his sides, the Namu walked up to him and stood there looking down. Luke's ears were ringing, but somehow he looked up. The Namu was staring back at him with its unseen eyes. "So it was you before," Namu said, its voice sounding like the blades of 2 knives rubbing against each other. "Did my sister put you up to this?" Luke smiled. He had barely heard the abomination. There was no point in screaming at it either, it seemed. In his mind, Miss Justice was screaming for him to run, but how? He couldn't even feel his legs. "Something strange about you," Namu said, leaning over Luke. I can't sense her, but never mind." The Namu raised its massive hand like a hammer. Whatever or whomever was controlling the Namu now seemed to have given up on gaining more answers, deciding on just killing Luke. The fist came down. Luke let out a final sigh. Someone screamed behind him. Luna wind whirled, and her voice felt like a wild rush of adrenaline. Luke couldn't even see how many kicks landed on the Namu, but he did see the Namu getting thrown back like a bullet, its arm hanging loose by its side. Boom. Rumi Yuzujiyama, Rabbit Hero, Mirko, the current no. 5 Hero in Japan grinned wildly as she felt the backlash of kicking the villain. It was like kicking a solid block of concrete if concrete were made of flesh. That didn't make any sense. Haha, Mirko's grin widened, finding the analogy hilarious. Oi, are you? She was about to look back when, growling like a mad beast, the villain walked out of the rubble. Mirko's eyes narrowed as she saw the torn arm regenerating right in front of her. "So you can regenerate, huh? Think yourself some tough stuff. Let's see if you survive this." Mirko's feet dug into the cracked road. With a muffled pop, her thighs puffed, muscles straining like wires of steel underneath. Then, as the Namu pounced toward her, growling, she shot forward with a speed many times faster. Luna, the Namu punched. Mirko vanished. The next time she appeared, she was above the Namu. Spinning wildly like a cartwheel, her foot landed on the Namu's head, planting it in the ground with a deafening boom. Fall. When the dust settled, the Namu came into sight. It was lying listlessly on its knees with half of its body just dangling on one side. It was like someone had slashed right through it from its shoulder to its waist with a sword. Its flesh was regenerating, but even regeneration had its limit. Ha. Mirko scoffed, stretching her feet. Not so tough, are ya? The number 5 hero couldn't complete her words as a blackish thing fell out of the sky and landed right in front of her. Boom. From the cloud of dust, another Namu walked out, a size bigger than the one dying in front of Mirko. There are 2 of you? Haha. Mirko shot through the air, gaining momentum, and kicked the new villain before it could even process what happened. However, in the very next moment, her eyes widened with shock. Her feet had dug deep into the Namu, its muscles squirming all over its body, but it didn't feel like it had even felt the kick. The Namu grabbed Mirko's leg, lifted her high, and threw her toward a building, and the entire building came crashing down right on top of her. After throwing Mirko like a pebble and making a multi-story building fall on top of her, the newly arrived Namu walked up to the Namu lying on the ground. The Namu that pro-hero know. 5 had cleaved in half, had regenerated, but it was still on its knees, drooling heavily. There were no signs of intelligence or even the barest hint of sentience in it anymore. The same was true for the newly arrived one as well, it seemed. The Namu with a bird's beak-like mouth ignored the pro-heroes gathering around in its vicinity and grabbed its brethren. It was as if it had arrived just to take it away. There weren't many pro-heroes in this area anyway. Those who had arrived on time had seen the beak-mouthed Namu killing a single numbered hero, so they did what they could at this moment, prevent the civilians from becoming collateral damage. To the surprise of all, an inhumane shout sent the debris of the building shooting up. Ha. Mirko laughed with a maniacal grin planted on her face. Thought you killed me, did ya? Her head was covered in blood, her back was caved in. Mirko walked out of the rubble, let out a breath, and boomed across the space. She rained down kicks after kicks on the beak-mouthed Namu, booms and bangs rocking the earth. However, no matter how much she tried, it didn't feel like the Namu was getting hurt at all. Something snapped within Mirko, the grin on her face widening. Oi, villain! Muscles popped on her thighs, her rabbit ears spurting out blood. Have you heard these words before? Luke dragged his body into the alley and slumped against the wall, taking in deep breaths. When Rabbit Hero, Mirko, arrived to save his ass, he had instantly realized something. The Namu had already lost all its intelligence after uttering those words. Yet those red spirit particles, those words, that discard of everything he had sensed in the Namu still repeated themselves in his mind like chants. Just what had taken control of the Namu at that moment? Luke had heard nothing like that in his previous life. If there had been cases of Nomus suddenly gaining intelligence, and especially the ones below high end, there certainly would have been records on it, no. But this feeling of pure evil and madness. Luke remembered the redness in Bakugo's eyes before he had killed him and his family in his previous life. Was this the same thing? Had those red spirit particles corrupted Bakugo as well? Through the headache, Luke felt the questions drowning him. He had lost too much blood. He could barely feel anything below his waist. The only thing he could feel was his broken ribs stabbing into his muscles. He was dying, but Mirko would die first, he knew. The newly arrived Namu, Luke had recognized it. It was an upper tier as well, but they had created it especially to counter All Might, granting it not only super regeneration but also shock absorption. For Mirko, a physical-based pro-hero, there could be no worse opponent. Suddenly, Luke felt wetness on the tips of his fingers. Brokenly, he looked down and found a dog licking the blood that had pooled up on his knuckles. Simultaneously, the Namu, who very well had been possessed or controlled, kept appearing in his mind like a memory. An angry, helpless memory. Fire burning her in front of him. He lifted his trembling hand and put it on the dog's head for 20 seconds. I am so sorry, he apologized, tasting blood. But have you heard the words? White mist fumed off All Might's back. He couldn't remember the last time he had pushed one for all this much after All for One had injured him years back. Now that he had already passed one for all to young Midoriya, it was like he was burning ashes within him. Blood was pouring out of his mouth. Behind him, sonic booms rocked the space. All Might just hoped the girl would arrive on time. He remembered Mirko. The girl was strong but was a tad hot-headed. She didn't know when to stop, but it was also this that made her a good hero. Boom. All Might head snapped up as he saw a cloud of dust rising in the sky. For him to see it even here when he wasn't even in the city, just what kind of destruction he was looking at. Letting out a grunt, All Might kicked the ground again, the surroundings melting into a blur. In a matter of seconds, he crossed the distance, landing in the heart of the city with a boom. The moment his vision scanned through the surroundings, anger boiled in his blue eyes like never before. 2 black-skinned villains, both with their brains exposed, were standing shoulder to shoulder on one side. On the other side, Mirko was sprawled on the ground, her right hand bent at an odd angle, her head planted deep into the rubble. Yet somehow she was looking at them, her entire body shaking as she tried to pull herself up. "Relax, young Mirko," All Might said, his body fuming with anger and white mist. "Why, you ask? Because I am here." All Might made a fist and just vanished. Detroit, like a white-yellow wraith, All Might appeared in front of the beak-mouthed Namu and punched. Smash! There were no exaggerated booms or scenes of the enemy getting sent flying. To All Might's immense surprise, all his full power attack did was create ripples in the villain's muscular body. Shock absorption, All Might guessed. He guessed a bit too late, taking advantage of the nearness to All Might, and as ordered to kill anything that came in its path that could prevent it from retreating the injured Namu, the beak-mouthed Namu punched. And the punch landed right into All Might's left side, exactly where All for One had mortally wounded him. A current ran down All Might's spine. His left hand instantly returned to its original scrawny form. All Might's knees struck the earth, his eyes almost rolling back into his head. He had already pushed the embers of one for all remaining in his body beyond extreme. The sudden blow was like the last nail in the coffin. Seeing even him like this, the pro-heroes watching it all from a distance lost all hope. The beak-mouthed Namu raised another fist. The other Namu, though slowly, walked up to Mirko, who had finally lifted her head. She hadn't even said those words before the two Nomas had pounced upon her. "Haha," Mirko laughed. All Might looked at her over his shoulder and smiled. "Haha, oi villain." Mirko shouted, digging her feet into the ground, still lying low, her thighs just short of exploding. "Have you?" All Might made a fist with his left hand, causing it to bulge. The very air sizzled around him, his blue eyes piercing into souls as he looked up at the Namu. Ever heard of these words? Plus, Luke snapped his fingers, turning the lifeform into an explosive of equivalent mass. Ultra, Quirk, bestowal successful, Quirk, TNT. Complexity S plus consumption. Spirit 170, stamina 50, contact time, 20 seconds activation time, 2 minutes. What happened next was a scene that spread across Japan like an airborne virus. Just as All Might and Mirko were about to go beyond their limits, and just as the two villains were about to smash their fists through them, a street dog ran out of the alley glowing red. In one great leap, it bit into the leg of one of the villains. Then the dog began glowing redder by fractions of seconds. "Oh shit," All Might cursed, used all his stored power to grab Mirko and ran. Behind him, the world turned white, blinding all eyes as if a small sun had manifested in the world. And as the mushroom cloud of pure fire and anger rose the city, the sound entered their ears, bursting eardrums. Bioalchemy. The fiery destruction burned through Jakku City's buildings, scorching everything black in the near vicinity of the explosion. Fortunately, pro-heroes and police had already evacuated the civilians with unmatched proficiency. Unfortunately, the explosion had happened too suddenly for them to react. Moreover, the scale of the explosion wasn't small either. As a result, the explosion caught many pro-heroes and policemen in its blast radius, inflicting serious injuries. Of course, they had avoided the fate of the villain who was at point-blank range of this fiery ball of annihilation. 25 kg worth of TNT had obliterated everything of the original that Luke had fought against. Now, lying at the center of a crater surrounded by collapsed buildings, only a small part of its leg remained above the knee and around the waist, burned crisp. Not only this one, but even the beak-mouthed Namu, who possessed shock absorption and super regeneration quirks, had taken the full brunt of the attack as well. Half of its face was missing. Its right hand below the elbow had vanished. A third of its body had almost been carbonized by the explosion. Surprisingly, the remaining half of its face still felt alive, alive enough to regenerate an eye that had burst apart a few moments ago. As if that was a cue, its face regenerated, followed by its arm. The burnt part of its body was still struggling to regenerate, though. Slowly but surely, the Namu created to take on All Might was showing its true colors. All Might appeared in the distance, grabbing not only Mirko but a few other people. At that moment, when he had realized that something disastrous was going to happen, he had grabbed all the people whom he thought would die if they remained standing at their positions. Sure enough, the explosion seemed to have injured even those who were standing hundreds of meters away, the ones a tad nearer gaining critical injuries. However, ambulances were already storming in, followed by even more police and media vehicles. And puffs of steam had intensified around All Might like never before. Holding the gurgling blood in his mouth somehow, he put the people he was carrying down and took a knee, taking in deep breaths. Bent on one knee, All Might stared at the destruction and felt anger boiling inside him. Just who could be desperate enough to do that? Just who could show this much disregard for people's lives? Just who could know that in the battle between him and the villain he had been losing against time? All Might's head snapped toward a direction, his blue gaze narrowing. "Let me go." Mirko screamed as the pro-heroes and medical staff held her at her place. I have yet to say those words. Calm down, young Mirko, All Might said somehow. It's over. At the exact time, the beak-mouthed Namu walked out from the crater, carrying the leftover piece of its brethren. Fire was still burning around it, its tongues lashing out at everything. However, uncaring of the temperature and the shocked but dreadful gazes planted on it, the Namu crouched and boomed in the opposite direction. It was running. Ah, no you don't. Mirko threw off everyone and blurred through the fire as well, chasing it. However, All Might didn't stop her this time. With her injuries, there was no way for her to catch up with the villain. In such a case, when the villain was adamant on running away, it was better to know where it was running to. Still, as All Might looked at the injured heroes and civilians, he remembered the dead villain held by the beak-mouthed villain and realized his enormous exhaustion. He just couldn't tell who had come out victorious in this all, heroes or villains or. Glaring in the same direction as before, All Might stood up, cloaked by fuming mists. I leave everything to you, he smiled for them, raising his fist, making the people cheer at the sight of the symbol of peace. Then, already losing his muscle form, he blasted himself in the direction where he had seen him. Luke. Nyx flew and fell across the sky near the site of the explosion, cawing in madness. One of her eyes was shut tight, streaming blood. The other was open only because she needed to see something, lest she pass out midair. After throwing the stolen box in Luke's room in Musutafu, through the split space, she hadn't entered the teleportation gate herself. However, the subsequent events forced her to hide in one of the boxes. By the time she left the room and flew out of the tunnel blasted from the basement to the parking lot, Luke had already gone beyond 100-meter range. Now she couldn't even feel her wings. She would think about how she was still flying later. For now, she must find Luke. If it wasn't for the deafening bright explosion, she would have never guessed where to fly to. Luke, Luke. Suddenly, she spied a touch of whiteness in an alley's darkness. With a chill coursing through her, Nyx dived in that direction. Luke was sprawled against a wall in filth. Luke, Nyx slapped her wings on his face, tears and blood streaming down her feathers. Wake up, Luke. Luke parted his eyelids and let out a small, exasperated smile. Knew you were stupid enough to come for me. Idiot, Nyx threw her wings around him. After a while, Nyx dug her claws into Luke, trying to keep him awake. Let's go, we will rest first and then work on healing. Discora's time limit had already run out. So Luke had to bestow the quirk again on her, almost passing out. Biting down on Luke's white greatcoat to bear with the pain as he snapped his fingers, Nyx slashed her wing across the space. The moment space split apart up and down, Nyx's wing fell lifeless on her side. Luke couldn't say anything. There was no other way for them to leave. At any moment, the police would begin searching every nook and cranny of this city. Luke held back the feeling to vomit at the sight of filth on him and stood up, keeping his back against the wall. Suddenly, he heard a distinct crack. What broke now? Luke asked himself, smiling wryly. Surprisingly, Miss Justice's voice rang in his mind with the barest hint of cheeriness. Congratulations on digesting the Marauder's potion, blessed. This might be the fastest digestion of a Sequence 9 potion. Luke instantly realized something. The core of the acting method for a Marauder was to steal. But stealing without any purpose or passion behind it wasn't enough. Luke had stolen crucial info because of his deep resolve to unearth mysteries related to his previous life. Not only that, he had done so under extreme, deadly circumstances. He had not only survived, but had also succeeded in theft. For Luke, it was the greatest accomplishment as a marauder. As he had already digested over half of it right after consuming it, no wonder he digested the entire Sequence 9 potion in one night. We don't have all the ingredients of apprentice potions, blessed. Even if we had, I would have advised against consuming another potion. For now, you need to accommodate the potion, as you have digested it too quickly. Luke found reason in Miss Justice's advice. Suddenly, his danger intuition triggered, but not as deadly as the time when he had sensed the novel. Throwing a passed-out Nyx into the split space, Luke turned around. Their gazes met across the darkness, one wearing a blood-stained white coat and the other surrounded by fuming white mists. Dr. Blessed, All Might said through clenched teeth. He couldn't afford to lose his muscle form. Not now. Not at this moment. How do you know of All for One? Who are you? People could die, Luke chuckled. The embers within you, All Might, he said, stepping back and melting into the darkness. Do they burn strong enough to see into the future? Shocked, All Might finally lost his muscle form and fell to his knees, coughing out blood. Whoever this man was, not only did he know about All for One, but also about One for All. The realization struck All Might like a bolt of lightning. Dr. Blessed question casting a net of uncertainty over his mind. And with that uncertainty, All Might asked himself an even more unnerving question. Was this Dr. Blessed a villain or something worse? Mourning. In the living hall, Luke, Aina, Rikuya, and Sand stared at the TV, the news reporter detailing the events of the last night. Things had taken quite a drastic turn away from the truth, it seemed. There was no mention of the basement under the Jaku General Hospital. Instead, there was a giant tunnel running through and through the hospital, as if someone had barged into the building from one side and out from the other. In short, the Jaku General Hospital became just another collateral damage, not the starting point. Luke instantly realized that Dr. Kyudai must have sealed up the destruction leading to the basement to keep the lab secret. For the villain, Luke might as well be a thief who didn't know where he had barged in. Also, the lab in the basement of the hospital was just too grand and important to be discarded overnight. In light of this, shaping the hospital as another damaged building by the heinous villains was the best idea to not only divert suspicions, but also garner sympathies. However, that wasn't all. The media was actively relating the two villains' appearances to the metal puppets incident. Both villains looked like mutated creatures with their brains exposed as the news channels kept slapping their videos on the screen. Then they showed the pictures of the meta puppets, not as gruesome but equally sickening. So in a twisted series of unfounded conclusions, the orchestrator of the meta puppets incident was also seen as the villain behind the Jaku incident, causing chaos and hurting innocents using his brutal puppets. Luke almost facepalmed, shaking his head. The only thing that went his way in this was that there was no mention of Dr. Blessed. All Might must have realized that I am not behind the villains who attacked Jaku City, Luke thought, drinking milk. But he must have shared the details about the dog and my appearance with the authorities. I need to be more careful, especially with Nyx. Luke had been going on night hunts with Sand, the part-time government-hired killer gaining experience. However, because of his distrust toward all those who had Quirk, especially after his regression, he never really used bioalchemy to its fullest potential. One could even say that it was only yesterday that Luke had gone all out. For someone like Luke who had spent a decade holed up at one place, last night was the true eye-opener, making him realize just how many things could have gone wrong. Luke, Sand put a hand on Luke's shoulder, jolting him out of his thoughts. You all right? Luke realized he had been holding an empty glass of milk for some time. He put it down ruefully and smiled. Was just caught up in All Might's appearance. Can't believe he's teaching at UA, yeah. I wonder how he reached Jaku City, though villains couldn't have arrived there hours ago. It's like All Might knew something like this would happen, no? Aina gaped at Luke in sheer fascination. Rikuya, who had been doom-scrolling about the Jaku incident, suddenly paused, his eyes narrowing. Meanwhile, Sand inwardly nodded. He knew how sharp Luke was. For the boy to conclude this much based on the available data was nothing new for him. Also, Sand always remained in the vicinity of the mansion. He hadn't seen any activity from Luke's room. The boy hadn't developed his quirk for him to create those giant, black-skinned monsters Sand knew. Moreover, Luke still looked sharp and devoid of any fatigue. Without a high-level healing quirk that was readily available at Blue Site, that would have been impossible. Seeing Sand's shoulders relaxing, Luke sighed in relief as well. Sand didn't know that after a decade of cleaning himself under the healing quirks, Luke hadn't just acquired an OCD, but now he could also fake some emotions. Emotions like extreme fatigue. Last night when he and Nyx had returned, they had both passed out instantly. It was only in the morning that Luke found the time to grant Nyx a healing quirk to be used upon him. The only issue was that Nyx couldn't use her quirk on herself. So after healing Luke, she had again passed out. Also, even though Luke seemed all healed up, there was something wrong with his stamina, forcing even Miss Justice to change the way she displayed stats. Bless stats, Quirk Bioalchemy stats, Spirit 310 stamina, 105 170. Luke had known that healing needed 1 stamina. Before, this consumption of stamina had gone unnoticed because Luke didn't have much of it. Now that he had gained even more stamina after digesting Marauder's potion, the subsequent events of pushing himself beyond his limits and Nyx's healing him later had taken root in his stats, it seemed. He was regaining his stamina, but it was barely a point per hour. Luke had a feeling that if he kept repeating last night's events, then he might lose a chunk of stamina permanently. Now that thought was unnerving him the most. Come on, Sand said, looking at them all. I will go with you to UA today. Luke cleaned himself up and said, please go ahead, Nyx is still sleeping, I will come a few minutes later. Rikuya gave Luke a disgusted look before marching away. Aina and Sand's lips twitched, both nodding understandably. They all knew how weird he was when it came to Nyx, so this was the most normal excuse he could have used to not go with them. Don't be late, Aina shouted from behind. Sand took another measured look at Luke as he disappeared into his room and shook his head. In his room, Luke stared at Nyx, who was still with her legs up, her wings stretched on both sides. Then from under the bed, he pulled out a box full of files labeled number 6. To Luke's surprise, he had found no cams or other surveillance devices installed in his room when he had arrived here. It had felt like his father's way of acknowledging that Luke was ready to step out into society, even though the old man hated doing so. Luke took out one of the folders and read the title that said Naruhata Vigilantes. Luke's eyes narrowed. He opened the folder and found many individual files labeled the Crawler Pop Asterisk Step Knuckle Duster without reading them. He took out another folder first that said Queen B. It contained the following files: Q in Hachisuka B asterisk Pop, Queen B. Then there was another folder, bigger than the last two: Villain Factory. Trigger, Instant Villains, Next Level Villains, number 6. Luke noticed there were a few more files, but these 3 folders seemed to be the core contents of the box, detailing individuals, it seemed. Taking a deep breath, Luke began going through each file one by one. Luke couldn't believe it. He was staring at the beginning of the earliest nomus by the hands of Dr. Kyudai himself. Then there were all the people related to the event in the last few years, along with number 6 who had orchestrated it all under the orders of All for One. It's not that far into the past, Luke observed. But how is it related to me? Why was it the most valuable as per my spirituality? This is it, this is what we need, blessed. What is it, Miss Justice? Luke asked. Did I miss something? That I can't tell, you haven't met certain conditions. Luke's eyes narrowed and suddenly widened. Is this related to the surprise you mentioned before? No, and yes, you will know soon when, after becoming an apprentice, Luke finished the sentence, getting an unseen nod from Miss Justice. Luke put the box away, waking up Nyx. For him to take another step forward, he needed Momo's help, not something he could do by staying at home. Luke just hoped this mystery around Miss Justice's surprise would be worth waiting for.